Section 14 of Atlantic Narratives Modern Short Stories. Second series, published 1918 by the Atlantic Monthly Press. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Babanchik by Christina Krysto. Recording by Jack Daniel, San Francisco, California. 1. It was my smallest brother who called him that, because at the time of their meeting he could not manage the whole of his very long name. But his friends took it up presently, liking the ridiculous yet oddly caressing sound of it, until all who knew him well knew him only as Babanchik. I remember him first as a chance guest in my father's house by the side of the Black Sea. A big, deep-chested man in a badly wrinkled pongee suit, who missed his train because we children had drawn him into a game of hide-and-seek. I can still hear his laughter-filled voice demanding fiercely, "Where are they? Where are they?" as he flung himself about the room, making wide detours to avoid our feet, which protruded from under the cloth-hung table, while the train, with his car attached, paused a moment at the half-station at the far end of the pasture and went roaring on along the shore. He stayed the night with us, and our child world changed forthwith. During the 2 years which followed, the playtimes of Babanchik and his children were inextricably bound with ours, and the distance between our homes grew very short. At Christmas we danced around the scintillating tree in a spacious Tiflis house, and at Easter he helped us with the beating of the innumerable eggs which go into the Easter bread of Russia, spattering the kitchen wall most dreadfully. Business brought him often to Batum, which lay just over the hill from us, so often that we fell into the habit of racing down to the pasture bars every Saturday to wait for the afternoon train. It was long and wearying, that walk back, on the days when the train clattered by without pausing. But on other days, when, just this side of the cliff, the engine whistled to announce the stop, when we listened, breathless, for the setting of the brakes, when we saw his huge figure swing lightly from the steps, coat pockets bulging with mysteries, and heard the gay voice shouting that his own car would not come by until Monday, the walk home was a march of triumph. 2 summers we spent together in a half-starved Georgian village high in the Caucasus Mountains, where we lived on bread and eggs, both reeking with the wild garlic which grew thick among the wheat, ran, bare of head and foot, over the pine-grown cannons, and loved every moment of it. It was in these 2 summers that we came to know Babanchik best, and to adore him accordingly. We might emulate the manners of Manya, his young lady-daughter of 12. We might acknowledge the leadership of his harum-scarum son Kolya, but it was Babanchik who really counted. It was he who led our marvelous expeditions to the neighboring peaks, his clothes steaming with the effort of that leadership. He who showed us where to look for mushrooms, and later fried those mushrooms for us surreptitiously, lest Mother begrudge us the butter where no new supply was to be had. His mind it was which settled, wisely and fairly, all our momentous quarrels, and invented countless new and fascinating games when we had tired of the everlasting croquet. But for him, we should never have bathed in the yellow water of the Mad Kura, water so muddy that it left great streaks across the bath towels. But for him, we should never have been forgiven for robbing the little forest church of candles with which to rub the porch floor whenever we wanted to dance. That the merry existence of his vacations was but a small part of his life we knew, even as we guessed that the man who frolicked with us lived only in the hours of play. For often, at tea-time on the porch, we came upon the other Babanchik, a bitter and fearsome man who talked to father in a voice which to us was the voice of a stranger. They made us very wretched, those tea-times, when, from an obscure porch corner, we watched him striding up and down along the railing, the smile gone from his eyes, his cheeks flushed, his arms waving wildly. For we could never understand why the man who taught us that it was cruel to step on ants seemed so ready and eager at those times to throttle someone, we knew not whom, unless it were the terrible creature he called the Russian government. It all hurt us inexpressibly. Yet hour after hour we watched him and listened to his long, involved denunciations of oppression and dishonesty and selfishness and class distinction and many other words which we could not grasp. And most difficult to fathom was his oft-repeated assertion that he was doing all that talking in behalf of us. "It is for the children that I fight," he would shout, stamping feverishly up and down the long porch. "For my Manya and Kolya, and for your boys and girls, and all the countless thousands of others whose lot has been cast with this accursed country. I must fight, for I know what will come to them. Their souls will be dwarfed and crippled by our stupid schools and our stupid laws, and their minds poisoned and embittered by suspicion and hatred and the damning sense of their impotence, as long as conditions here remain what they are. Our lives are behind us, yours and mine. But we must make theirs different for them, must keep them away from straitjacket regulations, must keep them happy and trustful and brave. It is for this that I fight. And I would fight if I knew that I could not change a word of our laws and our statutes." He did fight, unceasingly, along with his ruad work. He was one of the managers of a Caucasian railroad team. Went the bigger work of making his corner of the world a better place for those who came behind him. He fought in the ranks of his employees, that the least of these might claim justice and equality, pleaded with school boards and schoolmasters for patience and generosity toward their charges, and fought, and this was the most bitter fight of all, against those who held in their hands the destinies of his city. In all this he was severely handicapped. An Armenian by birth, which in itself matters even in cosmopolitan Caucasus, he had inherited the ungovernable temper and unbridled tongue of his people, and this, coupled with his love for truth, worked him unceasing woe among the hidebound conservatism of his associates. All this Babanchik knew, and yet, in spite of the knowledge, he had a dream of becoming a member of the city Duma, that he might have a real voice in the direction of the city's fortunes. It should not have been a thing so difficult of attainment. Time after time his name was proposed for the city ballot. Time after time hordes of enthusiastic friends made his election a certainty. And time after time, as the deciding day drew near, his candidature was suppressed, his name withheld from the ballot, his adherents silenced, and the dream remained a dream. No one knew just when it happened or just how. He was an Armenian and a revolutionist, a free thinker and an enemy of the government, marked Neblagonodizhny, not to be depended upon, in the police books of the city. And no country knows so well as does Russia how best to curtail the activities of such men. What he could do in spite of these drawbacks, he did. Was he not our undauntable Babanchik? If he could not ensure fair play for the men of his railroad, he would give them of his advice and sympathy, and they forgot to ask for more. If additional factory windows did not come into being at his command, he could still lend his money to those of the workers who fell victims to the foul air. And how beautifully he lost his temper when a borrower spoke of interest. And if school boards and schoolmasters remained unyielding in their demands upon the children he loved, at least the holidays were his, when he could take those children on long walks in the open and teach them to respect their souls and not to step on ants. All of which we learned much later. At the time he was merely our Babanchik, without whom the world could no longer be imagined, who came in the evening to blow out our candles because he had guessed that the memory of his good-night laugh cheated the dark of its dangers, whose rumbling shout awakened us in the morning and opened up for us a new day of unsuspected possibilities. 2. The third summer, we did not go to the mountains. Someone else was sharing Babanchik's cottage in the Georgian village. He was leading a band of new children in search of mushrooms and adventure. But we were too excited to care, even in the face of this. A new unrest hung over our house. All the day long, Father was showing strangers about the place, pointing out to them the value of the untouched forest, the richness of the pasture land, the clearness of the drinking water, the glories of the mountains and the sea. In the sun-filled glass room which served as library, Mother was superintending the sorting and packing of books. And a placid-faced woman, with the patience of a saint, was fitting our squirming bodies into trim, tight-fitting clothes which, after the loose, shapeless things we had always worn, vexed us endlessly. We were going to America. Babanchik came to us often in those last weeks, inexpressibly saddened by our impending departure, and his discussions, to which Father listened a bit abstractedly now, grew ever more violent, though their invariable ending filled us with an unexpected hope. "When my work is done here, I will come to you in the United States. I cannot now. There is still so much to be done for my weaker friends. But when I am very tired, so tired that I can no longer endure it, I shall take my children and come to you, to forget the Russia that I hate." So we parted. We leaned over the rail of an Odessa steamer, our arms overflowing with the packages he had brought us. And he stood on the edge of the wharf, waving his hat and smiling. But tears were running down his brown cheeks and losing themselves in his beard. The new life, the new language, new interests caught us. From the first, Russia seemed very far behind. Several letters followed us. Kolya wrote 3 or 4 in his uneven round hand. Funny little letters which began, "We have 2 ducks and 2 puppies. How many dogs have you?" and which were properly answered in kind. After that, we forgot very quickly. But Babanchik did not forget. Once every month we found in our mailbox a fat, square, carelessly addressed envelope, which held a letter for Father and a folded note for each of us. The notes were full of gay nonsense, stories and rhymes and caricatures. But Father grew very thoughtful over the letters. Life was pressing Babanchik hard. He was still without thought of defeat, but his enemies were bringing more stringent methods into the combat. He was now being constantly watched. Other troubles were even harder to bear. The government was consciously setting the hot-headed Georgians and Armenians at each other's throats, that neither might have time to think of greater issues, and Babanchik could but stand by and watch the suffering of his people. Manya was in school, in the hands of narrow and incompetent teachers selected for their political views. Kolya's turn would soon come. After that, so ran the letters, his children would have the choice between becoming power-seeking sycophants of the government and going, as he had gone, into battle with it, knowing beforehand of their certain defeat. He could not take them away from it yet. But he realized, he said, that each day, besides giving to him its measure of sorrow, brought a little nearer the fulfillment of his new dream. He was beginning to study English. The years marched on. The square envelopes came less often, but they came, still full of their old-time warmth for us, full, too, of increasing enmity toward the country which we had left. Manya had gone to Petrograd to attend women's courses. 2 years later, Kolya followed her and entered the university in the same city at the time I was enrolled in mine. And when, a carefree sophomore, I was working off surplus energy in basketball and dramatics, a new alarm crept into Babanchik's letters. Manya and Kolya were becoming involved in the revolutionary movement. "It is hard," in these clean war days, to remember the murky chaos of the Russia of 1904-06. If a revolution could have come at all, it would have come in those years, and it would have been led by students. The younger minds were afire with visions of freedom, irrepressible combinations of deep conviction and the ardor of youth, visions which took no cognizance of the wide and weary space which lies between desire and accomplishment. Classrooms were hotbeds of revolutionary plots, mad, illogical, glorious plots, for which their authors, usually still in their teens, paid so heavily. Too heavily, for the government, alarmed, was losing its head a bit. The heart of Babanchik beat fearfully. "I am proud of the trend of their convictions," he wrote, "but sometimes I am a little afraid. They can so easily be led into a spectacular prank, a bit of mischief, for which the government might take it into its head to punish them too harshly. And though we have all become accustomed to that sort of thing, it would hurt me sorely to have them spend 2 or 3 months in prison." He conjectured mildly. There was news one day, in our American newspapers, of the attempted assassination of a Petrograd official. We passed it by. Attempted assassinations were no rare events just then. Until the next letter came from Babanchik, a letter of 2 brief paragraphs. Both Manya and Kolya were implicated in the crime. Manya had waved her handkerchief from a window which commanded a view of the official's residence. Kolya had passed the signal to 20 fellow conspirators. All had been caught, and all had confessed. The official was unhurt, and there was hope of a light sentence. Still, the 2 or 3 months of prison lengthened into a prospective 2 or 3 years. Once more he conjectured mildly. Manya was sentenced to be hanged. Kolya, because of extreme youth, was punished by life imprisonment. We read the story of it, scarce believing, page after anguished page in a handwriting we did not recognize. We never knew, no one ever did know, save Babanchik himself, all that went after that. His letters no longer came regularly, and when they did come, were so incoherent with rage and despair that we gathered little information from them. We learned, however, that by some superhuman means he had obtained a stay in the execution of the sentence, had taken a leave of absence from his office in Tiflis, had called in all the money which he had loaned, borrowed what additional money he could, and had gone to Petrograd. At the end of 18 months there was a new trial, and we were left to guess of much that went between. It was not difficult to guess, in part. His way to that new trial had lain along the ways of personal influence, and the men who possessed that influence were the officials whom all his life he had hated, and who knew him only as one not to be depended upon. Could he have abandoned to their fate the 20 whom he did not even know, and worked for his children alone, his task would have been less difficult, but then he would not have been Babanchik. So for 18 months he worked, seeking audience in the studies of his enemies, humbling himself before their insolent eyes, accepting from them what taunts they chose to give, holding in calm control the hot temper which had hourly made less manageable by the strain under which he lived, pleading where he longed to curse, smiling where he would kill, and knowing, with the knowledge which made all these things possible, that a careless word on his part would take forever from 22 youngsters the one hope to which they clung. And so he accomplished the inconceivable. Somehow the new trial was held. Somehow the 22 sentences were made lighter, unbelievably lighter. For Manya was sent into a far province and given hard labor for life, and Kolya would be free in 10 years. But what those 18 months did to the loving big soul of Babanchik can best be told in the barely legible words of the letter which brought us the news. "It has finished at last, this country, It has strangled my children and torn my heart to shreds. I burn with shame at the thought of being its subject, and there is no wretchedness which I hold too great for it, no plague which I would not send upon it if I could. I long to take the first steamer away from it. But he had his lost fortune to recover before he could go. There were his debts, too, and the children needed money even in prison. He went back to his work with redoubled energy, but as he fought for the money which would bring him to America, he found himself fighting against a new enemy. The splendid body had not been able to withstand the ravages upon his mind. He remembered suddenly that he was nearly 70. He spoke little of this. Perhaps he would not believe it quite. But there was dejection in every word he wrote, and we began to wonder whether we should ever see our Babanchik again. Yet in the winter of 1913 he came to us, a tired and feeble old man. There was a burned-out look in his eyes, and his wrinkled pongee suit hung limp from stooping shoulders. The journey across Siberia had been hard, that across the Pacific still more trying. There had been an alarming wireless from the nurse who accompanied him. But he reached us, and as I remember the sound of his laugh on that first day 20 years ago, so shall I never forget the ineffable happiness in his face when he stood, a few days after his coming, and looked out over our sunlit valley. "Peace," he said, "and joy, and the end of Russia forever. God has been good." He built for himself a tiny bungalow in a corner of our garden, one that could be moved when Kolya should have come to him, and was soon deeply engrossed in the simple tasks in which erstwhile busy men sometimes find such keen delight. All day long he spaded and raked and planted, wrote letters home, and went on ever-lengthening walks. But evening brought him to our living room, where, beside the humming samovar, we swung the conversation round to his wild Caucasian tales. The stories he told were not new. We had heard them all many times before. Accounts of his own trips in pathless mountains, adventures of the danger-loving Georgians, legends of his own people, the Armenians. They had lost not a shade of their interest in the years which had gone since those other winter evenings, when the sea raged just beyond the pasture bars and made us crowd close to the fireplace and to him. Often, too, he talked of his children, but always it was of their life before Manya had waved her handkerchief from a window. Only of Russia itself he would not speak, nor would he read our Russian newspapers. "Let her be," he once said, "the vampire. I ask only to forget." And we thought that he did forget, for the months brought to him an ever-deepening contentment. His shoulders were squaring themselves into old accustomed lines. The illness which had menaced him gave no sign. Spring found him searching for a plot of land which would be his own, for Kolya had but 2 more years to serve. 3. And then, in the summer, came the war. We translated the news to Babanchik. He had never finished learning his English. A smile twisted his mouth. "Retribution," he said, and there was something very dreadful in his uplifted hand. "I pray that Germany will destroy all Russia." We turned upon him in indignation. Under our accusing eyes his arm came down and hung limp by his side. He swung on his heel and left us, muttering as he went, "Nothing but German shells will ever break down her prisons." There followed the weeks and months of tense living. The Russian papers were filled with opportunities for the new work. Names of old friends appeared in committee lists. As for us, we could but talk of it endlessly, and dream of it, wait for the morning paper, and talk again. We still saw Babanchik every day, but every day he mattered less. We could, and did, accept without comment his attitude toward the country which still held our affection, but somehow we had lost interest in his stories. The war went on. The enemy was halted before Paris. The Russians swarmed over Prussia and were promptly driven back far over their own boundary. Riga began to figure in the dispatches, and life seemed a solemn thing, so solemn that we had no time at all for noticing that something was very much amiss with Babanchik, until he said one evening, diffidently, "If you could ask your doctor to stop in Sunday." We stared at him curiously. Why did he have that ghastly look about him? He was perfectly well only the day before. Or was it last week? Or was it a month ago? When was it that we had really looked at him? What had checked so suddenly the straightening of his shoulders? We could not say. But we were vaguely ashamed. The doctor was terse and explicit. "There is nothing wrong chronically, save a general hardening of the arteries and a very high blood pressure. He must have had bad news recently, a sorrow of some sort." "Nothing new," I contradicted. "He has been perfectly happy until now." "The war, perhaps? Or Russian reverses?" "Oh," I answered lightly, "he cares nothing for the war, and Russian reverses would cause him no sorrow." The doctor left no medicine. "Keep him amused," he ordered, "and don't let him grow excited. That is the only remedy." Keep him amused. With no thought in our minds, no word on our tongues which did not deal with the war of which he never spoke, with which he had no concern. It was the youngest brother who broke through our quandary. "I think we have all been blind and stupid. Babanchik never asks for war news. But why does he always happen to be about when the paper comes in the morning? Why does he never change the subject as long as we talk of the battles? Haven't you seen the embarrassed look on his face when Germany claims victory? And why didn't he need the doctor until Warsaw was endangered?" Thus did we chance upon the truth. Though even then we were not certain, not until a letter, 6 months delayed, came to him from Kolya. Babanchik's hands shook when he laid it down. "The little rat! What do you think he has done? He has sent a petition to the Tsar himself, to beg to be released from prison that he may join the army. He promises to go to the most dangerous position, to do the hardest work, if the Tsar will only set him free and let him fight. The blessed little rat!" "Fight?" I asked, and looked Babanchik straight in the face. "Fight? For Russia?" The embarrassed look came into his eyes. But even then, he did not at once capitulate. "Oh, my dear," he replied, "youth forgets so easily." After that it was not difficult to keep him amused. But to keep him from growing excited was not a task for human minds. Already he was fighting with Kolya. At night he lay awake, gleefully devising 1,000 sly schemes whereby, single-handed, Kolya should take captive 100 Germans. The days he spent in filling his letters to the boy with a detailed description of these schemes. Each morning we were introduced to marvels of unheard-of strategy, and called upon to translate from the newspaper every word of the long and conflicting dispatches. He was forgetting to eat. He had no time for exercise. An alarming shortness of breath followed, and we sent for the doctor again. The latter's visit was short, his opinion no less so. "If he continues to live at this tension, he will not last until winter. Keep him quiet." And he left some pills. And then came another letter from Kolya. I stepped into Babanchik's room a few minutes after he had read it, and found him at his open window, staring out at the sky. He brushed his hands across his eyes before he turned and held out the letter to me. "Read it, my dear." The uneven, round handwriting was pathetically reminiscent of the letters which used to deal with ducks and puppies, and there was boyish heartbreak in every word of the curt, matter-of-fact sentences. Kolya's petition had not been granted. "And now, father," the letter ran on, "you will have to come back. We are the men of our family, and since the Tsar has decided that I must not help, the honor of that family rests with you. For if you fail, I also fail." I looked up over the page. What could he do, a sick old man in a country which was calling forth the finest of its young strength? He answered my unspoken question hastily. "There is much for me. The wounded are coming home. I could read to them in the hospitals and tell stories. You know how well I tell stories. And I can count cars. That is the logical work for one who has been so long with the road. Right in Tiflis I can count them. Supply trains go out from there, and release a younger man for the front. Will you get me a schedule of the sailings of Japanese steamers, my dear?" So came his decision. At dinner time he could not eat. Morning found him with a newspaper in his hand. Out of his meager knowledge of English, he was trying to decipher the flaming headlines. He waved away the suggestion of breakfast. Food interfered with his breathing, he said. But would we not bring in his trunks and suitcases? By afternoon he was shivering, and the tea I made for him failed to warm his hands. And once more we called the doctor. He fought with all the strength which was left him, our gentle Babanchik. Fought with tears of helpless fury coursing down his face, when we took him from the chaos of his packing and put him to bed. And a hard 3 months began for all of us. It was a cold and cheerless autumn of early rains. The doctor came every day, and every day I sat at the bedside, translating to him Babanchik's entreaties and commands. I had procured for him the schedule of Japanese steamers, and he had marked the dates of their sailing with red ink. "Tell him," he would say, his unsteady forefinger on the first of these, "that I must be fit for travel by this date. Tell him to give me more medicine. I shall take 2 pills every half-hour. Tell him I cannot wait." And again, 2 or 3 days later, his finger back on the page. "There is no use in trying to catch this boat now, but tell him that the next one goes 2 weeks later. Surely he can cure me in 2 weeks. Tell him that that's 14 days. The weeks crept by, and one after another, the Japanese steamers sailed without him. But in his mind, which was slowly losing its clearness, a new hope dawned each day. I began to dread the hours beside his bed. It was hard to listen to the plans for his work which, under the stress of mounting fever, often trailed off to incoherent muttering, and to watch the thin profile of his face, showing an ever-sharper line against the pillow. Hard to follow the doctor to his car and hear his passionless, hopeless words. Harder still to go back and face the crazily bright eyes of Babanchik and, in response to his questions, lie cheerfully and so extravagantly that it seemed that only a madman could believe. Yet he believed. For one morning I found him ruling a sheet of paper on a lapboard. He had fumed until the nurse had given him his pen. The vertical lines cut unsteadily across the page, and at the top of the columns he had written date, car number, destination, cargo. "You see, my dear," he explained eagerly, "there will be a great deal of purely mechanical work, such as this, to be done, and much of it I can do beforehand. For I shall be too busy in Tiflis, and I cannot expect an assistant at this time." On that day I did not go back to his room. The doctor's words had been fewer than usual, and there are times when one does not lie. But before bedtime, seeing his light burning, I tiptoed in. He stared dully. "You have been talking long. I fell asleep waiting. And I wanted you to tell your doctor that I am losing all patience. If he cannot make me well enough to go at once, I shall find some other way to go without his help. Keeping me in a warm room, the rain shut out, while my boys are lying in trenches, when I could be counting cars." His breath failed him, and he closed his eyes. Only when I looked back at him, with my hand on the doorknob, did he finish the sentence. "For Russia." When again I saw him, he was neither old, nor feeble, nor ill. By some untold magic, he had become the undauntable Babanchik of 20 years ago. Only his pongee suit had been very carefully pressed, and this, together with his unsmiling mouth, made him look strange. Strange and a little forbidding, as if the way for which he had been searching was one with which we could have no concern. And presently, one of the Japanese steamers was taking him back to Russia. End of story. Biographical and interpretive notes by Charles Swain Thomas. Christina Krysto lived the first 9 years of her life, from 1887 to 1896, in Russia. She then came with her father's family to America, settling on a ranch. Her vocation is ranch work. Her avocation is writing. Miss Krysto's The Mother of Stasia is published in the June 1918 Atlantic. An Armenian, a revolutionist, a voluntary exile, desiring in his old age nothing so much as the privilege of serving Russia, whose government, institutions, and rulers he had fought all his 70 years. Such is Babanchik. Russia had driven his 20-year-old daughter into an exile of hard labor, had imprisoned his son for the best 10 years of his life, and Babanchik died because his strength was too weak to carry him back to serve her. Shall you call it patriotism in a man who cursed his native land with a hymn of everlasting hate? Racial instinct in one whose Armenian birth made him an object of official suspicion? Here there could be no overpowering conviction that his country's civilization must be protected against the dreaded kultura. Yet the desire comes, not only his own, but the command of his imprisoned son, that he serve Russia. There are other beautiful things in Christina Krysto's story, not the least of which are the suggestive bits of description of the life in the Georgian village. Yet Babanchik, of the caressing name, product of that strange country whose people grow more incomprehensible as the Great War progresses, interesting as he is, directing the summer play in the Caucasian mountains, is 1,000 times more wonderful when swayed by the unnamed power that returns him, dead, to Russia. Suggested points for study and comment. 1. What are the characteristics in Babanchik that make him a favorite with the children? 2. Contrast the Babanchik who played with the children with the Babanchik who talked with the father. 3. What were Babanchik's most serious interests? 4. What circumstances of his birth hampered his influence with the Russian government? 5. How was his ambition to become a member of the City Duma crushed? 6. In spite of government intervention, what were some of the beneficial influences which Babanchik found that he could exert? 7. What was there in the government of Russia that was particularly distasteful to a man of Babanchik's nature? 8. What strong traits of Babanchik are brought out in that long, furious fight for his children in the Russian prison. 9. What effect did the war have upon Babanchik's view of Russia? 10. What hastened the old man's desire to return? 11. Comment upon the author's artistic close. End of Babanchik.
Section 15 of Atlantic Narratives, Modern Short Stories, Second Series, published 1918 by the Atlantic Monthly Press. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rosita by Ellen Mackubin. Recording by Scott Reynolds. www.scottreynoldsvoice.com. There are secrets which are never told, mysteries which are never revealed, and questions which are never answered, even nowadays when the press and the police so vigorously supplement the public and private interest in everybody's affairs. It is another evidence of the superior force of the natural human instincts to the mechanism of civilization, that in country villages or isolated garrisons, unpermeated by press or police, such phenomena are most rare. Yet even there they exist. Fort Lawrence is a 3-company post, possessing no neighbor except a few scattered ranches within a radius of several hundred miles. Thus thrown upon their own resources for amusement, the garrison's knowledge of one another's business is exhaustive, and events in these dull, peaceful days are picked as bare of detail as any bone acquired by some long-hungry dog. Yet at Lawrence occurred the following events, the interrelation of whose outward facts has never been fully understood. A couple of years ago, Lawrence had been occupied for many months by 3 companies from the cavalry, through the chances of army promotion, and recently brought it a commanding officer from another regiment. Major Pryor, a middle-aged man who sheltered shyness behind a rampart of sternness, became immediately unpopular by tightening the reins of government, which his predecessor had held somewhat slackly. But the garrison and its feminine belongings were inclined to forgive him when they perceived that he had fallen seriously in love with Rosita. Now nobody had ever considered Rosita seriously before, not even her father, old Lawless, the post-trader, in regard to whom the suspicion that he was a rascal had been condoned by the certainty that he was the jolliest of companies. Old Lawless maintained complete silence as to his past, and as Rosita's mother formed part of that doubtful darkness when he and his child and his stock in trade installed themselves at Lawrence, he had never been heard to refer to her. That she had belonged to some mixed breed, part Spanish, part Indian, was, however, written on each feature of her daughter's body and mind, if Rosita could be said to have a mind. Every woman, savage or civilized, will love some day to her own sorrow, her father had declared with a cynical laugh. But Rosita's future is tolerably safe. Chocolate bonbons are her ruling passion, and as she has the digestion of an ostrich, many years will elapse before she is likely to suffer for her devotion. She was exceedingly pretty, with the beauty of bright eyes, lithe figure, and a complexion so transparent that the most enthusiastic admirer of fairness would not have wished her less dusky. Since she was 15, she had held gay and undisputed sway among the younger officers, for Lawrence was so distant a post that feminine visitors were seldom seen there, and in those days the garrison families possessed only daughters in the nursery. The fame of her pretty looks and ways had become widespread among the frontier forts. Yet it was noticeable that her admirers, while ransacking the realms of nature in eulogy of this gazelle, this kitten, this lark, never called her an angel, or even ascended high enough in the spiritual scale to compare her to a fairy. Though there was nothing known of her which the sternest army matron could take umbrage, she was as ignorant of evil as any of the wild creatures with whose name she had been rebaptized, and Lawless kept a keen, though seemingly careless eye upon her amusements. With this girl Duncan Pryor did not flirt. Plain, prosaic, and 40, he loved her, while Rosita, instinctively discerning the difference between his behavior and that of her other admirers, appeared rather repelled than gratified. an attitude which became more obvious the more her father encouraged this serious suitor, and was presently explained, to the increasing interest of the spectators of the little drama, by the discovery that Rosita had developed another love than that for chocolates, and one which she concealed as slightly. Gerald Brenton, or Jerry as he was familiarly known, had, upon his first coming to Lawrence, devoted to Rosita's society every moment which he could spare from military duties that were not numerous. But in doing so, he only fulfilled the manifest destiny of all his compeers at the post. He was a big, fair young fellow, with jovial Irish blood in his veins, and a smile which was perhaps more eloquent than he knew. Certainly, when he returned from 2 months' leave, he announced his engagement to the most adorable of women, met and won during his absence, with a frank assurance of congratulation which bespoke a conscience void of reproach. Neither did Rosita reproach him. She preferred him to his brethren in a manner flattering to masculine vanity. And Jerry, having placed the colors of his fiancée in his helmet, did not hesitate to enjoy such amusement as was provided for him in a post that would have been dull without Rosita. She was comrade as charmingly as coquette. She rode hurled races and shot at targets and smoked cigarettes as keenly as Jerry himself, while she could sing a love song to her guitar or dance to her castanets with a grace and a fervor that no music-hall star of much regretted civilization could surpass. How soon Jerry guessed what it was that looked at him from under her long lashes, which was absent when she bestowed her fearless glances upon the other officers, is not made quite plain to his conscience yet. But he was promptly aware of Major Pryor's determination to prevent him from keeping engagements which brought him into the society of Rosita. No position of authority lends itself so readily to petty tyranny as that of a post commander, when the incumbent is thus disposed, and that Pryor was thus disposed toward Lieutenant Breton, not only the victim, but Rosita particularly, and the garrison generally, quickly perceived. The adjutant, indeed, though a submissive person, ventured an occasional remonstrance concerning orders manifestly over-exacting, but won nothing by his presumption. Was picnic or dinner arranged? At the last moment an orderly appeared, presenting the major's compliments and a special detail which required Lieutenant Breton's attention. When the much-talked-of fishing expedition involving several nights' camping was about to set forth, Jerry was appointed to the escort of some of the wagons just starting en route to the nearest river town for supplies, while reproofs, irritably delivered and flagrantly undeserved, were a daily occurrence. Rosita's wrath, the jocular condolences of his chums, and the no less evident though wordless sympathy of his superiors added fuel to the smoldering fire of Jerry's resentment. Upon a certain radiant June afternoon, this fire blazed. A full-dress parade had been commanded for the sole purpose, it was growled, of giving scope to the major's restless energies. Some trifling fault in the demeanor of Jerry's troop brought on him a scathing rebuke in the presence of his men, of his comrades, and of the ladies who had gathered to watch such a small display of military pomp as their position permitted. Temper conquered discipline. Instead of the silent salute which was his duty, Lieutenant Breton began an angry expostulation and was sternly ordered to his quarters under arrest for disrespect to the commanding officer. Lawrence reveled in its sensation across that evening's supper tables. Pryor was right, of course. Jerry had been guilty of grave misbehavior before the whole garrison. Yet love of justice is strong, even in the strictest enforcer of discipline, when the enforcer is Anglo-Saxon. If Jerry should refuse to apologize, or if Pryor should refuse to be thus appeased, the two captains resolved that private statements of the case should go to Washington before further complications should arise for the victim of a personal prejudice. Jerry, however, in the solitary confinement of his own sitting room, knew nothing of these plans, and faced a gloomy future through an infuriating present. Dear as his career was to him, he determined to sacrifice it rather than apologize to a man who, whatever his rank, was egregiously wrong. But even if his resignation were accepted under the circumstances of his breach of discipline, and he escaped court-martial, how could he justify to his home people the enmity of his commanding officer? Only a story regarding its cause, which he should feel himself a cad in the telling. And would his proud sweetheart accept the allegiance of the hero of such a story as unstained and unshaken? When his wrath had cooled and his solitude remained undisturbed, Jerry began to feel forsaken as well as ill-used. Tired of the perpetual turning which pacing his tiny quarters involved, he dropped disconsolately into a chair and covered his face with his hands. There was a rustle of petticoats, and, with dismayed assurance, he lifted his head. Yes, it was she, the pretty cause of his troubles, gazing at him with eyes that glowed through tears. "Rosita," he muttered, in a tone instinctively lowered, even in his surprise, for the sentry posted outside his door was probably within hearing. "How did you get in here?" "By that window," she answered, her white teeth gleaming as she nodded toward an open window that looked upon a rear veranda, a veranda which extended the length of Officers' Row, where the post-trader had rented an unused set of quarters. Suddenly she sank to her knees beside his chair, clasping both hands over one of his. "He's a wicked man," she cried passionately. "I hate him." Jerry rose hurriedly, lifting her as he did so. "Speak lower. You should not have come," he said. "Why shouldn't I come?" Rosita faltered, tears on her long lashes, her lips quivering like a child's. "You are alone and in trouble." "Beastly trouble. It is awfully kind of you. By Jove!" he exclaimed, his outraged sense of propriety yielding place to yet more wounded sense of his friend's desertion in this time of need. "You are the only one of the lot who cares what happens to any fellow after he's down." "It isn't any fellow. I care for you, Jerry," she murmured wistfully. "But he cannot hurt you, really. Just for tonight?" "Tonight," he repeated, while discretion fled the field, routed by the rush of a vision of the probable consequences of his wrongs, which swept over his soul. "He intends to destroy my whole career, and he will do it too, for I shall never apologize to him." Sympathy is none the less sweet when it shines in brilliant eyes, and he was not much more than a boy aghast in the presence of his first trouble. He grew eloquent while describing the gloomy future which Pryor's tyranny stretched before him. "The long and short of it is that I am ruined through his confounded jealousy." He broke off his peroration abruptly, coloring hotly. "You shall not be ruined. It is for my sake he hates you. But I will save you," she panted. "Nonsense!" he exclaimed, half touched, half anxious. "You cannot get rid of Pryor, and as I cannot remain under his command without apology, I must resign, which will mean ruin for me," he ended with almost a groan of despondency. She caught his hand and pressed it to her breast, to her lips. "Wait, trust me," she cried, running to the open window. "He shall do you no more harm." Jerry, his pulses thrilling to those trembling kisses, followed her. "Rosita, sweetest, truest," he gasped. "You must not interfere. This matter concerns only Pryor and me. I forbid you." She turned when she had crossed the low edge and flashed a smile back to him, a smile which both bewildered and repelled him. "You shall forbid me anything except to serve you," she said, and vanished among the shadows of the veranda. For an instant he meditated pursuit, but gave it up as he remembered the complications which would ensue should he be seen in an apparent attempt to evade his arrest. Rosita was a dear little ignoramus, embarrassingly fond of him, he told himself, grasping at his usual common sense, which was perplexed by vague alarm. Yet surely she could intend nothing more than to make a petty scene as special pleader for his cause with Pryor, a pleader who, unless that officer had utterly lost dignity, would produce no other effect than to embitter the jealousy which was the foundation of this persecution. Fort Lawrence goes to bed early. By 11 o'clock sleep apparently possesses the garrison, with the exception of the widely scattered sentinels who cried the hour. But the clear calls had scarcely died upon the vast surrounding stillness of the prairie night when they were succeeded by the sharp, unmistakable report of a pistol shot. Jerry Brenton, lounging half awake beside the veranda window of his sitting room, was roused to full consciousness with a pang of foreboding. The report came from a path which skirted the rampart immediately beneath the veranda, at a point where the bluff beyond descended so abruptly into the Yellowstone River hundreds of feet below that the sentry rarely patrolled it, ingress or egress being impossible to anyone in a sane mood. Jerry sprang down the veranda steps, assuring himself that there might be a dozen comparatively harmless reasons for the shot, and that his terror was merely nightmare. Yet when he beheld the body of a man prostrate, face forward, across the path, he knew him, with a knowledge that anticipated sight. Shrinkingly he bent over him, uttered a half-strangled cry, which was dismayed, not surprised, and picked up a pistol, a tiny silver-mounted toy, horribly incongruous beside that ghastly, motionless figure, a dainty, deadly thing that Jerry had given months before to the best markswoman in the Northwest. There was a swift rush of footsteps from various directions. The sentry to whose beat this stretch of rampart belonged, Another sentry from his station before the door of Jerry's quarters, and 3 or 4 partially clad officers roused out of their slumbers. Jerry stood upright, a slight, erect figure whose silhouette was distinct against the blue moonlit sky. He swung his arms above his head and flung the pistol far over the edge of the bluff. The next instant he was surrounded by a crowd. A tumult of exclamation and question arose as Pryor's inanimate body was recognized and carefully examined for some sign of life. In the midst of the tumult he leaned against the rampart, neither speaking nor apparently hearing, until Blount, the captain of his troop, laid an admonitory hand on his shoulder. "You were here first. Don't stare like an idiot. Tell us what you saw. Is he dead? We cannot be sure until the surgeon comes. Did you see anyone?" Jerry shuddered visibly. "I saw nobody. The major had been queer lately. Poor chap. Perhaps he shot himself," Blount suggested eagerly. "Was not that a pistol you threw away?" another officer asked sharply. Jerry lifted his eyes. Those familiar faces were pale and stern. "You saw," he faltered. "Speak, lad," Blount entreated. "I cannot talk. I must have time to think. The truth doesn't need thinking. It requires plain telling." There ensued a silence, through which creaked the hurried approach of the surgeon's boots. Jerry's fair head drooped. He caught uncertainly at Blount's arm. "I have nothing to say," he muttered faintly. Blount, who, as senior captain, succeeded to Pryor's command in case of that officer's death or incapacity, turned from his young subordinate. "Sergeant Jackson," he said in a voice that was not quite steady, "take Lieutenant Breton to his quarters. You will be responsible for him until further instructions." Then he knelt beside Pryor, over whom the surgeon was bending. "Is there life in him?" he asked. There was life in him, life that lingered after they had carried him to his bed and his wound had been dressed. A mere spark of life, which might flicker out at any moment. Although the major being a healthy man in the prime of his years, it might yet blaze up again into strength. Such was the surgeon's unchanging report during the next 2 days to the post, where horror of the tragedy in its midst had silenced gossip, and where even conjecture held its breath. There is thus much resemblance between a small garrison and a family, that the befalling of a calamity to one of their number softens all judgments. Quarrels, criticisms, envyings are the corrupted fruit of a too brilliant sunshine. Pryor had been unpopular, but only kindness was spoken of him now that it seemed probable that he lay dying. If there was a manifest desire, especially among the ladies, to foster a suspicion that his evident wretchedness had led him to attempt suicide, the desire merely expressed their hope that Jerry Breton's innocence might be proved, in spite of the young fellow's stunned passiveness and his strange flinging away of the pistol. Proof either of guilt or of innocence depended vitally on Pryor's recovery, as no inquiry had elicited any of the facts which preceded the catastrophe of that night. Shortly after 10 o'clock the commanding officer had passed the sentry for a solitary stroll along the rampart, which was a daily habit with him. Nobody else had been seen, and nothing unusual had been heard until the pistol shot. Depression, black as the shadow of death which hung over them, possessed the little post, which was wont to be so cheery. No one was surprised to hear that Rosita had been added to the number of the surgeon's patients, nor did anyone doubt the cause of the nervous collapse from which he declared her to be suffering, and which forced him to veto Mrs. Blount's offer of a visit to her. Lawless, he said, had miraculously developed into the most perfect of nurses, and Rosita, with the tendency to delirium that belongs to volatile and undisciplined temperaments, was better off under his undisturbed attendance. Closely confined to his quarters, Jerry Breton knew nothing of her illness, and each hour of her silence, after he believed that she must be aware of his position, buried deeper his hope that she would confess when she discovered that he had assumed the suspicion of her mad crime. With bitterness he reflected that the devotion of so fantastic a creature was no more to be trusted than her moral principles, and bound though he felt himself to shelter her, he yearned for the happiness and honor she alone could restore to him. Whether Pryor lived or died, his own career must end in a darkness whose varying degrees seemed to Jerry scarcely worth remark. This story of treacherous vengeance would be told to his own people and to the woman he loved. Oh God, how his soul adored her purity, her pride, the girlish exaltation for which he had used to profess a tender ridicule. Had he been cruelly unjust to her, and to those others who were dear to him? Yet would he have not been unutterably base had he crawled to safety across the condemnation of Rosita, whose crime had resulted from misguided love for him? Like most of his compeers, Jerry had a character which was one of action rather than of thought. In the sleepless thought of those 48 hours, his boyishness slipped from him forever, and he attained the full stature of his manhood. God help us, as most of humanity does so attain in the forcing house of suffering. Twilight had come the second time, when Captain Blount knocked on the door of Jerry's quarters. "I think the lieutenant is asleep, and it's the first rest he has had, sir." Jackson hesitated. "I've news for him that he will like better than sleeping. His arrest is over," Blount cried, entering. Jerry lay back, unawakened, in the only armchair the unluxurious room possessed. Blount stared down at the haggard young face, with a blending of affection and resentment which made a very complete perplexity. Not until he touched the sleeper's shoulder did the heavy lids lift slowly. "I have nothing to say," Jerry murmured half-consciously. "I am sure of it, you donkey. Pryor, however, has said something, and the whole crowd of us must beg your pardon, though you have yourself to blame that we suspected you." "Pryor has spoken? What does he say?" "The surgeon will not let him talk, but he insisted on hearing who was accused, and he acquitted you at once. Now I want you to tell me what confounded quixotism kept you silent at such cost, if, as seems probable from his despondency, he attempted his own life." Jerry frowned and looked away into the gathering shadows. "Despondent, is he, poor chap?" he asked presently. "Even less thankful to be alive than you seem to be free again." Jerry sat upright, his pale face flushing, his eyes shining. "I? Not thankful?" he cried, in a voice shaken to the verge of an utter breakdown. "I have been in hell these 2 days, and you have brought me out, but, go away, Blount, or I shall make a fool of myself." Lieutenant Brenton was breakfasting late the next morning, when Pryor's orderly appeared with an immediate summons to the commanding officer's presence. War, armed capipe sprang into existence in Jerry's heart at this summons. He had proved Pryor capable of tyranny without reason, and could not hope, when the spirit of such a man had been as cruelly wounded as his body, that he would incline to mercy. But in the blessedness of his own safety, he forgave Rosita her silence, and while aware of the perplexities that would beset him, he vowed that no admission of her guilt should be extorted from him. There was, however, neither wrath nor challenge in the hollow eyes which confronted him when he stood beside Pryor's bed, and a gaunt hand feebly moved across the counterpane toward him. "You are a fine fellow, Brenton," the major murmured. "I beg your pardon." Jerry dumbly clasped the quivering fingers. "They have told me that you flung a pistol over the bluffs," Pryor continued slowly. "Of course I know whose pistol it was, but I wish you to understand that the shooting was my fault, like the whole affair. I provoked her with words I had no right to speak. I denied her the mere justice she demanded. Except for your courage, I should have brought disgrace upon her, as I have brought death." "Death? Rosita?" "She died last night." Jerry dropped into a chair. "Death! Rosita! A creature so instinct with the life of this world that it was impossible to conceive her in the life of which death is the portal. Did she—" he shuddered. "No, she never rallied from the shock of that night. Her father has been here to ask me to forgive the dead. My God, I shall not forgive myself," Pryor cried, with an anguish none the less intense for the faintness of the voice which uttered it. Jerry had covered his face, and the others stared enviously at the tears that slipped through his fingers. "Time's up!" the surgeon exclaimed from outside the closed door. The eyes of the two men met wistfully. "I have deserved no favor from you," Pryor muttered. "Neither is it for my sake that I entreat you to continue silent. There will be no further inquiry into the matter, as the surgeon tells me that I shall recover. So the garrison must be satisfied only with conjecture as to my temporary madness and your magnanimity." "It is you who are magnanimous." "I loved her. I persecuted her. The death she desired for me was mercy compared to the life which is all the atonement I can make to her memory." With which exceeding bitter-sweet whisper Pryor turned himself to the wall. Out on the parade, the radiant freshness of the prairie morning thrilled Jerry's young veins with an ecstasy of living, and a sharp pang of compassion stabbed his heart. Misguided, bewitching, ah yes, and loving, Rosita lay dead in the midst of the summer gladness that seemed akin to her. He pulled his cap over his eyes, and, ignoring some cordial greetings, walked hurriedly to the post-trader's quarters. Presently Lawless came to him in the little drawing-room, which was unfamiliarly dark and still. "God bless you," he said, laying a hand on Jerry's shoulders. "Those words do not mean much to me. I've wished they did since last night, but you will understand from them that I am grateful. Hush, I have nothing to forgive you, nor had she. Will you come to see her? She never knew that you were shielding her, or she would have confessed, and she wished you to see her, if she looked pretty." Pretty indeed. Poor flower of a people, Christianized just enough to suffer for the savage instincts they do not learn to control. She lay with a crucifix between the hands which seemed so childish and were so guilty. "Remember her like this," Lawless continued. "Remember, too, that she loved you, not as the women of our race love, when nature is subdued by civilization and ruled by religion, but with the limitless love of a squaw for her chief, knowing neither right nor wrong in her devotion to him. For under her daintiness and her sweetness, Rosita was a squaw." Across her grave 3 men kept silence. There is another regiment at Lawrence now, and when the cavalry remember what they beheld of this story, they glance at their quiet major with wonder for his fleeting madness. Only the surgeon and 1 or 2 ladies murmur to their own thoughts, "Rosita?" End of story. Bibliographic and Interpretive Notes by Charles Swain Thomas. Ellen Mackubin was, several years ago, a frequent contributor to The Atlantic. Nearly all her stories are tinged with the military spirit with which she was thoroughly familiar. The cause of the deed is never revealed to the garrison. Its consequences can only be surmised. Indeed, the true standing of the affair as tragedy is only guessed. The instigator of the quarrel between Major Pryor and Jerry Breton, the perpetrator and the victim of the tragedy, unite in the person of one Christianized just enough to suffer for the savage instincts she had never learned to control. We see her just once, Rosita, the beautiful, the impulsive, the passionate. The next time she is dead. It is the feeling of repressed power that makes Ellen Mackubin's story grip the attention. In a few short pages, 3, possibly 4, characters are made to live, and a tragedy wrecks 2 lives. Suggested points for study and comment. 1. Discuss which of the common elements of story, setting, plot, character, theme, or style, is here most prominent. 2. Discuss the way in which the separate characters are introduced and the complication arranged. 3. How can Jerry's treatment of the commanding officer on the day of the dress parade be condoned? 4. How does the reader feel regarding Rosita's vague declaration that she will rid Jerry of Pryor's unfairness? 5. On the night of the shooting, what motive prompted Jerry to fling the pistol far over the edge of the bluff? 6. Describe the effects which the tragedy produced upon the garrison. 7. What were Jerry's feelings during the days immediately succeeding the tragedy? 8. How does the reader decide the question as to who is the really guilty person? End of Rosita.
Section 16 of Atlantic Narratives, Modern Short Stories, 2nd Series, published 1918 by the Atlantic Monthly Press. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Perjured by Edith Ronald Mirrielees. Recording by Katrina Huang. A lie well stuck to. It began with no more than a word, such as a man might speak and forget he had spoken. At the time of speaking, Robbins Nelson was standing with a group of other youths, lads in their late teens and early 20s, on the Sutro station platform. All their eyes were on the approaching train, and all their tongues were busy with a single topic. Robbins was the youngest member of the group, barely turned 16. Usually he hung somewhat unregarded on its edge, but today, bold in the possession of first-hand knowledge, he thrust himself into the heart of the talk. I looked right down on him, close as I am to you. I was walking along over that cut where the train comes through. Gee, his head looked three-cornered. I yelled, but the engineer didn't know what I meant. Anyhow, they wouldn't have stopped. Nothing but a hobo. No good if they did. An older speaker took up the words. He was done for. Didn't speak but once after they got him off. Don't hit me, he says. I suppose when they run into the tunnel and whatever it was jammed into him. He didn't get hurt in any tunnel, Robbins asserted. The color flared into his face with the intensity of his conviction. The horrid memory of the man set him to blinking. He couldn't get hurt if he was lying down, could he? And if he was standing up, it'd knock him off, wouldn't it? It wasn't any tunnel. He broke off, aware suddenly of the smiling ridicule in the faces round him. Groton, brother-in-law to the coroner who had held the inquest, laughed good-temperedly. Go it, William J. Burns, Jr. I suppose some fancy murderer crawled up on top between stations. Or he got jolted down out of an airship. It'd take something like that. Groton was popular with the group. Their ready laughter rewarded the attack. And the younger boy's crimson misery was an invitation to further teasing. You hadn't ought to be stingy with bright ideas like that, Nels. He sent you an anonymous letter, didn't he? Or maybe you saw a man in a black mask, beating him up. No, I didn't, said Robbins loudly. He cast about desperately in his mind for a means of escape. I didn't see anybody beating him up, but I saw Jim Whiting coming down off the end of the car. A hush followed his statement, a tribute to the weight of it. Groton, his lips parted for a fresh jibe, drew in his breath sharply as though in the shock of a cold douche. Then, You saw Jim Whiting? He reiterated. Jim Whiting was brakeman on the local freight, a figure familiar enough to all of them. Getting deaf, aren't you? Robbins retorted. He turned his back upon his tormentors and walked away across the platform. He was not much impressed with the importance of his lie. Chiefly, he was elated that there had come to him a lie suitable to turn the tables. Halfway home, his elation lasted, to be crowded out only by the recurring memory of the injured tramp. The boy had never before seen violent death. The picture of the man, as he sped past, bloody and misshapen, on the swaying car top. The later picture of him, borne up the street on the improvised stretcher, came back upon him hideously. That for such destruction, for such wanton suffering, there should be no punishable agent, seemed intolerable. And the idea once presented, who so likely as Whiting? He heard the beating of footsteps behind him, and Groton, breathing quickly, swung into pace at his side. I've been trying to catch up with you, he explained unnecessarily. Say, when Jim come out on the platform, I spoke to him. I says, one of the fellows says he saw you up on top that day the tramp got hurt. And you'd ought to seen him. I guess he knew. What'd he say? Robbins interrupted. All he says was, you tell that fellow he's a liar. But if you'd seen the look on him. Don't you tell him I said it, the younger boy cautioned. I don't want him down on me. A belated stir of conscience set him to hedging. Anyhow, I didn't say I saw him up on the car. All I saw was when he was just there, on those iron steps on the side. I don't know if he was going up or down." They stood at the Nicholson gate for a little, talking. It was full dark when Robbins went up the shrub-lined path to the porch. In the lighted dining room, his mother and the younger children were already at supper. "Late, Robbins," Mrs. Nicholson admonished as he slid into his place. Then, catching sight of his face, "Tired out? If it's that accident that's worrying you, it's not," the boy denied. He felt his cheeks grow hot with a sudden flush of annoyance. "I don't see what I'd worry about that for. Only, Charlie Grattan told Mr. Whiting I saw him on the car that day, and it made Whiting mad. I was wishing he hadn't." "You didn't say anything more than that he could have helped it, or anything like that." "Well then." She put the discussion aside with a gesture. "Merle Williams telephoned to see if you'd come over there tonight. You might as well. There's no use brooding." "I'm not," Robbins flung back angrily. His spirits lightened somewhat in the process of dressing for his outing. They lightened still more when, on his way to the place of entertainment, he came up with 3 or 4 of his mates, similarly bound, and went on with them, easily the hero of the little group. Sutro, though a county seat, was a place of few excitements. The finding of the injured tramp, his death, the inquest, which had been held that day, were topics of surpassing interest, and Robbins, by virtue of his momentary contact, found his importance measurably enhanced. Before the evening was over, he had told his story a half-dozen times, each time with less repulsion, with a keener sense of its dramatic value. "I was walking along the cut, you know, there where the train goes under you, and I saw him and yelled at the engineer to stop. I thought he was dead already. He looked like it. I don't know what I yelled for, only I thought he'd roll over. No, I didn't say I saw Whiting up on top." He adhered scrupulously to the form of his first telling. "I saw him on those steps on the side. I'd called to him, too, if I'd seen him in time. But I didn't." "I bet he'd have understood," suggested one of the listeners. There was something cynical, something appalling, in the fashion in which their untempered youth seized upon the idea of guilt as the concomitant of injury. Robbins, tramping home a half-hour after midnight, felt all round him the concurrence of his mates, a warm supporting wave. He was committed beyond retreat now to his theory. Almost he was self-deceived. Virtualizing the scene, he could scarcely have said whether actually he saw Whiting's big body flattened against the side of the car, or whether he himself had superimposed the idea. He slept late next morning, and, emerging, discovered his mother, red-eyed, moving restlessly between kitchen and dining room. She called to him as he came out, but it was not until he was seated before his oven-dried breakfast that, with a long breath, as though she braced herself, "Mrs. Cartwright was here this morning," she observed. The words were indifferent, but the tone was so full of significance that instinctively the boy stopped eating to listen. "She'd been sitting up last night with Mrs. Morgan, Robbins. That boy, that poor boy, wasn't a tramp at all. He was Charlie Morgan, trying to beat his way back home." "How did they know?" Robbins asked. "Something about the body. There was some mark. It's dreadful for his mother, and it's worse because she thinks, Mrs. Cartwright says a good many people think, it wasn't an accident at all. The wound don't look like it. And then, you're seeing Mr. Whiting." "What'd you tell her that for?" Robbins muttered. He pushed back his chair. His hunger vanished, as if from feasting. "I didn't. She told me. She says that man who has a truck garden, Emerson, isn't it, is saying he saw Mr. Whiting on the car roof and recognized him. But, of course, a man like that. Her tone disposed effectually of the second witness. She got to her feet and began to gather up the dishes from the table. Mrs. Cartwright says Mr. Cartwright's looking into the thing. In his position, he'd have to. I told her you'd go up to his office. She was passing behind Robin's chair as she spoke. To his amazement, she stooped and laid her cheek for an instant against his shoulder. Don't you let him worry you, Robbie. You just stick to your story, she counseled. I'm not going near him, Robbins declared defiantly. More than the hush of appreciation at his first statement, more than the news of Whiting's anger, his mother's unexpected caress impressed upon him the seriousness of his position. When he left the house, breakfast ended. He was fixed in his determination neither to get within reach of Cartwright, who was county attorney, nor to repeat his story. But once upon the street, he found to his consternation that the story no longer needed his repetition. It traveled on every tongue, growing as it went. Nor was there lacking other evidence to support it. The examining physician shook his head over the shape and nature of the fatal wound. The helpers who had carried the man were swift to recollect his dying words. From somewhere there sprang the rumor of a long-standing feud between Whiting and Charlie Morgan. Then it was no more a rumor but an established fact. Time, place, and enhancing circumstances all known and repeated. Enough to hang anybody, Grattan summed up the evidence, following with his coterie the trend of gossip. Only thing is, it's funny the sort of people that do all the hearing and seeing. He put his arm round Robin's shoulders. There's Nels here and Doc Simpson. They're all right, but look at the rest of 'em. If they said it was a nice day, I'd know it was raining. Take that Emerson fellow. Well, if Nels saw him on the side, I don't see why Emerson couldn't see him up on top. He must have been there, a listener protested. And Robbins, his throat constricted, drew out of hearing. For the most part, however, he found a lively satisfaction in the increase of rumor. In such a mass of testimony, he reasoned, his own bit of spurious evidence was wholly unimportant. When that day, and a second, and still a third had passed, with no demand upon him, his oppression vanished. Even the news of Whiting's arrest did not greatly disturb him. There was now and then a minute of sick discomfort, once when the truck gardener attempted to hobnob with him on the strength of their common information. Once and more acutely, when an overheard conversation warned him that the accused man was depending on an alibi. But for the most part, he put the danger of discovery resolutely out of his mind. Even should the alibi be forthcoming and his own story go thereby to the ground, they can't be sure about it. He comforted himself. They can't know I didn't. Even in his thought, he left the phrase unfinished. It was the fourth day after Whiting's arrest that, going toward home in the early evening, he heard his name spoken from behind, and, turning, saw the county attorney. His first, barely inhibited impulse was towards flight, but it was already too late for that. The elder man's greeting detained him, as by a hand upon his arm. He halted reluctantly, and they went on side by side. The county attorney was a man in his early 60s, a tall, stooping figure, gray-haired, with an habitual courtesy of manner which, more than irascibility, intimidated his younger neighbors. It was a part of his courtesy now to begin far off from the subject at hand, in an effort, foredoomed to failure, to put his auditor at ease. I often watch you tall boys going past, and remind myself that I am getting old. I can remember most of you in your carriages. Indeed, with you, your father and I were law students together, and now you're in high school, your mother tells me. And with hardly a shift of tone, she tells me too, or rather my wife does, that you were unfortunate enough to see Mr. Whiting on the day of poor Morgan's death. I am sorry. I didn't see him do anything, Robbins protested. His tongue was suddenly thick and furry, and the words came with difficulty. Nothing I could swear to. He was just there. He was staring straight ahead. He could not see how shrewd were the kindly eyes which measured him. Timid. The lawyer was labeling his witness. Sensitive. Over-scrupulous. He'd scruple his testimony out of existence. Aloud he spoke with grave reassurance. Your merely seeing Mr. Whiting can do him no harm. Indeed, you may not be needed at all. The preliminary examination have been waived. He paused for a moment before the Nelson gate, his thin-featured old face remote and serious. In any case, remember this, my boy. Nothing is ever required of you on the witness stand except to tell your story exactly as you have told it off the stand. In the end, the truth will come out and no innocent man be harmed. He congratulated himself as he went on up the street that he had reassured the lad, put before him his irresponsibility in its true light. Had he looked back, he might have seen the reassured witness staring at him in a kind of horror of amazement. To Robbins it was as if, astoundingly, an outsider had voiced the thought of his own heart. That truth must prevail, that false witnesses would be brought to confusion. It was a belief ingrained into the fibre of his being. He was sick with a premonition of disgrace. Only they can't know. He tried to hearten himself. I can stick to it, I did. He stood still a moment, the line of his sensitive chin grown suddenly hard. And I've got to stick to it, he warned himself. I've got to stick it out as long as I live. It did not need the county attorney's advice to keep him away from the courtroom during the opening days of the trial. With all the youthful masculinity of Sutro crowding the courthouse steps, Robin sat at home in the hot, darkened parlor, reading from books pulled down at random, seeing always, no matter what he read, a room set thick with eyes scornful, eyes reproachful, eyes speculative. When at last the ordeal came, it was so much less dreadful than his anticipation of it, that he was conscious of an immediate relief. There was, indeed, a minute of blind confusion as he made his way toward the stand. Voices singing in his ears, a blue mist before his eyes. Then, somehow, he was sworn and seated, and all around him were the friendly faces of neighbors. He could see the judge nod encouragement to him over his desk. He could see the bracing kindness of the county attorney's glance. Whiting he could not see. The bowed shoulders of a reporter intervening. He was scarcely nervous after the first moments. His story flowed from him without effort, almost without volition. I was walking along the track. I'd been fishing. It seemed to him that he had said the words 1,000,000 times. There were interruptions now and then, objections, questions from a round-faced, deep-voiced youngster, who, Robbins divined presently, was Whiting's lawyer. But all of it, the narrative, the pauses, the replies, came with the regular, effortless movement of well-oiled machinery. He could have laughed at the puerile effort of the defense to break down his story. Was he sure that he knew James Whiting? Was there a resident of Sutro who did not know him? Could he swear, taking thought that he was under oath, could he swear that the man on the side of the car was James Whiting and not some other man resembling him? If, on a moving train, another man resembling James Whiting, of about James Whiting's size— "He knows he can't touch me," Robbins was thinking triumphantly. "He knows it." The question of truth or falsehood was quite removed from him now. He came down from the stand, finely elated, and in the afternoon went back, of his own accord, to the courtroom. Emerson, the truck gardener, was under examination, and faring badly. One by one, the damaging facts of his past came out against him. An arrest for theft, a jail sentence for vagrancy, a quarrel with the prisoner, proved threats. The victim emerged limp from the ordeal, and slunk away from the room, wholly discredited. Serves him right, though. Robbins quenched his momentary pity. I knew all the time he was lying. He started suddenly, so violently, that the listener seated next to him turned in irritation. And it had flashed through his mind, and he knew I was. His eyes sought the prisoner, the man who also knew, where he sat hunched, heavily forward, in his chair, his arms upon the table. For an instant, pity, like some racking physical pain, shot through Robbins. To be caught in such a web, to be caught through no fault of his own. It was the first time the purely personal side had broken its way past his own selfish concern. It stifled him, and, forcing his eyes from the man's brooding face, he got up and stumbled out of the room. But he could not stay out. An indefinite dread dragging him back presently. An indefinite dread held him bound to his place during the examination of the witnesses who followed, during the days of argument and the judge's inconclusive charge. He lay awake on the night following the jury's retirement, picturing over and over in his own mind the scene of their return. Just what degree of astonishment his face should show in listening to their verdict, with just what proud reticence and conscious wrong he should make his way out from the crowd. He had never said that Whiting was guilty. He reminded himself of that. All he had ever said was that on one certain day in one certain place. He rolled over on his face and, hands across his eyes, tried vainly to sleep. Half of Sutro was loafing about the courthouse lawn next morning, pushing its way into the corridors at every rumor, drifting back to the freer outer air. When at last the rumor proved a true one, Robbins found himself far in the back of the room, the wall behind him, on three sides a packed, jostling crowd. There was a blur of unintentional noise in the place, heavy breathing, the creaking of a door. Through the noise pierced at intervals the accustomed voice of the judge, and set between the intervals the mumble of the foreman's reply. Agreed, all of you? Do you find the prisoner guilty or not guilty? The mumble dropped lower still. A stir swept over the front of the room, a wave of voiceless interest passing from front to back. What? Robbins stammered, straining higher on tip-top. Guilty, manslaughter, said the man beside him. He brought his hand down heavily on the boy's shoulder. Suits you all right, everybody knew. The gavel sounded, and he broke off, bending forward to listen. But Robbins did not listen. It was as though the foundations of his world crumbled round him. That truth should fail, that innocent man should suffer, he fumbled at the sleeve of the man on the other side. I didn't hear. They said, "Shish," the man warned him, and then, behind his sheltering hand, "Guilty." The judge's voice dropped, and the speaker began moving with others toward the door. Robbins moved too, as one dazed, uncertain what he did. Someone stopped him in the outer passage. He was conscious of congratulatory sentences. He heard his own voice speaking words which, seemingly, were not without meaning. And all the while his mind waited, awed, for the impending catastrophe. Mercifully, the house was empty when he reached home. He tiptoed into his own room, and there, the door closed behind him, stood for a moment, listening. Then, with an exclamation, he dropped to his knees beside the bed and buried his face against it. For an hour he knelt there, bodily quiet, his mind beating, circling, thrusting desperately against its surrounding cage of falsehood. At first it was all fear, how the exposure would come, how best he might sustain himself against it. Then, imperceptibly, a deeper terror crept into his thinking. Suppose it should not come, suppose. But that was unthinkable. For a lie to blast a man's whole life, for a lie to brand him. Stealthily, as if his very stirring might incense the devil god of such a world, he slid down, sitting beside the bed, his distended, horror-fascinated eyes hard on the wall. In these minutes, his young faith in God and justice fought to the death with the injustice before him. Fought and won. He'll be sentenced Friday, he found himself thinking, drawing on some half-heard scrap of conversation. That's 4 days. There's time enough. He dragged himself up and lay down at full length. Something hot smarted upon his face. He put up his hand to find his cheeks wet with tears. They flowed quietly for a long time, soothingly. He fell asleep at last, his lashes still heavy with them. He was very early at the courthouse Friday morning. Cartwright, coming in at 9 to his office, crossed the corridor to speak to him, cheerily. "Well, we got our man, Robbins. You made a good witness. I meant to tell you so before. No confusing you. Look here, my boy, you're not fretting over this. If it hadn't been you, it would have been someone else. There's no covering a crime like this." "Not ever?" said Robbins thickly. His secret was at his tongue's end. A glance of interrogation would have brought it spilling out. But there was no interrogation in his companion's eyes, only an abstracted kindness. He looked away from the lad toward the stragglers along the corridor. "You came up to hear the sentence? Come in through my office and we'll find you a seat. The place will be packed." "There's nothing new?" Robbins asked, unwillingly. "No new evidence?" "Why, no. The case will be closed in another half an hour. And then I hope it will be a long time before you have anything to do with a criminal charge again. Now, if you want to come in." Robbins followed, silent. It did not trouble him to find himself placed conspicuously in the front row. His whole attention was set upon holding fast to the one strand of hope extended to him. In half an hour it would be over. In half an hour the hideous thing would be folded into the past. But it would not. The case against Whiting would be ended. The arraignment of God would be but just begun. To go on living in a world so guardianed. The judge entered and took his place. The lawyers on either side filed into their stations about the long table. The prisoner was brought in the custody of a deputy sheriff. There was a little bustle. of curiosity to herald his coming. Then the packed room settled to attention. Robbins leaned forward in his seat. He heard vaguely the opening interchanges of speech. He saw the prisoner rise. The man was clay-colored. His teeth scraped back and forth continually on his dry lower lip. There was no resource in him, no help. And suddenly the watcher knew that help was nowhere. The voice of the judge reached him, low-pitched and solemn, as befitted the occasion. Having been found guilty, decree that you be confined. No, said Robbins suddenly, almost in a scream. All at once the thing was clear to him. It was not Whiting who was being sentenced. It was God who was on trial. It was truth, good faith, the right to hope. The impulse of his cry had wrenched him from his chair. He stood, flung forward, against the rail. You can't! I never saw him. They were tormenting me, and I said I did. He wasn't there. Behind him, the courtroom rang with excitement. He was aware of startled exclamations. He was aware of Cartwright, tragic-eyed, beside him, half sheltering him, calling to him. Robbins, what's wrong? He's not speaking under oath. He's been brooding. It's so, said the boy. For a moment he held himself erect among them, high-headed, joyous, splendid with the exultation of the martyr. Then, suddenly, his eyes met the eyes of the prisoner. He dropped back into his seat, his shaking hands before his face. It had lasted a second, less than a second, that frank, involuntary revelation, but in that second, his guard beaten down by sheer amazement, the prisoner's guilty stood plain in his face. In that second, reading the craven record of it, Robbins saw the glory of martyrdom snatched from him forever, knew himself, now and now only, irrevocably perjured. End of story. Biographical and interpretive notes by Charles Swain Thompson. Edith Ronald Mirrielees is a member of the English department of Leland Stanford Junior University. It was a useless lie. Robbins knew that, as soon as he had spoken it. But it stopped the boy's teasing. Once spoken, events followed in too rapid successions for him to do more than qualify his statement. The bald accusation remained. Repetition had done more than confirm the story in sutro. It had benumbed Robbins' own sense of exactness. His reputation for truth constantly confronted him. Sometimes it made it easier for him, but increasingly often he saw the difficulty of reconciling the lie with himself. On the other hand, time and self-torture strengthened the conviction that truth must prevail, and that no innocent man could suffer by the law. And so it proved. Robbins, the boy who had tried to save himself from momentary discomfiture, who had deliberately placed a man in direct accusation for murder, found himself, not a self-righteous person who, by a last act of grace, redeems the innocent and places himself on the martyr's pedestal. Instead, he found himself a perjured youth, no better than the truck gardener Emerson, in whom truth itself lost credence. That a malignant fate had placed the name of the guilty man in the boy's mouth comes with no shock. The author has so carefully prepared our minds for that very verdict that we are merely surprised that we could have forgotten the bits of telling evidence. The interest begins and ends with a boy of 16 who in weakness was forsworn. Suggested points for study and comment. 1. Comment on the appropriateness of the direct opening. Is such a method more appropriate to one type of story than another? 2. Describe the steps by which the author prepares for, without explaining, his climax. 3. How does the author focus attention, not on the murderer and criminal, but on the individual problem of Robins? Would you have preferred a more detailed explanation of the cause of the crime? 4. Why is Emerson introduced? 5. Is the enormity of the injury he is doing ever clear to Robins? 6. What other stories are included but left untold in this one? 7. What, to you, is the most significant thing in the author's handling of the narrative? Why would such a story not lend itself to scenic production? End of Perjured.
Section 17 of Atlantic Narratives Modern Short Stories, second series, published 1918 by the Atlantic Monthly Press. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. What Mr. Gray Said by Margaret Prescott Montague. Read by Zachary Brewstergeis, Greenbelt, Maryland. He was the smallest blind child at Lomax, the state school for deaf and blind children. Even Jimmy Little, who looked like a small gray mouse, and who had always been regarded by the teachers as not much bigger than a minute, appeared large beside Stanislaus. He was so small, in fact, that Mr. Lincoln, the superintendent, had declined at first to admit him. "We don't take children under 6, he had said to Stanislaus's father when the latter had brought him to Lomax, "and your little boy doesn't look 5 yet." "He'll be 5 the 22nd of March, the father said. "I'll be 5 the 22nd of March, Stanislaus echoed. He was sitting holding his cap politely between his knees, swinging his fat legs with a gay serenity, while his blind eyes stared away into the dark. He had not been paying much attention to the conversation, being occupied with the working out of a little silent bit of rhythm by an elaborate system of leg swings, twice out with the right foot, twice with the left, then twice together. He had found that swinging his legs helped to pass the time when grown-ups were talking. The mention of his birthday, however, brought him at once to the surface. That was because Mr. Gray had told him of a wonderful thing which would happen the day he was 5. Thereafter his legs swung to the accompaniment of a happy, unheard chant. "I'll be 5 years old," right leg out. "I'll be 5 years old," left leg out. "I'll be 5 years old on my birthday," both legs in ecstatic conjunction. Stanislaus's father, a sad-eyed man who, though he spoke with no accent, was evidently of emigrant extraction, looked troubled. "My wife's dead," he said, "and I'm working in the coal mines, and you know that ain't no place for a little blind child. Everyone told me sure you'd take him here." Mr. Lincoln hesitated. "Well," he said at length, "I'll send for Miss Lyman. She's the matron for the blind boys, and if she consents to take him, I'll make no objection." Miss Lyman appeared presently, and Mr. Lincoln explained the situation. "But he is such a little chap," he concluded, "it seems hardly possible for us to take him." Here, however, Stanislaus gave over his leg swinging and took it upon himself to remonstrate. "I ain't little," he said firmly. Slipping off his chair, he drew himself up very straight and began patting himself all over. "Feel me," he urged. "Dest feel me. I'm really big. Feel my arms." He held these chubby members out to Miss Lyman. "And my legs." He patted them. "Why, they're awful big." His serious little mouth rounded itself to amazement at the bigness of his legs. It was beyond human nature, or at least beyond Miss Lyman's nature, to resist the appeal of his eager voice and patting baby hands. Obediently she ran an inquiring touch over his soft body, which was still plump babyhood, not having as yet thinned to boyhood. "Why," she said, turning gravely to Mr. Lincoln, "he does look rather small, but when you feel him, you find he is really quite big." "Does he feel big enough for us to take?" Mr. Lincoln demanded. "Oh, I think so," she answered quickly, one arm slipping about the little boy's shoulders. "And I'll be 5 at 22nd of March," Stanislaus threw in, to overbalance the argument in his favor. He snuggled himself confidingly against Miss Lyman, and fell to playing with the many jingling attachments of her chatelaine. "I heard these tinkly things when you was comin' way away outside, 'fore you opened the door," he murmured softly. "His mother's dead," the man explained. "Little sister's dead too," Stanislaus supplanted him. "She token an awful bad cold so she couldn't beave. I take awful bad colds, but I don't die, do I?" he demanded. "Yes," said the man. "My baby's dead too. I had a woman looking after both kids, but she let the baby get the pneumonia." "I think I like you better than that other lady," Stanislaus confided to Miss Lyman. "Of course we can take him," Miss Lyman said hastily to Mr. Lincoln. And thus it was that Stanislaus came to Lomax. As has been said, he was the youngest child at school. This in itself was sufficient to set him apart from the 30 or so other blind boys. But there were other things that served to distinguish him as well. His thoughts, for instance, were so different, so unexpected and whimsical, so entirely off the beaten track. Witness Mr. Gray, for instance. At his best, Mr. Gray was a delightful person, but as he was of a retiring disposition, he never flowered into being, save in a sympathetic atmosphere. Miss Julia, for example, never met Mr. Gray. She was one of the older teachers whose boast it was that she never stood for any foolishness. In her not doing so, however, she was apt to walk with a heavy foot over other folks' most cherished feelings. For which reason, sensitive people were inclined in her presence to retreat within themselves, sailing, as it were, with their lights blanketed. This was the reason, no doubt, why she and Mr. Gray never met. Indeed, Mr. Gray was of such an extremely shy nature that he had to be observed with the greatest delicacy. Looked at too closely, he was apt to go out like a blown candle. He lived, apparently, in an empty closet in the blind boy's clothes room. It is probable that he had taken up his abode there for the sake of being near Stanislaus, for as the latter was too small to be in school all the morning, he spent the rest of his time with Miss Lyman in the clothes room, where she sat and sewed on buttons, mended rips, and put on patches in a desperate endeavor to keep her army of blind boys mended up. When the other children were about, as they usually were on Saturdays, Mr. Gray kept discreetly to himself, and his presence in the closet would not have been suspected. On the long school mornings, however, when Miss Lyman sat quietly sewing, with Stanislaus playing about, no one could be more unbending than Mr. Gray. Stanislaus would go over to the closet and open it a crack, and then he and Mr. Gray would fall into pleasant conversation. Miss Lyman, of course, could hear only Stanislaus's side of it, but he constantly repeated his friend's remarks for her benefit. From hints which Stanislaus let fall, Miss Lyman gathered that there had once been a real Mr. Gray in the past, from which beginning the interesting personality of the closet had developed. Mr. Gray's comments upon things and people as repeated by Stanislaus showed a unique turn of mind. He seemed to have a poor opinion of mankind in general, coupled with an excellent one of himself in particular. For, retiring as he was before strangers, in the presence of friends, he blossomed into an incorrigible braggart. If anyone failed to do anything, Mr. Gray could always have done it, and never hesitated to say so. There was, for instance, the time when Mr. Beverley, one of the supervisors, was thrown from his horse and rather severely bruised. When informed of the incident by Stanislaus, who always gave his friend the news of the day, Mr. Gray was very scornful. "Gray says," Stanislaus, over by the half-open closet door, turned to announce to Miss Lyman, and he never had no horse to throw him yet, and he's with all kinds of horses. Horses with 4 legs, and horses with 5 legs, Stanislaus had been learning to count lately, and horses with 6 legs. Again, when Miss Lyman sighed over a particularly disreputable pair of Edward Stone's trousers, remarking that she really did not think she could patch those, she was met by the assertion, "Gwey says he could patch 'em. He says he ain't afraid to patch nobody's pants. He could patch Eddie Stone's, and he could patch Jimmy Nichols, and Sam Black's, and... This last all in a hurry, and as a supreme evidence of proficiency in the art of patching. He just believes he could patch Mr. Lincoln's pants. But this was more than Miss Lyman could stand. No, he couldn't either, for Mrs. Lincoln wouldn't let him, she declared, stung to retort by such unbridled claims on the part of Mr. Grey. It is sad to relate also that Mr. Grey was a skeptic as well as a braggart, and had had, apparently, a doubtful past. This was revealed the morning after the Sunday on which Stanislaus had first encountered the flood, the ark, and Noah. After giving Mr. Grey on Monday morning a graphic account of the affair, "And Noah, him went into the ark, and token all the animals with him, and then all the wicked people was drowned." Stanislaus appeared to listen a moment, after which he turned to Miss Lyman. "Gwey says," he reported, "and he doesn't believe all the wicked people was drowned, 'cause he was a living then, and he was a very wicked man, and he didn't go into the ark, and he wasn't drowned." Miss Lyman might have forgiven Mr. Grey's skepticism, but he showed a tendency to incite Stanislaus to a recklessness which could not be overlooked. None of the children were allowed to leave the school grounds without permission, but time and again Stanislaus slipped out of the gate and was caught marching straight down the middle of the road leading to the village. This was a particularly alarming proceeding, because at this point in the road automobiles were apt to put on their last crazy burst of speed before having to slow down to the sober 10 miles an hour of the village limits. Indeed, one day he was returned to the school by a white and irate automobilist. "What do you suppose this little scoundrel did?" the man stormed. "Why, he ran out from the side of the road and barked at my car." "I was just pretending I was a little puppy dog," Stanislaus murmured softly. "Pretending you were a puppy dog!" roared the man. "Well, if I hadn't ditched my machine... A puppy dog indeed!" Stanislaus was turned over to Miss Lyman for very severe chastisement. He shed bitter tears, and in the midst of them his instigator's name came out. "Gwey said he always barked at automobiles. Just barked and barked at 'em, just whenever he got wetty," he sobbed. "If you ever do such a dreadful thing again, I shall give you the very worst whipping you ever had," Miss Lyman scolded. "Little blind boys have got to learn to be careful where they walk." To which Stanislaus made the astonishing reply, "Gwey says he just walked anywhere he got wetty when he was little, for he got his eyes open." That was the first hint that Miss Lyman got of it. Afterwards she and Miss Cynthia, Stanislaus's teacher, caught constant glimpses of a curious idea that dodged in and out of the little boy's flow of talk. A queer, elusive, will-o'-the-wisp idea caught one minute, gone the next, yet informing all the child's dream and happy castles of the future. At first they compared notes on the subject. "What do you suppose Stanny has got into his head?" Miss Lyman demanded of Miss Cynthia. "When I told him that Kent Woodward had a little sister, he said, 'Has she got her eyes open yet?'" "Yes," agreed Miss Cynthia, "and when I happened to say that Jimmy Nichol was the biggest blind boy in school, he said he must be awful stupid not to have got his eyes open yet." But afterwards they both by common consent avoided the subject. This was because each dreaded that the other might confirm a fear that was shaping itself in their minds. It is probable that these two loved Stanislaus better than anyone else loved him in all the world. Certainly, if his father cared more for him, he did not take the trouble to show it, having seemingly washed his hands of the little fellow after turning him over to the school. It was partly his delightful trick of individualizing people in general, and his friends in particular, that had so endeared him to these two. "I allus know when it's you," he confided to Miss Lyman as he played with her chatelaine, "'cause I hear these tinkly things comin' way and away 'fore you gets here." While to Miss Cynthia he said, "I allus knows you by that sweet smell." And often he surprised them by such remarks as, "You don't like rainy days, do you, Miss Lyman? I heard you tell Miss Cynthia that rainy days depressed you." He got the big word out after a struggle. "I think," he added, "that rainy days depress me too." This last remark was simply an extra flourish of politeness on his part. Nothing ever really depressed him, and when he said, "Miss Cynthia says she likes to laugh, I think I like to laugh too," he came much nearer the truth. He did like to laugh, and he loved life and all it had to offer him. Each morning was a wonderful gift to him, and his days went by like a chain of golden beads strung together on a thread of delight. It was because of his delight in life, and because they loved him, and could not bear that fate should prick any of his rainbow bubbles, that both Miss Lyman and Miss Cynthia avoided the subject after they had once discovered what tragic little hope his mind was fostering. Miss Julia, however, was different. Her sensibilities did not lead her into bypaths of pathos. Therefore, when she chanced upon Stanislaus's little secret, she joyfully proclaimed it. "Well, if that little Stanislaus isn't the funniest child I ever did see," she began one evening in the teacher's hall. "Why, if you'll believe me, he thinks that children are like kittens and puppies, and are all born blind, and after a while they get their eyes open just like cats and dogs. He thinks he is big enough now to have his eyes open most any day. Well, I didn't tell him any better, but I thought I should die laughing." Here Miss Lyman and Miss Cynthia rose with one accord and left the teacher's hall. Upstairs in Miss Lyman's room they faced each other. "You knew?" Miss Cynthia half questioned, half asserted. "How can I help knowing?" Miss Lyman cried passionately. "He's always telling me what he's going to do when I'm big and can see. It isn't a foolish idea. It's a perfectly natural one. Someone has told him about puppies and kittens, and of course he thought children were the same way. It isn't foolish, it's—" "You've got to tell him the truth," Miss Cynthia interposed. "I won't," Miss Lyman declared. "All his dreams and hopes are centered on that idea. If you don't tell him, the other boys will find it out soon and laugh at him, and that will be worse." "Well, why have I got to tell him? Why don't you?" "He loves you best," Miss Cynthia evaded. "I don't believe anyone will have to tell him." Miss Lyman took her up hopefully. "I believe it will just drop out of his mind as he gets older. He'll just cease to believe it without any shock, without ever really knowing when he found out it wasn't so." But she reckoned without Mr. Gray. He, it appeared, had fixed a date for the great event. "Gray says," Stanislaus announced, "that he got his eyes open the day he was 5, and he des bets I'll get mine open then too." Thereafter all his dreams and plays were inspired by the magic words, "When I'm 5 and can see." The sentence served as a mental springboard to jump his imagination off into a world of wonder where he could see, "Des as good as big folks," or "Des as good as Gray." Every day his 5th birthday drew nearer, and Miss Cynthia's eyes said, "You've got to tell," and every day Miss Lyman avoided them. At last it was the day before his birthday. He waked with the words, "Tomorrow is my birthday," on his tongue, and scrambled out of bed, a little night-shirted figure of ecstasy. His dressing that morning, the putting on of his shoes, the scrubbing of his fingers, the rather uncertain brushing of his hair, all went off to the happy refrain of, "Tomorrow is my birthday, my birthday, my birthday." Some deep wisdom kept him from letting the other boys suspect what Mr. Gray had foretold for his birthday. But when he came to Miss Lyman that she might look him over before he went to school, he pulled her down close to whisper, "I'm going to look at you the very first one of all." And to seal the matter, he deposited a kiss in the palm of her hand and shut her fingers upon it. "Keep that till I come back," he commanded, and went jauntily off to school, where in all probability he made the same engaging promise to Miss Cynthia and sealed it with the same token. But if he did, one may be certain he hid the token safe away in her hand. He was always shy about kisses, not being quite sure but that they might be visible. You could certainly feel the things, so why mightn't they be seen as well, sticking right out on one's cheek for seeing people to stare at? For this reason, he refused them on his own account, "'cause they might show," and those that he gave were always bestowed in the palm of the hand, where the fingers could be closed hastily upon them. Miss Lyman sat in the clothes-room that morning and sewed and waited. Her needle blurred, and her thread knotted, and the patches seemed more difficult than ever, and all because she had told herself that presently she must take a little boy up in her lap and shatter his dearest hope with truth. She had made up her mind that, when he came home from school that morning, she would have to tell him. Therefore she sat and sewed, her whole being tense for the sound of his footsteps. She knew just how he would come, with a sudden scamper up the steps outside. He always ran as soon as his fingers were sure of the rail, because much of his time he was an engine. "And that's the way twains come up steps." Then he would whisk around the corner, fumble an instant for the door handle, and burst in upon her. But after all, none of these sounds came. Instead, there was suddenly the trampling of grown-up feet, the rush of skirts, and Miss Cynthia threw the door open. "Oh, come quick," she panted. "Stanley is hurt. He ran away. Oh, I told him to come straight to you, but he ran away down the road in a motor." Together they sped down the long corridors to the hospital. They had brought Stanley there and laid him on one of the very clean little beds. Such a tiny crushed morsel of humanity in the center of the big bare room. But his hand moved, and he found Miss Lyman's chatelaine as she bent over him. "I knowed you was comin' by the tinkly things," he whispered. Then, "I was just playin' it was my birthday and I could see. Gway said to. Is you goin' to punish me this time?" he quavered. "No, lovey, no. Not this time," she faltered, for she had caught the look on the doctor's face. "Gway said he always just barked and barked at automobiles. Let me hold the tinkly things so's I will know you is there." And by he murmured, "It'll be my birthday soon. Real soon now, won't it?" "Very, very soon now," she answered, and clinched her hand tight to keep her voice steady. "Why," he said, his restless fingers chancing upon her clinched ones, "why, you has still got my kiss all tight in you hand. I'd think it would be all melted by now." A little startled moan cut him short. "I hurts," he cried. "Oh, I hurts." "Yes," she answered breathlessly. "Yes, my darling, it will hurt a little." Is it 'cause my eyes is opening?" he gasped. "Yes, lovey, that's the reason." Her hand held his tight. "But it won't hurt long." "Gway never said it would hurt like this," he sobbed. The doctor stooped down and made a tiny prick in the baby arm, and after a little Stanislaus lay still. "He may be conscious again before the end," the doctor said, "but I hardly think it is likely." He was not. He tossed a little and murmured broken snatches of words, but he was too busy going along this new exciting path to turn back to the old ways, even to speak to his friends. Miss Lyman sat beside him all through the bright afternoon, through the tender dusk, and through the dark. Late in the night he stirred and cried out with a little happy breath, "My birthday! It's come!" And by the time it was morning, he had gone. Miss Lyman closed the eyes that had opened so wide upon another world, drew up all the curtains, that the room might be flooded with the dancing light of his birthday morning, said a little prayer, committing him to his angel, and stole softly away. End of story. Biographical and interpretive notes by Charles Swain Thomas. Margaret Prescott Montague, living among the West Virginia mountains, has written many successful stories of the hill people whom she knows so well. To make of the little blind child of the coal miner a compellingly human little soul, yet to touch him with a warmth and beauty of imagination so exquisite that it pains the heart, to do all this so deftly, so tenderly that one draws a quick breath of wonder, these are only bare suggestions of the power that created Margaret Prescott Montague's What Mr. Gray Said. Suggested points for study and comment. 1. Contrast the richness of sense perceptions of Stanislaus with his poverty of all things else. 2. Analyze the elements that make up the charm of Stanislaus. Aside from the pathetic, what is the strongest interest? 3. How does Miss Julia help to prolong the suspense? 4. Would the story have been as powerful if it were entirely tragic? 5. Would the story have gained if Stanislaus were presented in direct contrast to the other blind children? Why would a longer story have been weaker? Does the dialect contribute to the charm of the story? What is the real function of dialect? 7. Does the ending seem a makeshift to avoid a difficulty? How has the author succeeded in making the ending not only possible, but probable? End of What Mr. Gray Said.
Section 18 of Atlantic Narratives, Modern Short Stories, Second Series, published 1918 by the Atlantic Monthly Press. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Soldier of the Legion by E. Morlae. Recording by Marianne Spiegel. It was almost daylight, and things were visible at 2 to 3 meters. The bombardment had died down, and the quiet was hardly disturbed by occasional shots. Our captain marched ahead of the second section, swinging a cane and contentedly puffing on his pipe. Nearly everybody was smoking. As we marched along, we noticed that new trenches had been dug during the night from 60 to 100 meters in rear of the position we had held, and were filled by the 29th Chaucer Regiment, which replaced us. Very cunningly these trenches were arranged. They were deep and narrow, fully 7 feet deep and barely a yard wide. At every favourable point, on every little rise in the ground, a salient had been constructed, projecting out from the main trench 10 to 15 meters, protected by heavy logs, corrugated steel sheets, and 2 or 3 feet of dirt. Each of these salients bristled with machine guns. Any attack upon this position would be bound to fail, owing to the intense volume of fire that could be brought to bear upon the flanks of the enemy. To make assurance doubly sure, the Engineer Corps had dug rows of cup-shaped bowls, 2 feet in diameter, 2 feet deep, leaving but a narrow wedge of dirt between each two, and in the centre of each bowl was placed a 6-pointed, twisted steel porcupine. This instrument, however it is placed, always presents a sharp point right at you. 5 rows of these man-traps I counted, separated by a thin wall of dirt not strong enough to maintain the weight of a man, so that anyone who attempted to rush past would be thrown against the porcupine and be spitted like a pigeon. As an additional precaution, a mass of barbed wire lay in rolls, ready to be placed in front of this ouvrage, to make it safe against any surprise. We marched along, talking and chatting, discussing this and that, without a care in the world. Everyone hoped we were going to the rear to recuperate and enjoy a good square meal and a good night's rest. Seeger wanted a good wash, he said. Footnote: Alan Seeger, the poet, who was later killed in battle. End of footnote. He was rather dirty, and so was I. My puttees dangled in pieces round my calves. It seems I had torn them going through the German wire the day before. I told Heffel to keep his eyes open for a good pair on some dead man. He said he would. The company marched round the hill we descended so swiftly yesterday, and, describing a semicircle, entered again the Schützengraben Spandau, and marched back in the direction which we had come from. The trench, however, presented a different appearance. The bad places had been repaired, the loose dirt had been shovelled out, and the dead had disappeared. On the east side of the trench an extremely high parapet had been built. This parapet was complete, even to loopholes, rather funny-looking loopholes, I thought, and when I looked closer I saw that they were framed in by boots. I reached my hand into several of them as we walked along, and touched the limbs of dead men. The engineers, it seems, in need of material, had placed the dead Germans on top of the ground, feet flush with the inside of the ditch, leaving from 6 to 7 inches between two bodies, and laying another body crosswise on top of the two, spanning the gap between them. Then they had shovelled the dirt on top of them, thus killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The discovery caused a riot of excitement among the men. Curses intermingled with laughter came from ahead of us. Everybody was tickled by the ingenuity of our genie. They are marvellous, we thought. Dowd's face showed consternation, yet he could not help smiling. Little King was pale around the mouth, yet his lips were twisted in a grin. It was horribly amusing. Every 200 metres we passed groups of the 170th, on duty in the trench. The front line, they told us, was 1,200 metres farther east, and this trench formed the second line for their regiment. We entered the third line trench of the Germans, from which they ran yesterday to surrender, and continued marching in the same direction, always east. Here we had a chance to investigate the erstwhile German habitations. Exactly 40 paces apart, doorways opened into the dirt bank, and from each of them 14 steps descended at about 45 degrees into a cellar-like room. The stairs were built of wood, and the sides of the stairways and the chambers below were lined with 1-inch pine boards. These domiciles must have been quite comfortable and safe, but now they were choked with bodies. As we continued our leisurely way, we met some of our trench cleaners, and they recited their experiences with gusto. The Germans, they told us, pointing down into the charnel houses, refused to come and give up, and even fired at them when summoned to surrender. Then what did you do? I asked. Very simple, answered one. We stood on the top of the ground right above the door, and hurled grenade after grenade through the doorway until all the noise gradually ceased down below. Then we went to the next hole and did the same thing. It wasn't at all dangerous, he added, and it was very effective. We moved but slowly along the trench, and every once in a while there was a halt while some of the men investigated promising prospects, where the holes packed with dead Germans held out some promise of loot. Owing to the order of the march, the first company was the last one in line, and my section at the very end. The head of the column was the 4th company, then the 3rd, then the 2nd, and then we. By the time my section came to any hole, holding out hopes of souvenirs, there was nothing left for us. Yet I did find a German officer with a new pair of puttees, and, hastily unwinding them, I discarded my own and put on the new ones. As I bound them on I noticed the name on the tag, Hindenburg. I suppose that name stands for quality with the Boches. We left the trench and swung into another communication trench, going to the left, still in an easterly direction, straight on toward the Butte de Souain. That point, we knew, was still in the hands of the Germans, and very quickly they welcomed us. Shells came shrieking down, 105 mm, 150, 210, and 250. It's very easy to tell when you're close to them, even if you can't see a thing. When a big shell passes high, it sounds like a white-hot piece of iron suddenly doused in cold water. But when it gets close, the swish suddenly rises in a high crescendo, a shriek punctuated by a horrible roar. The uniformity of movement as the men ducked was beautiful, and they all did it. One moment there was a line of grey helmets bobbing up and down the trenches as the line plodded on, and the next instant one could see only a line of black canvas close to the ground, as every man ducked and shifted his shoulder sack over his neck. My sack had been blown to pieces when I was buried, and I felt uncomfortably handicapped, with only my musette for protection against steel splinters. About a mile from where we entered this boyah, we came to a temporary halt, then went on once more. The fourth company had come to a halt, and we squeezed past them as we marched along. Every man of them had his shovel out and had commenced digging a niche for himself. We passed the fourth company, then the third, then the second, and finally the first, second, and third sections of our own company. Just beyond, we ourselves came to a halt, and, lining up one man to the meter, started to organize the trench for defensive purposes. From the other side of a slight ridge, east of us and about 600 meters away, came the sound of machine guns. Between us and the ridge the Germans were executing a very lively feu de barrage, a screen of fire prohibiting any idea of sending reinforcements over to the front line. Attached for rations to my section were the major of the battalion, a captain, and 3 sergeants of the état major. 2 of the sergeants were at the trench telephone, and I could hear them report the news to the officers. The Germans, they reported, are penned in on 3 sides and are prevented from retreating by our artillery. Twice they had attempted to pierce our line between them and the Butte de Souain, and twice they were driven back. Good news for us. At 10 a.m. we sent 3 men from each section to the rear for the soup. At about 11 they reappeared with steaming marmites of soup, stew, coffee, and buckets of wine. The food was very good, and disappeared to the last morsel. After eating, the captains granted me permission to walk along the ditch back to the fourth company. The trench being too crowded for comfort, I walked alongside to the second company and searched for my friend, Sergeant Felt. Finally I found him laying in a shell hole, side by side with his adjutant and Sergeant Morin. All 3 were dead, torn to pieces by one shell shortly after we had passed them in the morning. At the third company they reported that Second Lieutenant Sweeney had been shot through the chest by a lost ball that morning. Hard luck for Sweeney. The poor devil had just been nominated sous-lieutenant at the request of the French embassy in Washington, and when he was attached as supernumerary to the third company, we all had hopes that he would have a chance to prove his merit. In the fourth company also the losses were severe. The part of the trench occupied by the 3 companies was directly enfiladed by the German batteries on the Butte de Souain, and every little while a shell would fall square into the ditch and take toll from the occupants. Our company was fully 1,000 meters nearer to these batteries, but the trenches we occupied presented a 3/4 face to the fire, and consequently were ever so much harder to hit. Even then, when I got back, I found 4 men hors de combat in the 4th section. In my section 2 niches were demolished, without anyone being hit. Time dragged slowly until 4 in the afternoon, when we had soup again. Many of the men built little fires, and with the Erbsenwurst they had found on dead Germans, prepared a very palatable soup by way of extra rations. At 4 o'clock sentries were posted, and everybody fell asleep. A steady rain was falling, and to keep dry we hooked one edge of our tent sheet on the ground above the niche and put dirt on top of it to hold. Then we pushed cartridges through the buttonholes of the tent, pinning them to the side of the trench and forming a good cover for the occupant of the hole. Thus we rested until the new day broke, bringing a clear sky and sunshine. This day, the 27th, the 3rd of the battle, passed without mishap to my section. We spent our time eating and sleeping, mildly distracted by an intermittent bombardment. Another night spent in the same cramped quarters. We were getting weary of inactivity, and it was rather hard work to keep the men in the ditch. They sneaked off singly and in pairs, always heading back to the German dugouts, all bent on turning things upside down in the hope of finding something of value to carry as a keepsake. Haefel came back once with 3 automatic pistols, but no cartridges. From another trip he returned with an officer's helmet, and the 3rd time he brought triumphantly back a string 3 feet long of dried sausages. Haefel always did have a healthy appetite, and it transpired that on the way back he had eaten a dozen sausages, more or less. The dried meat had made him thirsty, and he had drunk half a canteen of water on top of it. The result was, he swelled up like a poisoned pup, and for a time he was surely a sick man. Zinn found 2 shiny German bayonets, a long thin one and one short and heavy, and swore he would pack them for a year if he had to. Zinn hailed from Battle Creek, and wanted to use them as brush knives on camping trips in the Michigan woods. but alas, in the sequel they got too heavy and were dropped along the road. One man found a German pipe with a 3-foot soft rubber stem, which he intended sending his brother as a souvenir. Man and pipe are buried on the slopes of the Butte de Souain. He died that same evening. At the usual time, 4 p.m., we had soup, and just after that came the order to get ready. Looking over the trench, we watched the 4th Company form in the open back of the ditch and, marching past us in an oblique direction, disappear round a spur of wooded hill. The 3rd Company followed at 400 metres distance, then the 2nd, and as they passed out of sight around the hill, we jumped out and, forming in line sections at 30-metre intervals, each company 400 metres in the rear of the one ahead, we followed, armée à la bretelle. We were quite unobserved by the enemy, and marched the length of the hill for 3/4 of a kilometre, keeping just below the crest. Above us sailed 4 big French battle planes and some small aerial scouts on the lookout for enemy aircraft. For a while it seemed as if we should not be discovered, and the command was given to lie down. From where we lay we could observe clearly the ensuing scrap in the air, and it was worth watching. Several German planes had approached close to our lines, but were discovered by the swift-flying scouts. Immediately the little fellows returned with the news to the big planes, and we watched the monster biplanes mount to the combat. In a wide circle they swung, climbing higher and higher, and then headed in a bee-line straight toward the German Tauben. As they approached within range of each other, we saw little clouds appear close to the German planes, some in front, some over them, and others behind, and then, after an interval, the report of the 32mm guns mounted on our battle planes floated down to us. Immediately followed like an echo by the crack of the bursting shell. Long before the Germans could get within effective range of their machine guns, they were peppered by our planes and ignominiously forced to beat a retreat. One albatross seemed to be hit. He staggered from one side to the other, then dipped forward and, standing straight on his nose, dropped like a stone out of sight behind the forest crowning the hill. Again we moved on, and shortly arrived at the southern spur of the hill. Here the company made a quarter turn to the left, and in the same formation began the ascent of the hill. The 2nd Company was just disappearing into the scrubby pine forest on top. We entered also, continued on to the top, and halted just below the crest. The captain called the officers and sergeants, and, following him, we crawled on our stomachs up to the highest point and looked over. Never shall I forget the panorama that spread before us. The 4 thin ranks of the 2nd Company seemed to stagger drunkenly through a sea of green fire and smoke. One moment gaps showed in the lines, only to be closed again as the rear files spurted. Undoubtedly they ran at top speed, but to us watchers they seemed to crawl, and at times almost to stop. Mixed in with the dark green of the grass covering the valley were rows of lighter colour, telling of the men who had fell in that mad sprint. The continuous bombardment sounded like a giant drum beating an incredibly swift rataplan. Along the whole length of our hill this curtain of shells was dropping, levelling the forest and seemingly beating off the very face of the hill itself, clean down to the bottom of the valley. Owing to the proximity of our troops to the enemy's batteries, we received hardly any support from our own big guns, and the role of the combatants was entirely reversed. The Germans had their innings then, and full well they worked. As the company descended into the valley the pace became slower, and at the beginning of the opposite slope they halted and faced back. Owing to the height of the Butte de Souain, they were safe, and they considered that it was their turn to act as spectators. As our captain rose, we followed and took our places in the front of our sections. Again I impressed upon the minds of my men the importance of following in a straight line and as close behind one another as possible. Armée à la main, came the order, and slowly we moved to the crest and then immediately broke into our dog-trot. Instantly we were enveloped in flames and smoke. Hell kissed us welcome. Closely I watched the captain for the sign to increase our speed. I could have run a mile in record time, but he plugged steadily along, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, at a tempo of 180 steps per minute, 3 to the second, the regulation tempo. Inwardly I cursed his insistence upon having things réglementaire. As I looked at the middle of his back, longing for him to hurry, I caught sight on my right of a shell exploding directly in the centre of the third section. Out of the tail of my eye I saw the upper part of Corporal Corradi's body rise slowly into the air. The legs had disappeared, and with arms outstretched the trunk sank down on the corpse of Varma, the Hindu, who had marched behind him. Instinctively I almost stopped in my tracks. Corradi was a friend of mine, but at the instant Corporal Metayer, running behind me, bumped into my back and shoved me again into life and action. We were out of the woods then, and running down the bare slope of the hill. A puff of smoke, red hot, smote me in the face, and at the same moment intense pain shot up my jaw. I did not think I was hit seriously, since I was able to run all right. Some one in the second section intoned the regimental march, Allons Garonne. Others took it up, and there, in that scene of death and hell, this song, portraying the lusts and vices of the Légion étrangère, became a very paean of enthusiasm and courage. Glancing to the right, I saw that we were getting too close to the second section, so I gave the signal for a left oblique. We bore away from them until once again at our 30 paces distance. All at once my feet tangled up in something, and I almost fell. It was long grass. Just then it seemed to grow upon my mind that we were down in the valley and out of range of the enemy. Then I glanced ahead, and not over 100 meters away I saw the second company lying in the grass and watching us coming. As we neared, they shouted little pleasantries at us and congratulated us upon our speed. Why this unseemly haste? One wants to know. You go to the devil, answers Hefel. Merci, mon ami, retorts the first. I have just come through his back kitchen. Counting my section, I missed Dubois, Saint Hilaire, and Schulai. Colette, Joe told me, was left on the hill. The company had lost 2 sergeants, 1 corporal, and 13 men coming down that short stretch. We mustered but 45 men, all told. One, Sergeant Terracine, had commanded my section, the American section, for 4 months, but was transferred to the 4th. From where we rested we could see him slowly descending the hill, bareheaded, and with his right hand clasping his left shoulder. He had been severely wounded in the head, and his left arm was nearly torn off at the shoulder. Poor devil! He was a good comrade and a good soldier. Just before the war broke out he had finished his 3rd enlistment in the Legion, and was in line for discharge and pension when he died. Looking up the awful slope we had just descended, we could see the bodies of our comrades, torn and mangled, and again kicked up in the air by the shells. For 2 days and nights the hellish hail continued to beat upon that blood-soaked slope, until we finally captured the Butte de Souain, and forced an entire regiment of Saxons to the left of the Butte to capitulate. Again we assembled in columns of 4s, and this time began the climb uphill. Just then I happened to think of the blow I had received under the jaw, and feeling of the spot, discovered a slight wound under my left jawbone. Handing my rifle to a man, I pressed slightly on the sore spot and pulled a steel splinter out of the wound. A very long, thin sliver of steel it was, half the diameter of a dime and not more than a dime's thickness, but 1.5 inches long. The metal was still hot to the touch. The scratch continued bleeding freely, but I did not bandage it at the time because I felt sure of needing my emergency dressing farther along. Up near the crest of the hill we halted in an angle of the woods and lay down alongside the 172nd Regiment of Infantry. They had made the attack in this direction on the 25th, but had been severely checked at this point. Infantry and machine-gun fire sounded very close, and lost bullets by the hundreds flicked through the branches overhead. The 172nd informed us that a battalion of the Premier Étranger had entered in the forest and was at that moment storming a position to our immediate left. Through the trees showed lights, brighter than day, cast from hundreds of German magnesium candles shot into the air. Our officers were grouped with those of the other regiment, and after a very long conference they separated, each to his command. Our captain called the officers and subalterns of the company together, and in terse sentences explained to us our positions and the object of the coming assault. It was to be a purely local affair, and the point was the clearing of the enemy from the hill we were on. On a map drawn to scale he pointed out the lay of the land. It looked to me a hard proposition. Imagine a toothbrush about a mile long and 3/8 to 1/2 a mile wide. The back is formed by the summit of the hill, which is densely wooded, and the hairs of the brush are represented by 4 little ridges rising from the valley we had just crossed, each one crowned with strips of forest, and uniting with the main ridge at right angles. Between each 2 lines of hair are open spaces from 100 to 150 meters wide. We, of the 2nd Regiment, were to deliver the assault parallel with the hairs and stretching from the crest down to the valley. The other column was to make a demonstration from our left, running a general course at right angles to ours. The time set was 8 o'clock at night. Returning to our places, we informed the men what they were in for. While we were talking, we noticed a group of men come from the edge of the woods and form into company formation, and we could hear them answer to the roll call. I went over and peered at them. On their coat collars I saw the gilt number 1. It was the premier étranger. As the roll call proceeded, I wondered. The sergeant was deciphering with difficulty the names from his little carnet, and response after response was "Mort." Once in a while the answer was changed to "Mort sur le champ d'honneur," or a brief "Tombe." There were 22 men in line, not counting the sergeant and a corporal, who in the rear of the line supported himself precariously on 2 rifles, which served him as crutches. 2 more groups appeared back of this one, and the same proceeding was repeated. As I stood near the second group I could just catch the responses of the survivors. Duvivier, present. Salonti, present. Boismer, Tombe. Herkey, Mort. Carnet, Mort. MacDonald, present. Farnsworth, Mort sur le champ d'honneur, responded MacDonald. Several of the men I had known, Farnsworth among them. One officer, a 2nd lieutenant, commanded the remains of the battalion. 750 men, he informed me, had gone in an hour ago, and less than 200 came back. "Ah, mon ami," he told me, "c'est bien chaud dans les bois." Quietly they turned into column of 4s and disappeared in the darkness. Their attack had failed. Owing to the protection afforded by the trees, our aerial scouts had failed to gather definitive information of the defences constructed in the forest, and owing also to the same cause, our previous bombardment had been ineffective. It was our job to remedy this. 1 battalion of the 172nd was detached and placed in line with us, and at 8 p.m. sharp the Major's whistle sounded, echoed by that of our captain. Quietly we lined up at the edge of the forest, shoulder to shoulder, bayonets fixed. Quietly each corporal examined the rifles of his men, inspected the magazines, and saw that each chamber also held a cartridge with firing pin down. As silently as possible we entered between the trees and carefully kept in touch with each other. It was dark in there, and we had moved along some little distance before our eyes were used to the blackness. As I picked my steps, I prepared for the shock every man experiences at the first sound of a volley. Twice I fell down into shell holes and cursed my clumsiness and that of some other fellows to my right. The Dutch must be asleep, I thought, or else they beat it, hopefully the latter. We were approaching the farther edge of the toothbrush bristle, and breathlessly we halted at the edge of the little open space before us. About 80 meters across loomed the black line of another row of hairs. The captain and 2nd section to our right moved on, and we kept in line, still slowly and cautiously, carefully putting one foot before the other. Suddenly from the darkness in front of us came 4 or 5 heavy reports, like the noise of a shotgun, followed by a long hiss. Into the air streamed trails of sparks. Above our heads the hiss ended with a sharp crack, and everything stood revealed, as if it were broad daylight. At the first crash, the Major, the captains, everybody, it seemed to me, yelled at the same time, "En avant! Pas de charge!" and in full run, with fixed bayonets, we flew across the meadow. As we neared the woods, we were met by a solid sheet of steel balls. Roar upon roar came from the forest. The volleys came too fast, it shot into my mind, to be well aimed. Then something hit me on the chest and I fell sprawling. Barbed wire. Everybody seemed to be on the ground at once, crawling, pushing, struggling through. My rifle was lost, and I grasped my parabellum. It was a German weapon, German charges, German cartridges. This time the Germans were to get a taste of their own medicine, I thought. Lying on my back, I wormed through the wire, butting into the men in front of me and getting kicked in the head by Matthieu. As I crawled I could hear the ping-ping of balls striking the wire, and the shrill moan as they glanced off and continued on their flight. Putting out my hand I felt loose dirt, and, lying flat, peered over the parapet. Nobody home, I thought, and then I saw one of the Collette brothers in the trench come running toward me, and ahead of him a burly Boche. I could see Joe make a one-handed lunge with the rifle, and the bayonet showed fully a foot in front of the German's chest. Reforming, we advanced toward the farther fringe of the little forest. Halfway through the trees we lay down flat on our stomachs, rifle in right hand, and slowly, very slowly, wormed our way through the trees into the opening between us and our goal. Every man had left his knapsack in front, or else hanging on the barbed wire, and we were in good shape for the work that lay ahead. But the sections and companies were inextricably mixed. On one side of me crawled a lieutenant of the 172nd, and on the other a private I had never seen before. Still we were all in line, and when someone shouted, "Feu de quatre cartouches," we fired 4 rounds, and after the command we crawled again a few paces nearer. Several times we halted to fire, aiming at the sheets of flame spurting towards us. Over the Germans floated several parachute magnesium rockets, sent up by our own men, giving a vivid light and enabling us to shoot with fair accuracy. I think now that the German fire was too high. Anyway, I did not notice anyone in my immediate vicinity getting hit. Though our progress was slow, we finally arrived at the main wire entanglement. All corporals in the French army carry wire nippers, and it was our corporal's business to open a way through the entanglement. Several men on my right I could see one. He looked like Matthieu, lying flat on his back and, nippers in hand, snipping away at the wire overhead, while all of us behind kept up a murderous and constant fire at the enemy. Mingled with the roar of the rifles came the shuddering rattle of the machine guns, at moments drowned out by the crash of hand grenades. Our grenadiers had rather poor success with their missiles, however, most of them hitting trees in front of the trench. The lieutenant on my left had 4 grenades. I could see him plainly. With one in his hand he crawled close to the wire, rolled on his back, rested an instant with arms extended, both hands grasping the grenade. Then suddenly he doubled forward and back and sent the bomb flying over his head. For 2-3 seconds, it seemed longer at the time, we listened, and then came the roar of the explosion. He smiled and nodded to me, and again went through the same manoeuvre. In the meantime I kept my parabellum going. I had 9 magazines loaded with dumbbell balls I had taken from some dead Germans, and I distributed the balls impartially between 3 chronos in front of me. On my right men were surging through several breaks in the wire. Swiftly I rolled over and over toward the free lane and went through with a rush. The combat had become a hand grenade affair. Our grenadiers crawled alongside the parapet and at regular intervals tossed one of their missiles into it, while the others, shooting over their heads, potted the Germans as they ran to the rear. Suddenly the fusillade ceased, and with a crash, it seemed, silence and darkness descended upon us. The sudden cessation of the terrific rifle firing and of the constant rattling of the machine guns struck one like a blow. Sergeant Althofer brought me some information about one of my men, and almost angrily I asked him not to shout. "I'm not deaf yet," I assured him. "Mon vieux," he raged, "it's you who are shouting." I realized my fault and apologized, and in return accepted a drink of wine from his canteen. Finding the captain, we were ordered to assemble the men and maintain the trench, and after much searching I found a few men of the section. The little scrap had cost us 3 more men. Subiron, Dowd, and Zinn were wounded and sent to the rear. The 172nd sent a patrol toward the farthest, the last hair of the toothbrush, with orders to reconnoitre thoroughly. An hour passed, and they had not returned. 20 minutes more went by, still no patrol. Rather curious, we thought. No rifle shots had come from that direction, nor any noise such as would be heard during a combat with the bayonet. The Major's patience gave way, and our captain received orders to send another patrol. He picked me, and I chose King, Delpuch, and Birchler. All 3 had automatics, King a parabellum, Delpuch and Birchler Brownings. They left rifles, bayonets, and cartridge boxes behind, and in Indian file followed me at a full run in an oblique direction past the front of the company, and, when half-way across the clearing, following my example, fell flat on the ground. We rested a while to regain our wind, and then began to slide on our stomachs at right angles to our first course. We were extremely careful to remain silent. Every little branch and twig we moved carefully out of our way. With one hand extended we felt the ground before us as we hitched ourselves along. So silent was our progress that several times I felt in doubt about any one being behind me, and rested motionless until I felt the touch of Delpeuch's hand upon my foot. After what seemed 20 minutes we again changed direction, this time straight toward the trees looming close to us. We arrived abreast of the first row of trees, and, lying still as death, listened for sounds of the enemy. All was absolutely quiet, only the branches rustled overhead in a light breeze. A long time we lay there, but heard no sound. We began to feel somewhat creepy, and I was tempted to pull my pistol and let 9 shots rip into the damnable stillness before us. However, I refrained, and touching my neighbour, started crawling along the edge of the wood. Extreme care was necessary, owing to the numberless branches littering the ground. The sweat was rolling down my face. Again we listened, and again we were baffled by the silence. I was angry then and started to crawl between the trees. A tiny sound of metal scratching upon metal, and I almost sank to the ground. Quickly I felt reassured. It was my helmet touching a strand of barbed wire. Still no sound. Boldly we rose and, standing behind trees, scanned the darkness. Over to our right we saw a glimmer of light and, walking this time, putting one foot carefully before the other, moved toward it. When opposite we halted and, I swore. From the supposed trench of the enemy came the hoarse voice of an apparently drunken man singing the chanson La Riviera. Another voice offered a toast to La Légion. Carelessly we made our way through the barbed wire, crawling under and stepping over the strands, jumped over a ditch, and looked down into what seemed to be an underground palace. There they were, the 6 men of the 172nd, 3 of them lying stiff and stark on benches, utterly drunk. 2 were standing up disputing, and the singer sat in an armchair, holding a long-stemmed glass in his hand. Close by him were several unopened bottles of champagne on the table. Many empty bottles littered the floor. The singer welcomed us with a shout and an open hand, to which we, however, did not immediately respond. The heart-breaking work while approaching this place rankled in our minds. The sergeant and corporal were too drunk to be of any help, while 2 of the men were crying, locked in each other's arms. Another was asleep, and our friend the singer absolutely refused to budge. So, after I had stowed 2 bottles inside my shirt, an example punctiliously followed by the others, we returned. Leaving Birchler at the wire, I placed King in the middle of the clearing. Delpeuch near the edge of the wood held by us, and then reported. The captain passed the word along to the major, and on the instant we were ordered to fall in, and in column of 2 marched over to the abandoned trench, following the line marked by my men. As we entered and disposed ourselves therein, I noticed all the officers, one after the other, disappear in the palace. Another patrol was sent out by our company, and, after ranging the country in our front, returned safely. That night it happened to be the 2nd Company's turn to mount outposts, and we could see 6 groups of men, 1 corporal and 5 men in each, march out into the night, and somewhere, each in some favourable spot, they placed themselves at a distance of about 100 metres away to watch, while we slept the sleep of the just. Day came, and with it the corvée carrying hot coffee and bread. After breakfast another corvée was sent after picks and shovels, and the men were set to work remodelling the trench, shifting the parapet to the other side, building little outpost trenches, and setting barbed wire. The latter job was done in a wonderfully short time, thanks to German thoroughness, since for the stakes to which the wire is tied the Boches had substituted soft iron rods 3/4 of an inch thick, twisted 5 times in the shape of a great corkscrew. This screw twisted into the ground exactly like a cork puller into a cork. The straight part of the rod, being twisted upon itself down and up again every 10 inches, formed 6 or 7 round loops in a height of about 5 feet. Into these eyes the barbed wire was laid and solidly secured with short lengths of tying wire. First cutting the tying wire, we lifted the barbed wire out of the eyes, shoved a small stick through one, and, turning the rod with the leverage of the stick, unscrewed it out of the ground, and then, reversing the process, screwed it in again. The advantage of this rod is obvious. When a shell falls in the midst of this wire protection, the rods are bent and twisted, but unless broken off short, they always support the wire, and even after a severe bombardment present a serious obstacle to the assaulters. In such cases wooden posts are blown to smithereens by the shells, and when broken off, let the wire fall flat to the ground. As I was walking up and down watching the work, I noticed a large box resting bottom up in a deep hole opening from the trench. Dragging the box out and turning it over, I experienced a sudden flutter of the heart. There, before my astonished eyes, resting upon a little platform of boards, stood a neat little centrifugal pump painted green, and on the base of it in raised iron letters I read the words, Byron Jackson, San Francisco. I felt queer at the stomach for an instant. San Francisco, my home town. Before my eyes passed pictures of Market Street and the Park. In fancy I was again one of the Sunday crowd at the Cliff House. How came this pump so far from home? Many times I had passed the very place where it was made. How, I wonder, did the Boche get this pump? Before the war, or through Holland? A California-built pump to clean water out of German trenches in France. It was astonishing. With something like reverence I put the pump back again, and, going to my place in the trench, dug out one of my bottles of champagne, and stood treat to the crowd. Somehow I felt almost happy. As I continued my rounds, I came upon a man sitting on the edge of the ditch, surrounded by naked branches, busy cutting them into 2-foot lengths, and tying them together in the shape of a cross. I asked him how many he was making, and he told me that he expected to work all day to supply the crosses needed along one battalion front. The French and German were treated alike, he assured me. There is absolutely no difference in the size of the crosses. As we worked, soup arrived, and when that was disposed of, the men rested for some hours. We were absolutely unmolested, except by our officers. At about 1 o'clock that night we were again assembled into marching kit, each man with an extra pick or shovel, and marched along parallel with our trench to the summit of the butte. There we installed ourselves in the main line, out of which the Germans were driven by the 172nd. There was no work of any kind to be done, and quickly we found some dry wood, built small fires, and with the material found in the dugouts brewed some really delightful beverages. Mine was a mixture of wine and water out of Hafel's canteen, judiciously blended with chocolate. The weather was delightful, and we spent the afternoon lying in sunny spots, shifting once in a while out of the encroaching shade into the warm rays. We had no idea where the Germans were, somewhere in front, of course, but just how far or how near mattered little to us. Anyhow, the 172nd was fully 40 meters nearer to them than we were, and we could see and hear the first line of troops picking and shoveling their way into the ground. Little King was, as usual, making the round of the company, trying to find someone to build a fire and get water if he, King, would furnish the chocolate. He found no takers, and soon he laid himself down, muttering about the laziness of the outfit. Just as we were dozing deliciously, an agonized yell brought every soldier to his feet. Rushing toward the cry, I found a man sitting on the ground, holding his leg below the knee with both hands and moaning as he rocked back and forth, Je suis blessé, je suis blessé. Brushing his hands aside, I examined his leg. There was no blood. I took off the puttee, rolled up his trousers, and discovered no sign of a wound. On my asking the man again where the wound was, he passed his hand over a small red spot on his shin. Just then another man picked up a small piece of shell, and then the explanation dawned upon me. The Germans were shooting at our planes straight above us. A bit of shell had come down and hit our sleeper in the shin bone. Amid a glare of laughter he limped away to a more sympathetic audience. Several more pieces of iron fell near us. Some fragments were no joking matter, being the entire rear ends of 3-inch shells, weighing, I should think, fully 7 pounds. At 4 p.m. the soup corvée arrived. Besides the usual soup we had roast mutton, 1 small slice per man, and a mixture of white beans, rice, and string beans. There was coffee, and 1 cup of wine per man, and, best of all, tobacco. As we munched our food, our attention was attracted to the sky above by an intense cannonade directed at several of our aeroplanes sailing east. As we looked, more and more of our war birds appeared. Whipping out my glasses, I counted 52 machines. Another man counted 60. Haefel had it 100. The official report next day stated 59. They were flying very high and in very open formation, winging due east. The shells were breaking ahead of them and between them. The heaven was studded with hundreds upon hundreds of beautiful little round greyish clouds, each one the nimbus of a bursting shell. With my prismatics glued to my eyes, I watched closely for one falling bird. Though it seemed incredible at the moment, not one faltered or turned back. Due east they steered into the red-painted sky. For several minutes after they had sailed out of my sight, I could still hear the roar of the guns. Only one machine, the official report said, was shot down, and that one fell on the return trip. Just before night fell, we all set to work cutting pine branches, and with the tips prepared soft beds for ourselves. Sentries were placed 1 man per section, and we laid ourselves down to sleep. The night passed quietly. Again the day started with the usual hot coffee and bread, soup and stew at 10 a.m., and the same again at 4 p.m. One more quiet night, and quiet the following day. We were becoming somewhat restless with the monotony, but were cheered by the captain. That night, he told us, we should return to Suippes, and there reform the regiment and rest. The programme sounded good, but I felt very doubtful. We had heard the same tale so many times, and so many times had been disappointed. Each day the corvées had brought the same news from the kitchen. At least 20 times different telephonists and agents de liaison had brought the familiar story. The soup corvées assured us that the drivers of the rolling kitchens had orders to hitch up and pull out toward Swan and Suippes. The telephonist had listened to the order transmitted over the wires. The agent de liaison had overheard the major telling other officers that he had received marching orders, and, ma foi, each time each one was wrong. So, after all, I was not much disappointed when the order came to unmake the sacks. We stayed that night and all day, and when the order to march the next evening came, all of us were surprised, including the captain. I was with the 172nd, having some fun with a little Belgian. I had come upon him in the dark and watched him in growing wonder at his actions. There he was, stamping up and down, and every so often stopping, shaking clenched fists in the air, and spouting curses. I asked him what was the matter. "Rien, mon sergent," he replied. "Je m'excite." "Pourquoi?" I demanded. "Ah," he told me, "look," pointing out toward the German line. "Out there lies my friend, dead, with 3 pounds of my chocolate in his musette, and when I'm good and mad I'm going out to get it." I hope he got it. That night at 7 o'clock we left the hill, marching through Swan 4 miles to Suippes, and 16 miles further on at St. Hilaire we camped. A total of 26 miles for the day. At Suippes the regiment passed in parade march before some officer of the staff, and we were counted 852 in the entire regiment, out of 3,200 who had entered the attack on the 25th of September. End of story. Biographical and Interpretive Notes by Charles Swain Thomas. A Soldier of the Legion. E. Morlae was an American who, in the early days of the Great War, enlisted in the French army and became a soldier of the Legion. Many of his war experiences are graphically told in his various articles in the Atlantic Monthly. We spent our time eating and sleeping, mildly distracted by an intermittent bombardment. These were the breathing spells. Active work found analogy only in the regions below. Yet either adventure was told with equal calm. That is what impresses one in Sergeant Morlae's narrative. It is so grimly calm, almost impersonal. There is no careless enthusiasm, excited hilarity, or mad vengeance, simply a job to be done. The enemy alive present a target, dead, a source of added comfort for one's self, a souvenir for one's brother, or, if need be, material for a parapet. One's life before and after has nothing to do with the present, and this is even more terrible for what it leaves unsaid. There is, however, no lack of vividness in A Soldier of the Legion. The matter-of-factness of the telling deceives us only for a time, until the intrusion of a crisp, hell-kissed-us welcome, or more significant still, and we were counted 852 in the entire regiment out of 3,200 who entered the attack on the 25th of September. Suggested points for study and comment. 1. Does the conversational tone of the narrative make it any the less vivid? 2. When is the author's power of vivid portrayal most apparent? 3. What ideas do you get of the Legion's views of the enemy? Contrast it with other war stories you have read. Could it be accounted for by the type of men who entered the Foreign Legion? 4. What in the author's account suggests the general morale of the troops? 5. What does the grimness of the occasional bits of humour convey as to the mental state of the men? What do these occasional jokes gain by their very scarcity? 6. What new ideas of war come to you from Sergeant Morlae's account? End of A Soldier of the Legion.
Section 19 of Atlantic Narratives, Modern Short Stories, Second Series, published 1918 by the Atlantic Monthly Press. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Boulevard of Rogues by Meredit Nicholson. Nothing was ever funnier than Barton's election to the City Council. However, it occurs to me that, if I'm going to speak of it at all, I may as well tell the whole story. At the University Club, where a dozen of us have met for luncheon every business day for many years, Barton's ideas on the subject of municipal reform were always received in the most contumelious fashion. We shared his rage that things were as they were, but as practical businessmen, we knew that there was no remedy. A city, Barton held, should be conducted like any other corporation. Its affairs are so various and touch so intimately the comfort and security of all of us, that it is imperative that they be administered by servants of indubitable character and special training. He would point out that a citizen's rights and privileges are similar to those of a stockholder, and that taxes are, in effect, assessments to which we submit only in the belief that the sums demanded are necessary to the wise handling of the public business, that we should be as anxious for dividends in the form of efficient and economical service as we are for cash dividends in other corporations. There is nothing foolish or unreasonable in these notions, but most of us are not as ingenious as Barton, or as resourceful as he in finding means of realizing them. Barton is a lawyer and something of a cynic. I have never known a man whose command of irony equaled his. He usually employed it, however, with perfect good nature, and it was impossible to ruffle him. In the courtroom I have seen him the target for attacks by a formidable array of opposing counsel, and have heard him answer an hour's argument in an incisive reply compressed into 10 minutes. His suggestions touching municipal reforms we dismissed as impractical, which was absurd, for Barton is essentially a practical man, as his professional successes clearly proved before he was 30. He maintained that one capable man, working alone, could revolutionize a city's government if he set about it in the right spirit. And he manifested the greatest scorn for movements, committees of 100, and that sort of thing. He had no great confidence in the mass of mankind or in the soundness of the majority. His ideas were, we thought, often fantastic, but it could never be said that he lacked the courage of his convictions. He once assembled round a mahogany table the presidents of the 6 principal banks and trust companies in our town, and laid before them a plan by which, through the smothering of the city's credit, a particularly vicious administration might be brought to terms. The city finances were in a bad way, and, as a result of a policy of wastefulness and short-sightedness, the administration was constantly seeking temporary loans, which the local banks were expected to carry. Barton dissected the municipal budget before the financiers, and proposed that, as another temporary accommodation was about to be asked, they put the screws on the mayor and demand that he immediately force the resignations of all his important appointees and replace them with men to be designated by 3 citizens to be named by the bankers. Barton had carefully formulated the whole matter, and he presented it with his usual clarity and effectiveness. But rivalry between the banks for the city's business, and fear of incurring the displeasure of some of their individual depositors who were closely allied with the bosses of the bipartisan machine, caused the scheme to be rejected. Our lunch table strategy board was highly amused by Barton's failure, which was just what we had predicted. Barton accepted his defeat with equanimity, and spoke kindly of the bankers as good men, but deficient in courage. But in the primaries the following spring he got himself nominated for city councilman. No one knew just how he had accomplished this. Of course, as things go in our American cities, no one qualified for membership in a university club is eligible for any municipal office, and no man of our acquaintance had ever before offered himself for a position soiled through many years by ignoble use. Even more amazing than Barton's nomination was Barton's election. Our councilmen are elected at large, and we had assumed that any strength he might develop in the more prosperous residential districts would be overbalanced by losses in industrial neighborhoods. The results proved to be quite otherwise. Barton ran his own campaign. He made no speeches, but spent the better part of 2 months personally appealing to mechanics and laborers, usually in their homes or on their doorsteps. He was at pains to keep out of the newspapers, and his own party organization, he is a Republican, gave him only the most grudging support. We joked him a good deal about his election to an office that promised nothing to a man of his character but annoyance and humiliation. His associates on the council were machine men who had no knowledge whatever of enlightened methods of conducting cities. The very terminology in which municipal government is discussed by the informed was as strange to them as Sanskrit. His Republican colleagues cheerfully ignored him and shut him out of their caucuses. The Democrats resented his appearance in the council chamber as an unwarranted intrusion, almost an indelicacy, to use Barton's own phrase. The biggest joke of all was Barton's appointment to the chairmanship of the Committee on Municipal Art. That this was the only recognition his associates accorded to the keenest lawyer in the state, a man possessing a broad knowledge of municipal methods gathered in every part of the world, was ludicrous, it must be confessed. But Barton was not in the least disturbed, and continued to suffer our chaff with his usual good humor. Barton is a secretive person, but we learned later that he had meekly asked the president of the council to give him this appointment, and it was conferred upon him chiefly because no one else wanted it, there being, obviously, nothing in municipal art discernible to the bleared eye of the average councilman. About that time old Sam Follansbee died, bequeathing $500,000, twice as much as anybody knew he had, to be spent on fountains and statues in the city parks and along the boulevards. The many attempts of the administration to divert the money to other uses, the efforts of the mayor to throw the estate into the hands of a hungry trust company in which he had friends, these matters need not be recited here. Suffice it to say that Barton was equal to all the demands made upon his legal genius. When the estate was settled at the end of a year, Barton had won every point. Follansbee's money was definitely set aside by the court as a special fund for the objects specified by the testator, and Barton, as the chairman of the Committee on Municipal Art, had so tied it up in a legal mesh of his own ingenious contriving that it was, to all intents and purposes, subject only to his personal check. It was now that Barton, long irritated by the indifference of our people to the imperative need of municipal reform, devised a plan for arousing the apathetic electorate. A philosopher, as well as a connoisseur in the fine arts, he had concluded that our whole idea of erecting statues to the good and noble serves no purpose in stirring patriotic impulses in the bosoms of beholders. There were plenty of statues and not a few tablets in our town commemorating great-souled men, but they suffered sadly from public neglect, and it must be confessed that the average statue, no matter how splendid the achievements of its subject, is little regarded and serves only passively as a reminder of public duty. With what has seemed to me a sublime cynicism, Barton proceeded to spend Follansbee's money in a manner at once novel and arresting. He commissioned one of the most distinguished sculptors in the country to design a statue, and at the end of his second year in the council, he had been elected for 4 years, it was set up on the new boulevard that parallels the river. His choice of a subject had never been made known, so that curiosity was greatly excited on the day of the unveiling. Barton had brought the governor of an adjoining state, who was just then much in the public eye as a fighter of grafters, to deliver the oration. It was a speech with a sting to it, but our people had long been hardened to such lashings. The mayor spoke in praise of the civic spirit which had impelled Follansbee to make so large a bequest to the public, and then, before 5,000 persons, a little schoolgirl pulled the cord, and the statue, a splendid creation in heroic bronze, was exposed to the amazed populace. I shall not undertake to depict the horror and chagrin of the assembled citizens when they beheld, instead of the statue of Follansbee, which they were prepared to see, or a symbolic representation of the city itself as a flower-crowned maiden, the familiar pudgy figure reproduced with the most cruel fidelity of Mike O'Grady, known as Silent Mike, a big bipartisan boss who had for years dominated municipal affairs, and who had but lately gone to his reward. The inscription in itself was an ironic masterstroke. To Michael P. O'Grady, protector of saloons, friend of crooks, for 10 years a city councilman, dominating the affairs of the municipality, this statue is erected by grateful fellow citizens in recognition of his public services. The effect of this was tremendously disturbing, as may be imagined. Every newspaper in America printed a picture of the O'Grady statue. Our rival cities made merry over it at our expense. The Chamber of Commerce, incensed at the affront to the city's good name, passed resolutions condemning Barton in the bitterest terms. The local press howled. A mass meeting was held in our biggest hall to voice public indignation. But amid the clamor, Barton remained calm, pointing to the stipulation in Follonsby's will that his money should be spent in memorials of men who had enjoyed most fully the confidence of the people. And as O'Grady had been permitted for years to run the town about as he liked, with only feeble protests and occasional futile efforts to get rid of him, Barton was able to defend himself against all comers. 6 months later, Barton set up on the same boulevard a handsome tablet commemorating the services of a mayor whose venality had brought the city to the verge of bankruptcy, and who, when his term of office expired, had betaken himself to parts unknown. This was greeted with another outburst of rage, much to Barton's delight. After a brief interval, another tablet was placed on one of the river bridges. The building of that particular bridge had been attended with much scandal, and the names of the councilmanic committee who were responsible for it were set forth over these figures. Cost to the people, $49,000. Cost to the council, $31,272.81. Graft, $17,727.19. The figures were exact and a matter of record. An impudent prosecuting attorney who had broken with the machine had laid them before the public some time earlier. But his efforts to convict the culprits had been frustrated by a judge of the criminal court who took orders from the bosses. Barton broke his rule against talking through the newspapers by issuing a caustic statement imploring the infuriated councilmen to sue him for libel, as they threatened to do. The city was beginning to feel the edge of Barton's little ironies. At the club we all realized that he was animated by a definite and high purpose in thus flaunting in enduring bronze the shame of the city. It is to such men as these, said Barton, referring to the gentleman he had favored with his statue and tablets, that we confide all our affairs. For years we have stupidly allowed a band of outlaws to run our town. They spend our money, they hitch the saloons and brothels to the city hall, and manage in their own way large affairs that concern all of us. These scoundrels are our creatures, and we encourage and foster them. They represent us and our ideals, and it's only fitting that we should publish their merits to the world. While Barton was fighting 6 injunction suits brought to thwart the further expenditure of Follonsby's money for memorials of men of notorious misfeasance or malfeasance, another city election rolled round. By this time there had been a revulsion of feeling. The people began to see that after all there might be a way of escape. Even the newspapers that had most bitterly assailed Barton declared that he was just the man for the mayoralty, and he was fairly driven into office at the head of a nonpartisan municipal ticket. The Boulevard of Rogues, we called it for a time. But after Barton had been in the mayor's office a year, he dumped the O'Grady statue into the river, destroyed the tablets, and returned to the Follansbee Fund, out of his own pocket, the money he had paid for them. 3 noble statues of honest patriots now adorn the boulevard, and 6 beautiful fountains have been distributed among the parks. The Barton plan is, I submit, worthy of all emulation. If every boss-ridden, machine-managed American city could once visualize its shame and folly, as Barton compelled us to do, there would be less complaint about the general failure of local government. There is, when you come to think of it, nothing so preposterous in the idea of perpetuating in outward and visible forms the public servants we humbly permit to misgovern us. Nothing could be better calculated to quicken the civic impulse in the lethargic citizen than the enforced contemplation of a line of statues erected to the men he has allowed to govern him and spend his money. I am a little sorry, though, that Barton never carried out one of his plans, which looked to the planting in the center of a downtown park of a symbolic figure of the city, felicitously expressed by a bar-room loafer dozing on a beer keg. I should have liked it, and Barton confessed to me the other day that he was a good deal grieved himself that he had not pulled it off. End of story. Biographical and interpretive notes by Charles Swain Thomas. The Boulevard of Rogues. Meredith Nicholson has won most of his popularity as a novelist. He is, however, an accomplished essayist, a poet of distinction, and a keen critic of current literary and political matters. More recently, he has become interested in the writing of short stories. His home is in Indianapolis, where he was privileged to enjoy for many years an intimate friendship with James Whitcomb Riley, whose character Mr. Nicholson has sympathetically portrayed in his novel, The Poet, and in an illuminating essay in The Atlantic Monthly for October 1916. Propaganda in such disguise needs no apology. Not only can we appreciate the cleverness of the trick as well as the earnestness of its author, but we relish what a very good thing a similar lesson would be for our own or for our neighboring cities. At the same time, there is a worthwhile character study to be made of the chairman of the Committee on Art, who presents a type almost as rare in fiction as it is in life. Suggested points for study and comment. 1. The student will find it interesting to make a thorough study of Barton's character. His cynicism, his practical good sense, and all his other prominent traits. A composition discussing all these could be made very interesting and enlightening. 2. Discuss the general political attitude of the average city councilman. 3. In an examination of the plot, what incident seems to you to mark the point of highest interest? Discuss fully. 4. How is Barton's character relieved from any final censure for the spending of money for a statue of a rogue? End of The Boulevard of Rogues.
Section 20 of Atlantic Narratives, Modern Short Stories, Second Series, published 1918 by the Atlantic Monthly Press. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. What Happened to Alanna by Kathleen Norris, recorded by Helen J. Jacobs in March 2014, Leicestershire, England. A capped and aproned maid with a martyred expression had twice sounded the dinner bell in the stately halls of Costello before any member of the family saw fit to respond to it. Then they all came at once, with a sudden pounding of young feet on the stairs, an uproar of young voices, and much banging of doors. Jim and Danny, twins of 14, to whom their mother was wantly proud to allude as top of the line, violently left their own sanctum on the 4th floor, and coasted down such banisters as lay between that and the dining room. Teresa, an angel-faced 12-year-old in a blue frock, shut the wide, wide world with a sigh, and climbed down from the window seat in the hall. Teresa's pious mother, in moments of exultation, loved to compare and commend her offspring to such of the saints and martyrs as their youthful virtues suggested, and Teresa at 12 had, as it were, graduated from the little saints, Agnes and Rose and Cecilia, and was now compared, in her mother's secret heart, to the gracious Queen of all the saints, as she was when she was a little girl, Mrs. Costello would add to herself to excuse any undue boldness in the thought. And indeed, Teresa, as she was tonight, her blue eyes still clouded with Ellen Montgomery's sorrows, her curls tumbled about her hot cheeks, would have made a pretty foil in a picture of old St. Anne. But this is a story about Alanna of the black eyes, the 8 years, the large irregular mouth, the large irregular features. Alanna was outrunning lazy little Leo, her senior, but not her match at anything, on their way to the dining room. She was rendering desperate the 2 smaller boys, Frank X. Jr. and John Henry Newman Costello, who staggered hopelessly in her wake. They were all hungry, clean, and good-natured, and Alanna's voice led the other voices, even as her feet in twinkling patent leather led their feet. Following the children came their mother, fastening the rich silken lace at her wrists as she came. Her handsome kindly face and her big shapely hands were still moist and glowing from soap and warm water, and the shining rings of black hair at her temples were moist too. "This is all my doing, Dad," she said comfortably as she and her flock entered the dining room. "Put the soup on, Alma. I'm the one that was going to be prompt at dinner too," she added, with a superintending glance for all the children as she tied on little John's napkin. F.X. Costello Senior, undertaker by profession and mayor by an immense majority, was already at the head of the table. "Late, eh, Mummy?" said he good-naturedly. He threw his newspaper on the floor, cast a householder's critical glance at the lights and the fire, and pushed his neatly placed knives and forks to right and left carelessly with both his fat hands. The room was brilliantly lighted and warm. A great fire roared in the old-fashioned black marble grate, and electric lights blazed everywhere. Everything in the room and in the house was costly, comfortable, incongruous, and hideous. The Costellos were very rich and had been very poor, and certain people were fond of telling of the queer, ridiculous things they did in trying to spend their money. But they were very happy, and thought their immense, ugly house was the finest in the city, or in the world. "Well, Anne, what's the news on the Rialta?" said the head of the house, busy with his soup. You'll have the laugh on me, Dad, his wife assured him placidly. After all my saying that nothing 'ud take me to Father Crowley's meeting. Oh, that was it, said the mayor. What's he going to have? A concert? And a fair, too, supplemented Mrs. Costello. There was an interval devoted on her part to various bibs and trays, and a low aside to the waitress. Then she went on. As you know, I went, meaning to beg off, on account of the baby being so little, and Leo's cough, and the papers being upstairs, and all. I thought I'd just make a donation, and let it go at that. But the ladies kinder hung back. There was very few there, and I got talking. Well, 'tis but our duty, after all, said the mayor, nodding approval. That's all, Frank. Well, so finally Mrs. Kiljohn took the coffee, and the Lemon Girls took the grab bag. The Guild will of course look out for the concert, and I took one fancy work booth, and of course the children of Mary'll have the other, just like they always do. Oh, was Grace there? Teresa was eager to know. Grace was, darling. And we're to have the fancy work. You'll help us, won't you, Mother? Goody, I'm in that, exulted Teresa. I'm in that too, echoed Alanna quickly. A lot you are, you baby, said Leo unkindly. You're not a child of Mary, Alanna, Teresa said promptly and uneasily. Well, I can help, protested Alanna, putting up her lip. Can't I, Mother? Can't I, Mother? You can help me, Dovey, said her mother absently. I'm not going to work as I did for St. Patrick's Bazaar, Dad. And I said so. Mrs. O'Connell and Mrs. King said they'll do all the work, if I'd just be the nominal head. Mary Murray will do us some pillars, leather, with Gibsons and Indians on them. And I'll have Lizzie Bain up here for a month, making me aprons and little jappy wrappers and so on. She paused over the cutlets and chicken pie which she had been helping with an amazing attention to personal preference. The young Costellos chafed at the delay, but their mother's fine eyes saw them not. Kelly and Moffat ought to let me have materials at half price, she reflected out loud. My bill's $600 or $700 a month. You always say you're not going to do a thing, and then get in and make more than any other booth, said Dan proudly. Oh, not this year I won't, his mother assured him, but in her heart she knew she would. Aren't you glad it's fancy work, said Teresa. It doesn't get all sloppy and mussy like ice cream, does it, Mother? Gee, don't you love fairs? Burst out Leo rapturously. Sliding up and down the floor before the dance begins, Dan, to work in the wax, suggested Jimmy in pleasant anticipation. We go every day and every night, don't we, Mother? Ask your father, said Mrs. Costello discreetly. But the mayor's attention just then was taken by Alanna, who had left her chair to go and whisper in his ear. Why, here's Alanna's heart broken, he said cheerfully, encircling her little figure with a big arm. Alanna shrank back suddenly against him and put her wet cheek on his shoulder. Now whatever is it, darling? Wondered her mother, sympathetically but without concern. You've not got a pain, have you, dear? She wants to help the children of Mary, said her father tenderly. She wants to do as much as Tessie does. Oh, but Dad, she can't, fretted Teresa. She's not a child of Mary. She oughtn't to want to tag that way. Now all the other girls' sisters will tag. They haven't got sisters, said Alanna, red-cheeked of a sudden. Why, Mary Alanna Costello, they have too. Jean has, and Stella has, and Grace has her little cousins, protested Teresa triumphantly. Never mind, baby, said Mrs. Costello hurriedly. Mother'll find you something to do. There now. How would you like to have a raffle book on something? A chair or a pillar? And you could get all the names yourself and keep the money in a little bag. Oh, my, I wish I could, said Jim artfully. Think of the last night when the drawing comes. You'll have the fun of looking up the winning number in your book and calling it out in the hall. Would I, Dad? Said Alanna softly, but with dawning interest. And then, from the pulpit, when the returns are all in, contributed Dan warmly, Father Crowley will read out your name. With Mrs. Frank Costello's booth, Raffle of Sofa Cushion, by Miss Alanna Costello, $26.35. Ooh, would he, Dad? Said Alanna, won to smiles and dimples by this charming prospect. Of course he would, said her father. Now go back to your seat, Macri, and eat your dinner. When Mamma takes you and Tess to the matinee tomorrow, ask her to bring you in to me first, and you and I'll step over to Paul's and pick out a table or a couch or something. Eh, Mummy? And what do you say? Said that lady to Alanna, as the radiant little girl went back to her chair. Whereupon Alanna breathed a bashful, "Thank you, Dad," into the ruffled yoke of her frock, and the matter was settled. The next day she trotted beside her father to Paul's big furniture store, and after long hesitation selected a little desk of shining brass and dull oak. "Now," said her father, when they were back in his office, and Teresa and Mrs. Costello were eager for the matinee. "Here's your book of numbers, Alanna, and here, I'll tie a pencil and string to it. Don't lose it. I've given you 200 numbers at 2 bits each, and mind, the minute anyone pays for one, you put their name down on the same line." "Ooh, ooh," said Alanna in pride. 200. That's lots of money, isn't it, Dad? That's $11 or $14, isn't it, Dad? That's $50, goose, said her father, making a dot with the pencil on the tip of her turned little nose. "Ooh," said Teresa, awed. Hatted and furred and muffed, she leaned on her father's shoulder. "Ooh, Dad," whispered Alanna, with scarlet cheeks. "So, now," said her mother, with a little nod of encouragement and warning, "put it right in your muff, lovey. Don't lose it. Dan or Jim will help you count your money and keep things straight. And to begin with, we'll all take a chance," said the mayor, bringing his fat palm, full of silver, up from his pocket. "How old are you, Mummy?" "I'm 37, all but, as you well know, Frank," said his wife promptly. 36 and 37 for you, then." He wrote her name opposite both numbers. "And here's the mayor on the same page, 44. And 12 for Tessie, and 8 for this little high binder on my knee here. And now we'll have 1 for little Gertie." "Gertrude Costello was not yet 3 months old," her mother said. "Well, she can have number 1 anyway," said the mayor. "You make a reduced rate for one family, I understand, Miss Costello." "I don't," chuckled Alanna, locking her thin little arms about his neck and digging her chin into his eye. So he gave her full price, and off she went with her mother in a state of great content, between rows and rows of coffins, and cases of plumes, and handles and rosettes, and designs for monuments. "Mrs. Church will want some chances, won't she, mother?" she said suddenly. "Let Mrs. Church alone, darling," advised Mrs. Costello. "She's not a Catholic, and there's plenty to take chances without her." Alanna reluctantly assented, but she need not have worried. Mrs. Church voluntarily took many chances and became very enthusiastic about the desk. She was a pretty, clever young woman, of whom all the Costellos were very fond. She lived with a very young husband and a very new baby in a tiny cottage near the big Irish family, and pleased Mrs. Costello by asking her advice on all domestic matters and taking it. She made the Costello children welcome at all hours in her tiny, shining kitchen or sunny little dining room. She made them candy and told them stories. She was a minister's daughter, and wise in many delightful, girlish, friendly ways. And in return Mrs. Costello did her many a kindly act, and sent her almost daily presents in the most natural manner imaginable. But Mrs. Church made Alanna very unhappy about the raffled desk. It so chanced that it matched exactly the other furniture in Mrs. Church's rather bare little drawing room, and this made her eager to win it. Alanna, at 8, long familiar with raffles and their ways, realized what a very small chance Mrs. Church stood of getting the desk. It distressed her very much to notice that lady's growing certainty of success. She took chance after chance, and with every chance she warned Alanna of the dreadful results of her not winning, and Alanna, with a worried line between her eyes, protested her helplessness afresh. "She will do it, Dad," said the little girl, confiding to him one evening, when she and her book and pencil were on his knee, "and it worries me so." "Oh, I hope she wins it," said Teresa ardently. "She's not a Catholic, but we're praying for her. And you know how people who aren't Catholics, Dad, are apt to think that our fairs are pretty money-making, you know." "And if only she could point to that desk," said Alanna, "and say that she won it at a Catholic fair." "But she won't," said Teresa, suddenly cold. "I'm praying she will," said Alanna suddenly. "Oh, I don't think you ought. Do you, Dad?" said Teresa gravely. "Do you think she ought, Mummy? That's just like her pouring her holy water over the kitten. You oughtn't to do those things." "I ought to," said Alanna, in a whisper that reached only her father's ear. "You suit me, whatever you do," said Mayor Costello, "and Mrs. Church can take her chances with the rest of us." Mrs. Church seemed to be quite willing to do so. When at last the great day of the fair came, she was one of the first to reach the hall in the morning to ask Mrs. Costello how she might be of use. "Now wait a minute, then," said Mrs. Costello cordially. She straightened up as she spoke, from an inspection of a box of fancy work. "We could only get into the hall this hour gone, my dear, and 'twas a sight after the native sons' banquet last night. It'll be a miracle if we can get things in order for tonight. Father Crowley said he'd have 3 carpenters here this morning at 9, without fail, but not one's come yet. That's the way." "Oh, we'll fix things," said Mrs. Church, shaking out a dainty little apron. Alanna came briskly up and beamed at her. The little girl was driving about on all sorts of errands for her mother, and had come in to report. "Mother, I went home," she said in a breathless rush, "and told Alma 4 extras were coming to lunch, and here are your big scissors, and I told the boys you wanted them to go out to Uncle Dan's for greens. They took the bookboard, and I went to Keyser's for cheesecloth, and he had only 18 yards of pink, but he thinks Kelly's have more, and there are the tacks, and they don't keep spool wire, and the electrician will be here in 10 minutes." "Alanna, you are the pride of me life," said her mother, kissing her. "Now that's all now, dearie. Sit down and rest." Oh, but I'd rather go round and see things, said Alanna, and off she went. The immense hall was filled with the noise of voices, hammers and laughter. Groups of distracted women were forming and dissolving everywhere around chaotic masses of boards and bunting. Whenever a carpenter started for the door, or entered it, he was waylaid, bribed and bullied by frantic superintendents of the various booths. Messengers came and went, staggering under masses of evergreen, carrying screens, rope, suitcases, baskets, boxes, Japanese lanterns, freezers, rugs, ladders and tables. Alanna found the stage fascinating. Lunch and dinner were to be served there for the 5 days of the fair, and it had been set with many chairs and tables, fenced with ferns and bamboo. Alanna was charmed to arrange knives and forks, to unpack oily hams and sticky cakes, and great bowls of salad, and to store them neatly away in the green room. The grand piano had been moved down to the floor. Now and then an audacious boy or two banged on it for the few moments that it took his mother's voice or hands to reach him. Little girls gently played the Carnival of Venice or Echoes of the Ball, with their scared eyes alert for reproof. And once 2 of the big Sodality girls came up, assured and laughing and dusty, and boldly performed one of their convent duets. Some of the tired women in the booths straightened up and clapped and called encore. Teresa was not one of these girls. Her instrument was the violin. Moreover, she was busy and absorbed at the Children of Mary's booth, which by 4 o'clock began to blossom all over its white draped pillars and tables with ribbons and embroidery and tissue paper, and cushions and aprons and collars, and all sorts of perfumed prettiness. The 2 priests were constantly in evidence, the cassocks and hands showing unaccustomed dust. And over all the confusion, Mrs. Costello shone supreme. Her brisk big figure with skirts turned back, and a blue apron still further protecting them, was everywhere at once. Laughter and encouragement marked her path. She wore a paper of pins on the breast of her silk dress. She had a tack hammer thrust in her belt. In her apron pockets were string and wire and tacks. A big pair of scissors hung at her side, and a pencil was thrust through her smooth black hair. She advised and consulted and directed. Even with the priests, it was to be observed that her mild, "Well, father, it seems to me," always won the day. She led the electricians a life of it. She became the terror of the carpenters' lives. Where was the young lady that played the violin going to stay? Send her up to Mrs. Costello's. Heavens, we're short of a tablecloth. Oh, but Mrs. Costello has just sent Dan home for one. How on earth could the male quartet from Tower Town find its way to the hall? Mrs. Costello has promised to tell Mr. C to send a carriage for them. She came up to the Children of Mary's booth about 5 o'clock. Well, if you girls ain't the wonders, she said to the tired little sodalists in a tone of unbounded admiration and surprise. You make me ashamed of me own booth. This is beautiful. Oh, do you think so, mother? Said Teresa wistfully, clinging to her mother's arm. I think it's grand, said Mrs. Costello, with conviction. There was a delighted laugh. I'm going to bring all the ladies up to see it. Oh, I'm so glad, said all the girls together, reviving visibly. And the prettiest things you've got, went on the cheering matron. You'll clear 800 if you clear a cent. And now put me down for a chance or two. Don't be scared. Mary Riordan, 4 or 5. I'm going to bring Mr. Costello over here tonight, and don't you let him off too easy." Everyone laughed joyously. "Did you hear of Alanna's luck?" said Mrs. Costello. "When the bishop got here he took her all around the hall with him, and between this one and that, every last one of her chances is gone. She couldn't keep her feet on the floor for joy. The lucky girl. They're waiting for you, Tess, darling, with the buckboard. Go home and lay down for a while before dinner." "Aren't you lucky?" said Teresa as she climbed a few minutes later into the back seat with Jim, and Dan pulled out the whip. Alanna, swinging her legs, gave a joyful assent. She was too happy to talk, but the other three had much to say. "Mother thinks we'll make $800, said Teresa. "Gee," said the twins together, and Dan added, "if only Mrs. Church wins that desk now." "Who's going to do the drawing of the numbers?" Jimmy wondered. "Bishop," said Dan, "and he'll call down from the platform, 'Number 26 wins the desk,' and then Alanna will look in her book and pipe up and say, 'Daniel Ignatius Costello, the handsomest fellow in the parish, wins the desk.'" "26 is Harry Plummer," said Alanna seriously, looking up from her chance book, at which they all laughed. "But take care of that book," warned Teresa as she climbed down. "Oh, I will," responded Alanna fervently. And through the next 4 happy days she did, and she took the precaution of tying it by a stout cord to her arm. Then on Saturday, the last afternoon, quite late, when her mother had suggested that she go home with Leo and Jack and Frank and Gertrude and the nurses, Alanna felt the cord hanging loose against her hand, and looking down, she saw the book was gone. She was holding out her arms for her coat when this took place, and she went cold all over, but she did not move, and Minnie buttoned her in snugly, and tied the ribbons of her hat with cold, hard knuckles without suspecting anything. Then Alanna disappeared, and Mrs. Costello sent the maids and the babies on without her. It was getting dark and cold for the small Costellos, but the hour was darker and colder for Alanna. She searched and she hoped and she prayed in vain. She stood up after a long hands and knees expedition under the tables where she had been earlier, and pressed her right hand over her eyes, and said aloud in her misery, "Oh, I can't have lost it. I can't have. Oh, don't let me have lost it." She went here and there as if propelled by some mechanical force, a wretched, restless little figure, and when the dreadful moment came when she must give up searching, she crept in beside her mother in the carriage, and longed only for some honourable death. When they all went back at 8 o'clock, she recommenced her search feverishly, with that cool alternation of hope and despair and weariness that everyone knows. The crowds, the lights, the music, the laughter and the noise, and the all-pervading odour of popcorn were not real when a shabby brown little book was her whole world, and she could not find it. "The drawing will begin," said Alanna, "and the bishop will call out the number. And what'll I say? Everyone will look at me. And how can I say I've lost it? Oh, what a baby they'll call me." "Father'll pay the money back," she said in sudden relief. But the impossibility of that swiftly occurred to her, and she began hunting again with fresh terror. "But he can't. How can he? 100 names, and I don't know them, or half of them." Then she felt the tears coming, and she crept under some benches and cried. She lay there for a long time, listening to the curious hum and buzz above her, and at last it occurred to her to go to the bishop and tell this old, kind friend the truth. But she was too late. As she got to her feet, she heard her own name called from the platform in the bishop's voice. Where's Alanna Costello? Ask her who has number 83 on the desk. 83 wins the desk. Find little Alanna Costello. Alanna had no time for thought. Only one course of action occurred to her. She cleared her throat. Mrs. Will Church has that number, Bishop, she said. The crowd about her gave way, and the bishop saw her, rosy, embarrassed and breathless. Ah, there you are, said the bishop. Who has it? Mrs. Church, your grace, said Alanna calmly this time. Well, did you ever, said Mrs. Costello to the bishop. She had gone up to claim a mirror she had won. A mirror with a gold frame and lilacs and roses painted lavishly on its surface. Gee, I bet Alanna was pleased about the desk, said Dan in the carriage. Mrs. Church nearly cried, Teresa said. But where did Alanna go to? I couldn't find her until just a few minutes ago, and then she was so queer. It's my opinion she was dead tired, said her mother. Look how sound she's asleep. Carry her up, Frank. I'll keep her in bed in the morning. They kept Alanna in bed for many mornings, for her secret weighed on her soul, and she failed suddenly in colour, strength, and appetite. She grew weak and nervous, and one afternoon, when the bishop came to see her, worked herself into such a frenzy that Mrs. Costello wonderingly consented to her entreaty that he should not come up. She would not see Mrs. Church, or go to see the desk in its new house, or speak of the fair in any way. But she did ask her mother who had swept out the hall after the fair. I did a good deal myself, said Mrs. Costello, dashing one hope to the ground. Alanna leaned back in her chair, sick with disappointment. One afternoon, about a week after the fair, she was brooding over the fire. The other children were at the matinee. Mrs. Costello was out, and a violent storm was whirling about the nursery windows. Presently, Annie, the laundress, put her frowsy head in at the door. She was a queer, warm-hearted Irish girl. Her big arms were still steaming from the tub, and her apron was wet. Ah, alone, said Annie with a broad smile. Yes, come in, won't you, Annie? Said little Alanna. I can't, I'm at the tubes, said Annie, coming in nevertheless. I was doing all the tablecloths and napkins, and out drops your little book. My, what did you say? Said Alanna, very white. Your little book, said Annie. She laid the chance book on the table and proceeded to mend the fire. Alanna sank back in her chair. She twisted her fingers together and tried to think of an appropriate prayer. Thank you, Annie, she said weakly, when the laundress went out. Then she sprang for the book. It slipped twice from her cold little fingers before she could open it. 83, she said hoarsely. 60, 70, 83. She looked and looked and looked. She shut the book and opened it again, and looked. She laid it on the table and walked away from it, and then came back suddenly and looked. She laughed over it, and cried over it, and thought how natural it was, and how wonderful it was, all in the space of 10 blissful minutes. And then, with returning appetite and colour and peace of mind, her eyes filled with pity for the wretched little girl who had watched this same sparkling, delightful fire so drearily a few minutes ago. Her small soul was steeped in gratitude. She crooked her arm and put her face down on it, and sank to her knees. End of story. Bibliographic and interpretive notes by Charles Swain Thomas. Kathleen Norris, a Californian by birth, has been a voluminous writer of magazine fiction since 1910, when she contributed 2 stories to The Atlantic, What Happened to Alanna and The Tide Marsh. To those who know Kathleen Norris's mother, nothing more need be said of this author's ability to depict the wholesome sentiment of family life without the sentimentality that clings to many of the ordinary short stories and novels. The less fortunate may make valuable acquaintance in the halls of Costello FX Senior, undertaker by profession and mayor by an immense majority, shares his position of importance by reason of the charms of his numerous offspring. Mrs. Costello is, of course, the centre of interest, as she is of the Costello circle, which means all who come within range of her generous hand and kindly word. Yet no one remains unindividualized. A few vivid strokes and the picture is complete. If an artistic hand adds another touch now and then, we are never made conscious of technique. Especially is this true in the case of young Mrs. Church. And what more delightful could there be than the family conversations, which are quite as revealing in points of character as they are delightful in their flashes of humour. Suggested points for study and comment. 1. What purpose does the detailed description of family life serve? Comment on the choice of detail. 2. Besides the plot, what are the most interesting elements in the story? 3. Could you suggest another climax? 4. What is gained by having Alanna solve her problem alone? How does the author arrange that the solution shall be thus accomplished? 5. Is Mrs. Church introduced for any reason other than her slight connection with the plot? 6. Is Mr. Costello as well portrayed as his wife? Can you suggest any reasons why he typifies the Irish American rather than the native Irishman of the same rank? 7. How does Miss Norris achieve the atmosphere that she does? 8. Could the story be criticised as being sentimental? End of What Happened to Alanna.
Section 21 of Atlantic Narratives, Modern Short Stories, 2nd Series, published 1918 by the Atlantic Monthly Press. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Spendthrifts by Laura Spencer Porter. Recorded by Marianne Spiegel. 1. The story I am about to tell I have never told before. The events took place when I was a child of 15, an oldish child of 15. I had a taste for books and dreams, and a kind of adoring love of older people, a predilection, too, for romance and wonderment. There were many things I meant to do some day. Among my lesser resolves was one that I had held for a good many years. I mean the resolve some day to be a passenger in the absurd old-fashioned 'bus that had made its daily journey, ever since I could remember, from my home town to a small town quite off the railroad, some 12 miles away, the county seat of that county in which my home was situated. The 'bus was an extraordinary-looking vehicle. It had the air of a huge beetle. It creaked and rattled when it was in action. It had enormous dipping springs. It lunged and rolled a bit from side to side as it went. Its top bulged and had ribs across it, and a low iron railing around it, convenient for the lashing of ropes to hold the packages of all kinds and sizes with which it usually went laden. There was a door at the back, and there were 2 steps by which to enter. It had the air of being a distinguished character, even among the antiquated and entirely individual types of vehicle still common then in the little old-fashioned town. This air was, no doubt, due chiefly to the large oval pictures painted not without some skill, on its sides. One of these depicted the rescue of Daniel Boone by Kenton, who with the butt of a large musket was perpetually about to brain a murderous Indian. The other dealt with Smith's unchanging obligation to Pocahontas. I hardly think Keats had more lasting enjoyment of his Grecian urn, with breed of marble men and maidens overwrought, than I of those pictures, where, not less than in the more classic example, I saw perpetually preserved what I took to be the most thrilling and desirable moments, death for ever arrested by unending loyalty and undying affection. But, interesting as all this was, it was by no means the heart of that strange fascination with which, for so many years, I contemplated the old beetling vehicle. Its fascination lay for me in its daily journey to parts beyond the bounds of my narrow horizon. It plied faithfully every week-day of the year, an envoy extraordinary, ambassador plenipotentiary, between another world and mine. Some day I should see that world, and know it. It must not be supposed, however, that I had in my mind only the town to which the bus journeyed, the mere inconsiderable county seat. Children's imaginations, especially when the child is just emerging into all the glorious possibilities of womanhood, deal, not in towns, but in worlds. The world outside of my own narrow bounds of life, that which I was meant to see and experience. I can think of only one thing, besides the old bus, which roused my fancy to an equal degree, namely, the herds of dumb cattle which were driven past my home always once, and sometimes twice a week, to the stockyards which lay somewhere on the outskirts of my home town. If I closed my eyes, I can still hear on hot afternoons the dark herds trampling past, a mass of broad backs and spreading horns and wide foreheads, and dull or occasionally frightened eyes, and their hurrying hoofs scuffling the dust. I had never seen the stockyards. I was never informed very particularly about them, and by some instinct, I suppose, I never inquired too carefully. But I knew this for another world also, and dread as it was, it fascinated me. I believe the hurrying herds stood to me for a kind of world of fearful reality that I meant some day to look into, and the old picture-painted bus for a world of romance, yonder over the dip of the horizon, which, not less, some day, I was determined to know. Just how I came to take my resolve, and the events which precipitated it, all this has no bearing on the story. The story begins just where I stood that hot day in June, waiting for the bus, by the dusty mulleins beside the pike. I had walked a good mile outside the town so that none of the townspeople would see the beginning of my adventure. The bus was late, I think, even allowing for my anxiety. It came in sight at last, at a slow, beetling pace. I held up a slim finger, but not until he was alongside did the driver begin to draw in the long reins. I ran after the bus a few paces, opened the door, climbed the high steps with a beating heart, and got in. The driver peeked through the little peek-hole in the roof to make sure I was safe. Then he called to his horses, and the vehicle lunged ahead. The only other passengers were an old man, unknown to me, who carried a basket of eggs, and an old woman who lived somewhere outside the town, and whom I recognized as one we called the horseradish woman. She stood always on a Saturday at one corner of our town market, grinding and selling horseradish roots, blinking with red eyes, and always wiping the tears from them before she could make you your change. I recognized her, of course, at once, but whether she knew me I do not know. If she did, she gave not the least evidence of it, but looked out absently with squinted, red-lidded eyes at the country as we jogged along. The lovely rolling Kentucky land began to spread out on all sides. Long white curves of the pike flowed slowly behind us and were seen in glimpses through the open front windows ahead of us. Dust rose and settled over us. A little while before we got to Latonia, the old horseradish woman, with a tin cup she carried, knocked on the ceiling of the bus near the driver's peephole to warn him that she wished to get out. When we arrived at Latonia and the horses were having water at the big trough, the old man with the basket of eggs also left. But I was going all the way to the county seat, and I considered these passengers much below my own level as travellers. They were merely making a convenience of the bus, you see, which just happened to go past their homes, whereas I was off for adventure, my home quite in the other direction, and the world spread wide before me. It was with a tourist's pleasure, then, that I looked at that little grouping of houses and the elm and poplar shaded pike, which in those days was called, and I believe is still called, Latonia, and at the old Latonia Springs Hotel. It was a typical relic of Southern before the war hotel architecture, with its white pillars, its long verandas, its wide doorway, its large lawn sombred by very old shade trees. I had known something of travel. I had lived in France for 2 years at school, but there I had always had some one to go about with me. Here, on the contrary, I was alone. I liked the flavour of the adventure. It was novel and very stimulating. This journey, however poor a thing it might seem to others, had Audrey's superlative virtue. It was mine own. The old hotel, then, already romantic enough, took on an additional romance in my eyes. The driver came around now from sponging his horses' heads and noses at the trough. "Going all the way, are you?" I nodded. "Well, you can get out and stretch your legs if you like, for we'll be here 10 minutes. But I did not like. In the bus I felt safe enough, but if I got out, adventurous spirit though I was, I knew with unconquerable shyness that everybody would be staring at me. I contented myself with watching the lazy coming and going of a few people. A dog snapped at flies, some chickens taking dust baths in the road. What a still, lazy place it was! Some one asked the time. The driver's watch had stopped. Nobody knew, it appeared not to matter. This seemed no place for clocks. A stout lame man, having the look of a Southern war veteran, stopped on his cane in the middle of the road, looked around carefully at the outlying country and the shadows, then took a calculating glance at the heavens. "Well, I should reckon, Colonel," he said, addressing the stage driver, "it mout be about 22 minutes past 2. You generally get here about 2, but you was a bit late to day, a little bit late. I should say maybe to the amount of about 12 minutes." He leaned on his cane again, and began dotting his way slowly and heavily through the dust toward the hotel. I could not have told whether he was in jest or earnest, but as I look back on it now, it seems to me curiously fitting that the little town should have had so scant dependence on timepieces, for it lay away from all the world, and there was so little to occupy the attention, that the houses, the dusty pike, with its slowly lengthening and slowly shortening shadows, the fields beyond, with their grey sycamores and maples, and the sky so little interrupted from edge to edge, must each, indeed, have been to those who had so long observed them, a sundial to make clocks seem mere bustling contrivances. A big fly sailed in one of the bus windows, round and round, droning, and then out. It went with every effect of careful choice and deliberation, to settle on the nose of the old dog that lay, alternately napping and snapping, 4 feet in the sun. I can give you no idea of the keen enjoyment with which I noted all these details. I take pleasure now in remembering that, despite the fact that I had lived in Paris, among its thrilling boulevards and monuments, and had seen some stagey Swiss villages, and dramatic little French towns, this little cluster of houses known as Latonia, on a dusty pike in Kentucky, only a few miles from my own home, this village which never a tourist would have gone to see, was to me in that droning, incredibly quiet afternoon a very piece of romance. The air itself, I beg you to have patience with me, for really I tell you only the truth, the air itself being ambient for me, the green fields, amberbial, the white clouds so nearly at rest in the blue sky, huge symbols of a high romance, the silver poplars and elms not the less immemorial, and the old hotel a thing made of dreams, haunted with green and shaded memories of before the war days, across whose veranda might have stepped at any moment, before my unastonished eyes, the actors in some noble human drama. I remember, too, that my eye found some dusty marigolds, their blooms leaning through a low paling fence of one of the houses. My eye must have passed over many a marigold before that. I probably never saw one until then. I remember noting their singularity and softness of colour, so individual and particular, compared with the mere customary reds and yellows of commoner flowers, so far more memorable and desirable and foreign. A part, they seemed, too, of the quietness and strangeness and romance in the midst of which I found myself. The bus driver was making ready to leave. The lame war veteran, for still I take him to have been such, having got as far as the gate of the Latonia Hotel, was met by a long, lazy-legged darky coming down the walk, carrying 2 travelling satchels. Noticeably new they were, and handsome, for that part of the world. He had one under his arm, the other dangling from the same hand, which left the other hand free to manipulate a long piece of ribbon grass which he was chewing lazily. The veteran held the gate open, the weight of his body leaning against it. "Going away, are they?" "Yes, sir." There emerged from the hotel at this moment a man and a woman. The darky crossed the road and put the 2 satchels in the bus, and stood with his hand on the handle of the door, holding it wide open, waiting. 2. I watched the 2 strangers as they approached. When they reached the bus, the man assisted the woman in a somewhat formal yet indifferent way. She entered and took her seat nearly diagonally opposite to me. The man plunged his hand in his pocket, brought out a coin and put it in the darky's hand, and stooping, for he was tall, entered the bus after her. It swayed a little perilously with his weight, and rocked quite a bit before he finally comfortably seated himself directly across from me. The driver meanwhile had swung himself up on the high driver's seat. He opened the peep-hole and looked down, then gathered the reins and clucked to his horses, and the bus drove off. If the town had interested me before, I forgot it now. Forgot it quite in the attention, direct and indirect, which I gave to my fellow passengers. The man was faultlessly dressed. Such clothes were not customary in that corner of the world. The neat derby, the band of which he was even now wiping with a lavender-edged silk handkerchief, was a thing foreign to those parts at that season, cheap straw hats being rather the rule. The tips of the fingers of a pair of new tan gloves were to be seen just looking out from the left breast-pocket of his well-buttoned light grey suit. I could see that he wore a white vest, and his shirt had a little hair-line of purple in it. His hands were large and very white and well kept, the fingers close fitted together. On one of them a conspicuous Mexican opal smouldered in a massive, very dark gold setting. I have no words, even to this day, to describe the woman who sat a foot or 2 from him, and to whom he addressed his remarks in an indifferently possessive manner. She was slight, her hair was of a light brown, her eyes of a distinct orange colour. Her face sloped delicately from the forehead, which was low enough to be beautiful, and high enough to suggest nobility of thought, down to the lovely line of chin. Her throat was slender and very white, rising from a turned-down Puritan collar. A Puritan cloak of dust-coloured linen, with strappings of orange, fell away under the collar in soft and cool lines. Her brown veil had at its edge a line of orange colour also. The brown was a shade lighter than her hair, the orange a shade darker than her eyes. The veil carried with it I cannot say what manner of ethereal graciousness, and fell into a wave or floating line of loveliness as she turned her head. Once, as we dipped into a shaded hollow and across a running stream, a little breeze of coolness came in at the windows. The veil, lifted by it, floated and clung like a living thing to her throat and lips until her delicate hand put it away gently. I watched her, very fascinated. She was a creature of another world. That she and the horseradish woman could live on the same planet spoke volumes for the infinite scale of life. At first these 2 new passengers spoke hardly at all. Once the man bent his massive figure to get a better look at the landscape from the window opposite him, and called the attention of his companion to some point in it. "There, as I recollect it, the property is not unlike that, Louise. It rolls that way, I mean, and Fenton's line comes into it just as that snake fence comes across there. It is on the other side that the vein of coal is said to begin." Though she gave a courteous hearing, I had the impression that she was not really interested. She watched the country with a kind of well-bred, inattentive glance. For myself, I could not take my eyes off her. I watched her with that hunger for beauty which is native to the heart of a child. Above all, I watched her eyes. The strange, unusual colour of them was in itself a kind of romance. She gave one the impression of being a woman unique, something rare and choice, not to be found again or elsewhere. Once she turned her head and met my full gaze. I was embarrassed, but I need not have been. She set the matter right by addressing me with a gentle courtesy. "Do you live out here?" I shook my head. I meant to reply more fully in a moment when I had recovered myself, but the man spoke. Never heard of Thomas Fenton, I suppose, did you? Used to live once in Owen County, not far from here." I shook my head again, and formed the word "No." The woman gave him a gentle glance, nothing reproving, but he took it in the manner of a reproof. "Well, I did not know but she might have," he explained. Then he settled back a little. "Maybe some one else will get in later who does know. I thought them confoundedly stupid at the hotel. Didn't seem anxious to give any information either. Nobody knows anything in a place like that." There was silence again. The fields at one side of the road climbed now, here and there. Low pastures rose to be foothills. Around one of these hills a rocky road appeared, sloping down to the pike. Up the road, at a little distance, was a rustic archway, like an entrance to a private property. Waiting by the side of the road stood a figure strange to me, in the garb of some monastic order. The woman did not notice him. Her glance was far off at the horizon at the other side. The man did. He regarded the stranger with a stolid, bold curiosity. Then some idea of his own occurred to him suddenly. As the bus stopped to take on this new passenger, the heavy man rose, to take advantage of its sturdiness, no doubt, and stooping so as not to knock his derby against the ceiling of the vehicle, tapped imperatively on the lid of the little peep-hole, and when it was raised, spoke to the driver. "This road leading up at the side here doesn't happen to be the Corley road, does it, that leads into Felton's Woods? They said there was a road at the foot of a hill that led into some timber lands belonging to a man named Felton." The driver did not understand. The question had to be repeated. While the man repeated it, the Franciscan, though I am not entirely sure he was of that order, opened the door of the bus. The woman turned her head now. I saw her orange-coloured eyes grow wide and large as they noted him. With habitually bent head, and regarding none of us, he entered. As he seated himself in the corner, he looked up, however, and his eyes met hers. I saw him start really violently. His colour, which was a dark olive, with a too bright crimson under it at the cheek-bones, became suddenly ashy. There was just that one look between them. The next instant she had turned to the other, returning from his questions with the driver. He had not seen that I had noted. The Franciscan now drew his eyes away from the woman's face, fumbled in the skirt of his habit, and brought out a prayer book, which he opened with fingers that shook. The heavy man seated himself exactly opposite the woman, and beside me, and within touch of the Franciscan. He addressed the woman. "I just thought that might be Chorley's road. They said it ran up a slope. It wasn't, though. I thought I'd like to get a sight of the timber. We may try to make him throw that in payment." He glanced around at the Franciscan, whose eyes were now entirely on his book, and took him in, as it were. Then let his glance glide off out of one of the windows. After a sufficient time, a kind of courteous pause, he leaned forward a little, raised his derby the least bit, and said, "Excuse me, but I suppose you live here?" The Franciscan looked up, but answered nothing. The colour came surging back suddenly into his face, which was haggard. There was a non-committal look in his eyes, as though his lips were to say, "I beg your pardon." "I supposed you lived here," the other said, "and I thought you just might happen to know a man named Felton. He came originally from Owen County. We are on here from New York. We are strangers and know nothing of this country. You don't happen to know—" The Franciscan gave a gentle smile, raised one slim hand, which yet trembled visibly, a fine deprecating gesture. "Pardon, monsieur." "Oh, I see." The other touched his hat with a little motion of withdrawal and clumsy apology. "I see. I didn't know you were French. I don't speak French myself. Wish I did. Excuse me, excuse me." Here was an occasion. The adventure was turning squarely toward me. I knew French. I was proud of it and eager to offer my services. I could perfectly well act as translator, interpreter for these two. Moreover, it would give me that greatly to be desired thing, the attention of this beautiful woman. Yet I did not dare all this at once. I would wait for a moment. How should I break into the conversation? A child of 15, however oldish, is shy. Would it be proper for me to say, "Excuse me, but—" As I was thinking of it, with a kind of tumult of pride and shyness, the man turned to the woman. "Look here, Louise, that's a fact. You speak French. Ask him if he knows Thomas Felton's property. Tell him it's Felton who lived over in Owen County, and used to be a wealthy man." She turned her clear eyes to the Franciscan, and spoke in a pure Parisian French. "This man, my husband, wishes me to ask if you know a Thomas Felton who has the property out here in this direction. In the same tone exactly, she added, do not let him suspect that you know me." "Let him think," the reply came in pure French also, "that I speak no English. In this way you and I can converse together." Her wonderful orange-coloured eyes quivered the least bit as she drew them away from the Franciscan and met the waiting eyes of her husband. She spoke with perfect composure, however. "He says he believes there was such a man hereabouts some years ago." Her husband turned quickly as if he himself would further address the Franciscan, then, recollecting that he knew no French, he appealed to her again. "Now, Louise, look here. Try to get it straight. As I told you, there are two men of that name, a nephew and an uncle. It's the uncle I want to get hold of. He is the man who owns the property we want. Ask this man how old this Felton is. This man he knows. I can tell by that." She turned again to the Franciscan and spoke again in French. Indeed they spoke nothing else but that sweet and flowing language, a knowledge of which put me, without my will, in league with them. "How do you happen to be here?" she questioned. "I joined the order after I left you," he said. "That is, they simply allow me to live with them, chiefly on account of my name, I think. That, and, I think, as an act of mercy, as a kind of lay brother. It is simple. But this man, he is your husband." "Yes, I have been married to him 8 months." "In God's name," he said, but even in a perfectly even conversational tone. "And you have suffered. Of course you have suffered." They used throughout their conversation, as I have not indicated here, because it sounds forced in English, the familiar and gentle tutoiement, the thee and thouing of the French. The husband, understanding nothing of what they said, was watching the two with interest. His small eyes were eager in his heavy face. He was waiting for his answer. "Do not let us talk too long," the Franciscan said, and turned with a faintly courteous smile, as though to include the heavy man in the conversation. "Ask me some more questions," he said to the woman. "To get him to ask some more questions, I mean. In that way we shall have a little time to talk together." She addressed her husband. "He is not quite sure. He thinks, however, the man he has in mind has a grey beard." The husband drew his large flat fingers down his heavy chin twice, as if stroking an imaginary beard of his own. Thoughtfully, his eyes narrowed even more, very speculatively. "I see. Well, like as not it's the same one." Then he put his hands on his knees and leaned forward, as though really addressing himself to the business. "Look here, Louise, you ask him if this man he knows ever had anything to do with a railway out west, and coal lands out there. You must give me time. Let me see. How does one say all that? My French is not so fluent as it once was. I shall have to get at it in a roundabout way. Have patience." "Take your time," he said, leaning back. "Only get at it, if you can. It's important." She turned now to the Franciscan, but it was he rather who addressed her. "But what are you going to do about this horrible marriage?" "Nothing at all." "But, good God, it is a desecration. It is like defiling the bread and wine of communion. Does this man kiss you?" "He owns the better part of 2 railroads," she said, with a kind of pitiful look in her eyes. "He is here now to push to the wall, if he can, a man already overtaken by mischance and misfortune." "Why do you evade?" said the other. "He does of course touch you. He owns you, along with the better part of 2 railroads. He fondles you at his pleasure. I would not have thought it possible. Not you. "You forget," she said, and still her voice kept the strangely even tone. "My sister was ill, dying, I thought. I could give her everything by this means. I did give her everything. She is better now, as well as she ever will be. She could not bear poverty. It was killing her. She never could. She is better." "But at what horrible, what hellish cost!" he replied. "She was selfish always, and complaining. One of the useless ones. And moreover, answer me, does one buy a cracked pitcher, doomed to be broken at any rate, with the most exquisite pearl in the world, priceless above 10 sultans' ransoms? Were it not so horrible it would be ridiculous. Does one, I ask you, do a thing like that?" She turned to her husband. "He says he believes the man you ask about was once engaged in a large coal mining deal in the West." Yes, said the heavy man eagerly, leaning forward again to listen to what he could not understand, but with as keen attention as though he comprehended fully. Wait, and I will ask him more. Again she turned to the other. But you also have bought unworthy things at a fearful cost. What, in God's name, what have I bought? I who renounced everything, who have nothing left in this world but the memory of your face and the certainty of death. You bought for yourself the approval of what you may choose to call your conscience, she said in the same almost monotonous, even voice. You bought freedom from the world's censure, freedom from what the world would have said had you married me. He flung out a trembling hand. I thought it would have betrayed him. That. Will you bring up that old mad folly of yours? Would you hope to persuade me it was not my duty to renounce you? They told me I could not possibly get well. You see for yourself. You see now how I am changed. I shall last now, perhaps, 6 months. You had nothing. I had nothing. What would have become of you, not to speak of all the horror? It was clearly my duty. I leave it to any man. Yes, always that, the opinion of others, she said, but even still without emotion. I do not care for the opinion of a worldful. I accept the fact that you could not get well. I tell you it does not matter. It was for each other God made us, without any regard to circumstance. A woman's reason is not reason, he said. Any man would tell you it was my duty to give you up. The world is not made as you would have it. Listen, she said. She interrupted herself to glance with a smile at her husband, and said to him in English, I am trying to explain to him. He is a little dull. He does not understand. Listen, she spoke again to the other. Be reasonable. See it as it is. Do not cheat yourself into thinking this horrible failure of ours was a virtue. Review the facts with me and face them. These are they. We compromised with life, and in a cowardly fashion. I married to buy my sister health, because I had not the courage to see her suffer. You renounced me and went away, so that you might have a certain peace of mind, and because you had not the courage to go counter to tradition and the world's approval. What would the world have said? A man as ill as you were, to accept the life and devotion of a woman. It was that tormented and swayed you. You left me and went away to escape that. We both bought a certain worldly peace of mind, and a kind of conventional self-approval. And with what? With what did we buy these trifling things? What price did we pay for them? We bought them with the entire wealth and treasure God has given us, the most precious in his treasuries, beside which king's ransoms are as nothing. We bought these trifles, these worthless baubles, with that priceless love we had for each other. He gave it to us in such ample measure, you remember. And what did we do with it? What have we to show for it now? In God's world, are there to be found, do you think, 2 such spendthrifts? There, it is your old way, he replied. You speak always in figures, like a poet. It is misleading. Deal only with the facts. I leave them to any one. I was to die of a lingering illness. I had no money. I had only a wealth of horrors to drag you through. A slow death it was to be. You would have had 2 years of that. 2 years, she repeated. I have been married 8 months, and I think those 8 months have been twice 8 years, and 2 years together, you and I. But oh, if it had been 1 year only, if we had had but 1 year together, only 1 year. There was a kind of pleading in her voice. Only 1 year. It is as if one were to say, only springtime, only love, only heaven, only God. What does he say? Said her husband. Perhaps he was curious at the tone of her voice, or merely impatient at the length of their conversation. Tell him anything, said the other. We must converse at any cost. Tell him anything you like, only do not cease to speak to me. She turned to her husband. He is quite interesting. He thinks he used to know this man when he was a child, that his father had some dealings with him in that very coal affair in Illinois. Let me question him a little more. I will tell you by and by. We must not seem to be too curious. Do not interrupt me. Just let me lead him on. It may take a few moments. The other began now, without waiting for her to take up the conversation. But I tell you, I do not see the thing as it is. It would have been a criminal thing for a man doomed as I was, to link his life with a woman like you, frail, exquisite, young, beautiful, the very rose of the world. Is it permissible for a man to drag a woman with him to the scaffold, even for love? I leave it to any man. Yes, to any man. Her reply was quick on his. But you dare not leave it to a woman. Any man would tell you it is not permissible that one about to die should lay his hand in that of a woman he loves. Any man would grant you that if the woman is his wife, if that tradition has bound them, then it is his right and her duty that they should share fatally, even though they have not the high calling of love. If this man who is my husband were stricken, you, even you, would expect me. The sentence broke, and she left it as though there could be no need of making the truth plainer. Instead, she folded her hands tensely. But oh, let us not argue. We have squandered God's treasure, you and I. We have squandered it for the sake of convention, for old precedents, for men's opinions, just as this man, my husband, buys railway shares and mining properties at the fearful price of his honour, his human kindness, his soul. You despise him and shrink from him. Truly, I cannot, except when he lays his hand upon me, for we are no better than he. That is the horrible part of it. We are all three spendthrifts, three of us, here in this little space. But oh, what new folly! Only think of our spending these precious, precious moments in argument. Shall we never have done being wasteful? He fell in with her thought immediately. You love me still, then? Yes, always. Yet I have not the right, even now, to so much as touch your hand. No, yet my hand lies in yours by the hour. These are things one cannot keep from God. Do you know, his voice was even, I cannot help wondering if the little girl over there in the corner just might possibly understand. No, I think not, she said gently. Besides, if she did, it would not matter. No, perhaps not. I think she would say nothing. I notice that her eyes are shaped somewhat like yours. Some day some man will love her also. Yes, without doubt. But it is of ourselves I would talk. If there is a heaven, there you shall some day possess me. Her husband broke in now. Are you finding out anything? Yes, quite a little. She smiled palely, then turned back to the other. How can you lie to him like that? He said. And I also. I cannot quite get it out of my head, said the other, that we deserve to be damned for this. Does not your conscience misgive you? No, rather my honour. I have a hatred of deception. It is the only time in my life that I have deceived. And you? I might do penance. He smiled, I thought. He drew the cord of his habit through his slim, transparent fingers until one of the knots rested in his palms. I could not really mean anything so horrible, and your body, so slim, so beautiful, that I have loved. His voice, though it was low, rang also, now, quivered almost. You must forget that the stripes might be sweet, my well-beloved. I could see that his lips trembled. Something still suffered for your sake. She put her hand to her brow, a lovely little gesture, as though all this troubled her, perhaps dazed her, or perhaps it was some old recollection in his voice. How absurd we are! We shall be parting soon. Yes, he says, for always. What can I say to you that you will remember? Only say that you can never forget the night by the river. I can never forget it. Something in his words fell final, like a fate. She turned now to her husband. The stage was already slowing up. Is this the county seat? I have found out quite a great deal. I will tell you more about the coal lands as we drive. He is an interesting man. Suddenly, from having been intently upon them, my attention became aware of a familiar sound, the thudding, 100-hoofed sound of an approaching herd. I had been so absorbed by the strange world of the other happening that I had not known of their approach. Almost suddenly they were about us, black and brown backs, spreading horns, broad wet noses, massive foreheads. The driver looked down through the little hole reassuringly. Just wait till they get past. They're on their way to the stockyards. We waited, the four of us, huddled together, with a strange kind of intimacy, it seemed, in the bus, while the trampling mass of driven dumb creatures surged and swayed around us, and finally struggled painfully by, each crowding the other on their way to death. The woman watched them with eyes in which there met fear and pity. When the last of the herd passed, the driver was already opening the stage door. The woman's husband rose, stooping. If you'll allow me, I'll get out first with these. He took the satchels and got out of the bus heavily. He turned to assist the woman. She did not give her hand at once. The Franciscan drew back a little to let her pass. She paused the fraction of a moment, and gave her hand to him. Good-bye. When she was beside the large man on the road, he also offered his hand to the Franciscan. Thank you very much indeed. He turned. Guess that's our surrey over there, Louise. The darky driver of the surrey hurried toward them. Yes, take these. The woman followed him. She did not look back. He assisted her into the surrey and followed, himself, his weight bending it heavily to one side as he entered. I saw them drive away, along a broad cross-road into the lovely rolling country, her brown veil floating a little, unknown to her, but like a living thing, with a little wild waving of its folds. The Franciscan I saw follow a road in another direction. The curve of it soon hid him. I did not see him again. I remained in the bus. We were to stay only a little while at the county seat, for we were already late. New horses were put to the poll, and within 20 minutes we were driving over the same road by which we had come. An old gentleman who, I think, was a lawyer returning from county court, was the only other occupant, and he was soon dozing. It was a strange ride back. When we came to Latonia the light was so altered as to make a new and lovely adventure of it. The sun was not yet set, but the sunlight had withdrawn to the tops of the tall trees. Below, the hotel lawn was cool, almost twilit, mysterious in shadows. It was there only a little while ago that I had first seen these two coming down the path to enter the bus. The last 4 hours had changed life for me entirely. Though I did not know it at the time, I now know that the two worlds of reality and romance, before that distinct and separate in my mind, and all untried, were for ever mingled with each other now, for me, and were one with my own life. I shall never henceforth be able to see a herd of cattle on a dusty road without seeing those two in their last meeting, nor shall I ever see any who remind me of him or her without a sense of love and death and the inevitable. This is a true story. I have never told it before. I have kept it locked away as something too cherished, too intimate to share with any one. There always seemed to me a finality about it, beyond any story I could ever read. Yet I am telling it now, partly from a sense of honour, partly from a hidden hope, because it was not, after all, finished that day. She may still be living. This may chance to meet her eye. If so, I would have her know that the dark-eyed child who rode with them that day came in time, by that strange chance, so much more strange in life than in any story, to meet just what she had met, to meet love, the glorious and radiant presence, only to find that there walked beside love, rode companions of the way, poverty, and one whose face had all the likeness of death. And I would have her know that, because of that day, and because of the memory of her in my heart, so long cherished, I, at the chosen moment, laid my hand in that of the shining presence, despite these other presences, to go with it, in what paths soever it might lead me. It is so, I take it. Life deals with us more largely than we know. Fools in our folly, spendthrifts though we may be, throwing priceless wisdom away to the winds, as these two had done, wasting our wealth and our substance of joy irretrievably, careless of God's treasure entrusted to us, squandering gold worth the ransom of all the kings of the earth, and this for some trifling thing, some inconsiderable bauble. Yet God, unknown to us, does most usually, no doubt, save from our wrecked fortunes and our lost argosies something precious still and above price, with which, at a future day, with merciful largesse of wisdom and of love, some other soul may yet be blessed, and may yet be enriched, as it were, by all the treasures of the earth. End of story. Biographical and Interpretive Notes by Charles Swain Thomas. Spendthrifts. Laura Spencer Porter, Mrs. Francis Pope, has long been engaged in literary work. Her essays and stories give proof of a versatility of experience as protean as her talents. Mrs. Pope is now connected with the editorial staff of one of the prominent New York magazines. Perhaps that which impresses the reader most in Spendthrifts is the production of an atmosphere that makes the strange seem real, and the commonplace take on a suggestion of the fanciful. Not half so wonderful is that the woman of the orange-coloured eyes should meet the lover of her youth, now a lay Franciscan, and live again with him the story of their love before a smilingly complacent husband, as that this story should have been unfolded before the eyes of a romantic little girl who went out to see the world in a rambling old coach. The author, like the successful playwright, completely transfers us to another world. The careful preparation of atmosphere is followed by a swift march of events to a climax the more powerful by the necessity of its restraint. The gradual trailing off into the dim romantic atmosphere out of which the story grew calls for a curtain that may be raised again only on the author's epilogue. Suggested points for study and comment. 1. What can you say by way of comment on the somewhat leisurely beginning of the story? 2. What did you like best in the description of the old-fashioned bus? 3. Justify the author's early paragraphs on the herds of dumb cattle. 4. Can you analyze the method by which the author makes even her most trivial details of the trip seem vital and interesting? 5. Is it true that most of these details, both narrative and descriptive, assume greater importance because they are seen through a child's vision? 6. What items bring out the disturbed feelings of the Franciscan soon after he enters the bus? 7. Trace the details that very gradually portray the character of Louisa's husband. 8. What part does the description of the various costumes play in the portrayal of character? 9. As Louise analyzes to the Franciscan the past relations existing between them, do we find ourselves sympathizing with one or the other, or with neither? 10. What is the intended symbolism of the title, Spendthrifts? 11. What is symbolized by the herd of cattle? End of Spendthrifts.
Section 22 of Atlantic Narratives, Modern Short Stories, 2nd Series, published 1918 by the Atlantic Monthly Press. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Children Wanted by Lucy Pratt. Recording by Garris Espinosa. They were sitting at the breakfast table when the morning mail came in. There was something for Mr. Henry Tarbell. There was always something for him. There was something for Mrs. Henry Tarbell. There was usually something for her. The only thing at all unusual was that there was something for Master Crosby Tarbell. It was rather a strange-looking document, too. Beside the address was a picture of a pony with a long, sweeping tail, and just under the pony were some words. Crosby was learning to read in a school which was proud of its phonetic method, and he read the words slowly, with many lip sounds to help him on. Would you like a pony for your vacation? You can have her for free. His father's glance fell on the picture. Hello? Where does all that come from? It says I can have her free, began Crosby with a characteristic pause in the middle of his sentence, which always gave the effect of steadying the inclination to a slight tremble in his small, earnest voice. It says I can have her free. His face flushed. Can I have her, father? Where would you keep her? Inquired his father casually, opening a letter. In the kitchen? No, in the barn. They used to keep a horse there before we lived here. I could keep her in the barn. Barn. I'm afraid she wouldn't recognize it. But there's a stall there, a nice stall. Couldn't I have her? His father looked up again. What's this? A prize contest? Oh, I see. He smiled absently as he went on with his mail. Yes, it's safe to say you can have her. If you can get her. Crosby's face flushed slowly again, and his eyes looked very bright. If you can get her, repeated his father, pushing his chair back and looking at his watch. But you can't, Crosby. There isn't a chance in 1,000 that you could. He put his watch in his pocket and looked at his wife. Well, I must go. Come on, old man. Better take your pony correspondence outside. Too good a day for the house. From the low porch steps, Crosby waved an absent goodbye, his eyes still on the pictured pony. As he tore away some yellow seals, a letter fell out, and he creased the big folder again and cautiously sat down on it so that it would not blow away. Then he spread the letter across his knees. It was more than half an hour later that he looked up and drew a long breath of relief. It was the first really full-size breath that he had taken since he began the letter, and he had just finished it. His eyes dwelt on the last sentence again, and as he pulled the folder from under him, they traveled back to the beginning. "I have some good news for you." It read more easily this time. "What would make you happier than anything else you can think of? To have me tell you that you can have a pony of your own?" The characteristic slow flush came into his cheeks. "Well, that is just what I am going to tell you, because on the 20th of August we are going to give away to some boy or girl one of the prettiest little Indian ponies you ever saw. Her name is Lightfoot, and you can have her if you get started right away. The thing is to start right out." Oh, he understood the rest perfectly. He was simply to get subscriptions for the most delicious breakfast food that had ever been boxed for the public market. Its name? Buttercup Crisps. He was simply to get the names of people who were willing to put their names down for one order or more of Buttercup Crisps. "Buttercup Crisps," he whispered, and caught another deep breath at the mere sound of it as he opened up the big folder. "A prize for every contestant." It stared at him in huge letters, and his eyes traveled swiftly from the shining bicycle to the little mahogany writing desk, to the violin, to the beautiful gold watch, then rested again, gently, lingeringly, on the pony. Just once again his glance shifted to the sentence which seemed to shine out from all the others. "Her name is Lightfoot, and you can have her if you get started right away." He gathered up all his papers and went in. "Mother," he began, but he found that he needed a steadying pause at the very beginning. "Mother, can I go out for a little while? I want to do something." She looked at the folded sheets in his hand. "Oh, Crosby, that's so foolish," she protested. "You know you couldn't get that pony, no matter how hard you tried." "Well, can I go?" he repeated, sticking characteristically to the original question. "Oh, yes, I suppose so. But I wouldn't waste my time over that, if I were you. It's too warm a day." He was already storing all the papers and pictures inside his waist for safekeeping, and as he marched steadily down toward the center, he kept one hand of protection upon them and made out a careful plan of campaign. He must go to every house in town, beginning with the one right there, next the post office. But it wasn't a house. It was a store. Never mind, he would begin with the store. He felt very strange, though, as he stood before the counter while the man behind it waited, flirting some string which hung down from a suspended ball, and evidently quite ready for business. "Would you like—" began Crosby, his voice growing so faint that he had to swallow it to get it back again. "Would you like some Buttercup Crisps?" "Like some what?" bawled the man. Crosby had an idea that he might get arrested if he asked that again, at least if he didn't make some variation, so he launched desperately into another construction. "It's something to eat. For breakfast. Buttercup Crisps. It comes in boxes." "Well, what about it?" questioned the man behind the counter distractedly. Do you want some?" continued Crosby bravely. "No, I don't," declared the man behind the counter with both strength and finality. "'Twouldn't make any difference what it came in. I'm so overrun now with these breakfast concoctions that there ain't room left for anything else." "Yes, sir," returned Crosby politely, and walked out to the street again. It was not a very promising beginning, to be sure, but it was a relief to have that first dreadful plunge over. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad after that. And he marched on to the next house, which was a house, and not a store. A middle-aged colored woman in an ample white apron came to the door and stood smiling at him while he screwed his courage into words again. Would you like to try a few Buttercup Crisps?" he asked with a fleeting consciousness that he had made a really elegant effort. "What's that, child?" inquired the woman of color in kindly tones. "Buttercup Crisps," stammered Crosby. "Crisps, a few." "One of these your breakfast fancies, I suppose?" came the kindly encouragement. "Ain't it sound good, too, don't it?" But she lowered her voice to a note of confidential intimacy. "They don't allow me to transact no business that they do, child. No matter what your offers, they wouldn't trust it." "Yes'm," returned Crosby faintly, and walked down the steps. It made him positively dizzy to think of asking that question again, but his hand rose mechanically to the folded papers under his waist, and once more a vision of a beautiful long-tailed pony swept before his eyes. "It said I couldn't have her if I got started right away," he reasoned steadily, "and I have got started right away, so I guess I better keep right on." He looked so hot and tired when he came in to dinner that his mother glanced at him questioningly. "Why, Crosby, where have you been? You look perfectly roasted. Is it so hot in the sun?" "Well, don't go out again this afternoon until it's cooler." "I'm not so very hot," he assured her. But he thought himself that he wouldn't go out again right away. He had been to a good many houses that morning, but for some reason he had not had a real name to show for it. He had not seen the right people. Most of them had been servants, and of course they couldn't have bought Buttercup Crisps if they had wanted to. No, he must begin asking for the lady of the house, and he must become more familiar with the literature of his folder. Its advertising value was his chief asset. He set forth the next morning with new hope and confidence, and something very exhilarating soon happened. The very first lady of the house, who smiled down at him from her doorway as he explained with conscientious steadying pauses the full meaning of his call, and then, pointing to the pictured pony, explained with even longer steadying pauses that he wanted to get her for a prize. Why, that very first generous lady decided that she would give him her name for 6 boxes of Buttercup Crisps. Crosby fairly tottered with the monstrous significance of it, but as he drew more papers out from under his waist and found the page where subscribers' names were to be written, she glanced it hastily over. "Yes, now I am to give you 75 cents, she explained kindly as she wrote her name, "and it tells you in this little notice here that counts you 1 point. It says, too, I see, that it takes 6 points to become a contestant." "Everybody gets a prize," explained Crosby, and he unfolded the beautiful folder again with its large and frequent letters of assurance still staring joyously. "Yes, but—" She looked down at his small, upturned face and flushed with a kind of helpless shame. "But don't you see, dear child, it tells you here in fine print that it takes 6 points to become a contestant." Crosby looked puzzled. "Every contestant gets a prize," he repeated slowly. "Does that mean that if you work and get names that perhaps you won't get a prize either?" "That's just what it means, and I wouldn't bother with it if I were you. You see, it means so much work for you, and it's so uncertain." "But the letter was written to me," explained Crosby, "and the ponyman says I can't lose." "Well, then he's saying what isn't so, because you can lose very easily, and I'm very much afraid that you will. But if you want to keep trying—" She just touched his cheek with her hands. I hope that you will be successful." He went down the steps with a troubled face, tying 3 silver quarters into the corner of his handkerchief. So he did not yet understand all those printed documents. He looked up and down the warm, tree-lined street and sat down under the first tree, spreading them all carefully out upon the grass. When he got up and started on again, he still looked troubled, but there was, too, a look of patient determination about him, entirely characteristic. He understood it all now. He understood about the points. At dinner-time his eyes looked very bright. He had 6 names on his list for varying and assorted orders of Buttercup Crisps. As he brought out all his money and showed it to his mother, she smiled at him and told him that he was wasting his time. But he looked back at her with bright, confident eyes as he went out again, his precious papers still buttoned under his waist. As his campaign went on with steadily growing success, he trudged off as regularly as possible every morning, back again at noon and again at night. His mother listened and smiled at explanations of wonderful progress, at the growing list of names, and occasionally his father half listened and smiled too. After perhaps 3 weeks of it, there came a day when Crosby's most confident hope, at all times unwavering, became a thing which seemed to soar away with him into a kind of pony heaven, where he heard only the word Lightfoot, and saw only one beautiful animal with a long, sweeping tail, because it kept flashing so continuously before his eyes. That was the day when he was obliged to send for a new subscription blank. That was the day when his hope, if it had ever in the past wavered even unconsciously, became a thing of absolute fixedness. And when there were 7 new names on the new blank, and his little bag of money was so fat and heavy that he doubted whether it would hold any more anyway, he had a conference with his mother about dates, and decided that it was time. It was the day to send everything, all the returns, to the ponyman. She helped him, with the same smile of forbearance about the money order, made out with such dashing effect by the man at the post office, and together they got off an impressive-looking envelope full of impressive-looking matter. It gave just the last touch of safety and surety to it all, to have his mother helping, and Crosby looked up at her with shining eyes. "You can ride in the pony cart after the pony comes, can't you?" It took longer pauses than usual to keep things steady that time, and her glance wandered to his bright eyes. "Would you be very much disappointed if it didn't come?" A puzzled reproach crept over his face. She felt guilty of an unwarrantable suspiciousness of nature as he looked back at her, and then hurried off to the old stall in the barn. It seemed so strange not to have to think about names any more. He could give all his time to the barn now. He wished that it was a nicer one, but with a little well-spent labor he thought he might make it very presentable, after all. It was the next morning, after he had been working there with a fixed, concentrated pucker between his eyes for almost 3 hours, that a small boy from the next house appeared. "Say, Crosby," he began, "there's a lady lives up there on the hill road, you know, after you've crossed the long bridge and turned up on the hill road." Crosby nodded. "Well, there's a lady lives up there, says she'll be glad to help you, for the pony you're trying to get. I was telling her about it yesterday, and she said she didn't know anything about the breakfast food, but she'd be glad to help you just the same." "But I've sent the names already," explained Crosby, looking perplexed with Fortune's almost immoderate favors. "Well, send hers alone. Can't you do that?" Crosby meditated. "What house did you say she lived in?" "It's the only house up there on the hill road, the big white house. You couldn't miss it. I guess I better go up there then." He glanced out to the street, where the sun simmered on the white, hot road and wiped some little beads of perspiration from his forehead. Then he walked slowly out through the yard. When, what seemed a long time afterwards, he dragged himself in from the simmering white street again, his legs pulling listlessly behind him. He even forgot for the time being what the walk had all been about, and sat down vacantly on the cool step in the shade, his cheeks burning a deep, dull red. Then he remembered and pulled himself up again, and that evening another letter started on its way to the pony man. The next morning, he waked up with a confused consciousness that something important was hanging over him. Gradually it came back quite clearly. It was the 20th. And then, for the first time, he became aware of facing a quite unheralded question of challenge. Was there any doubt about the pony's coming? His long list of subscription names flashed before his eyes. His big, shining pile of money, his mother's smile, the post office man's whew of admiration before he made out the money order, the promises in the letter if he began right away, and worked. And he had worked all the time ever since. There was but one possible answer to that question. The pony would come, today, before night. He stumbled gaily down the stairs as he thought of all that he was going to do that morning in the barn. It was such a strange, rickety little affair, that barn. It did seem to look so much more like a shed than anything else, that he was continually haunted by his father's words. Barn? I'm afraid she wouldn't recognize it. But he could make it clean anyway, if it wasn't new. He looked up at the battered manger from his kneeling position on the floor as he scrubbed with soap and water, and wondered what he could do about that. Something, he was sure. Why, there were plenty of ways to do things if you only had sense. He thought he must be mistaken when he heard his mother calling him to dinner, but then, when he stopped and looked around, he felt a tired glow of satisfaction. The walls and floor of the old stall had not changed color as he had hoped they would by washing, but they looked damp and clean too. Across the battered front of the manger was tacked a shining but crooked piece of clean brown paper, and inside was a fresh little pile of grass and 3 large round ginger cakes beside it. But Crosby's eyes traveled most lovingly to a small row of implements which hung down from the wall, at one side from nails which he had pounded in. Of course, ponies had to be groomed, and he looked up proudly at the small, clean brush, hanging by a string and suggestive no longer of the sink, at the worn whisk broom next, at the broken comb, and finally at a little shrunken last winter's glove, with its fingers cut off evenly, which completed the line. He would wear that glove when he did his daily grooming. "I'll finish everything after dinner," he meditated, and went in. When he came back, a saucer of milk trembled dangerously in one hand, and with a faint, half-conscious smile flickering about his mouth, he put it down on the floor in the corner. "She'll be thirsty when she gets here," he reasoned, and then, half apologetically, he glanced down at a big loose bunch of summer goldenrod supported by the other hand. Standing high on his toes, he propped it very jauntily over a time-worn beam just opposite the door. "To look nice when she comes in," he whispered, and then he cast round a final look, sighed a tired sigh of satisfaction, and went out and closed the door. He wandered about restlessly that afternoon, and finally, with a queer, light feeling in his head that he associated dimly with the long walk on the hill road the day before, he turned out of the yard and struck off across the street in the direction of the railroad station. He wanted to inquire about trains, and the station was near. Besides, he knew the station master, and he would tell him just what he wanted to know. To be sure, the station master was both alert and intelligent. "A pony from New York?" he echoed. "You're expecting a pony from New York? Well, now I hope you aren't going to be disappointed about it. You say it was to leave New York today? Well, there's a New York-Boston train that gets here in 6:30. That's the last one there is. So if there's a pony coming, she'll be on that train, won't she? Yes, if she's coming at all, she'll be on that train." 6:30? What time is it now?" questioned Crosby. "It's just 4:30. Now, you don't want to hang around here for 2 hours. No, you run home and make yourself easy. I pass your place on my way home to supper, and if you're outside, I'll let you know whether there's anything for you. But I wouldn't get my hopes up too high." Crosby looked up gracefully. He had not even heard the last sentence. He was already making his way out of the station and back home again, wondering just how he could spend all that time. 2 hours later, his father came swinging up the walk. Crosby, sitting on the grass close to the sidewalk, hardly saw him. He thought he saw someone else, away down the walk, moving slowly towards him. "Hello, Crosby," began his father cheerfully. "What you doing? Looking at the view?" Crosby smiled faintly, but his eyes were straining away down the walk. "You look pale, son. What's the matter? You'd better come in to supper." "No, it isn't going to be ready quite yet," Mother said. His father gave him another questioning look and went on into the house. "What's the matter with Crosby?" he asked inside. "He looks as if he'd been frightened half to death." "Oh, he's worrying himself to pieces about that pony. He's been fussing around in the barn all day long. He really thinks he's going to get it, I suppose." "Pony? What pony? Has he been working himself to death over that business? What's he been doing in the barn?" He walked through the house and down the back steps and crossed the yard. Then he opened the door which led directly into the old stall and stopped. "Oh, Lord above us," he whispered. Never, since he was a child like the one who had just looked up at him from the grass, had such an overmastering desire swept over him to sit down right where he was and drop his head down into his hands and cry. "Oh, Lord above us," he whispered again faintly, pushing his hand up to his eyes. It was all just as it had been left. The old walls and floor with great splinters scoured out of them everywhere, the manger with its shining crooked front of clean brown paper, the little hanging row of grooming implements, the small brush, the worn whisker broom, the comb, the little old glove, the pile of grass in the manger, and the 3 ginger cakes, the saucer of milk in the corner, and the jaunty bunch of goldenrod nodding down upon it all from the beam just opposite the door. He pushed his hands blindly to his eyes again. Then he went out, closed the door, and walked down the yard where Crosby was sitting. No, he was standing and looking dumbly after a man who was walking away and blowing his nose. "Crosby," began his father huskily. "Crosby, come into the house. Come into supper. I want to see you." Crosby looked up with dry, hunted-looking eyes, and his chin trembled just perceptibly. "I'm coming in just a minute," he began, with a quivering appeal in the dry, hunted eyes to be left alone, just for a minute. His father turned and went up the steps, while Crosby's gaze shifted mechanically back to the man who was going on up the street. But he turned, too, slowly, and crossed the yard to the barn and opened the door and went in. He hoped no one had seen it, and he pulled off the brown paper from the manger and wrapped it round the pile of ginger cakes. Then he reached up for the little row of grooming implements and took them down, one by one. When Crosby was 3, he had stumbled down on a brick walk one day and had sat up winking vaguely while drops of blood ran down his face, and tried to smile at his mother. It had never been just natural for Crosby to cry when he was hurt, but as he came back slowly into the old stall and stooped down to take up the saucer of milk, something dropped with a splashing sound into the milk, making rings away out to the edge. He raised his arms and dragged his hand across his eyes, and then he reached up for the jaunty bunch of flowers on the beam. But that strange, light feeling in his head, dimly associated with the hill road, seemed to confuse him again, and he could not just remember what he was going to do next. As he pushed open the door, he tripped over some scattered goldenrod, and then went stumbling along to the house. "He said I could have her if I got started right off," he said. "I could have her if I got started right off," he said I could have her if I got started. His mother met him at the door. "Come in, Crosby," she began brokenly. "Come in." "He said I could have her if I got started right off," he shrieked out in a high, quivering, babyish wail. "And I did get started right off." "Hush, hush. You have worked so hard. You are so tired." She looked with frightening eyes at his dully burning cheeks. "Take him up to bed." "Let me take him up," came a husky voice behind them, and he was lifted in his father's arms and carried upstairs. As they undid the straining buttons of the well-filled little waist, some papers dropped down to the floor, and the man stooped and picked them up. He looked at them and put them in his pocket. "I'm going to call up the doctor," he whispered. But after the doctor had come and gone, he went upstairs again and sat down by the bed, while his shocked eyes sought the small, still upturned face. It was so characteristic of the boy that, in a high fever, he should not chatter in delirium, that he should not scream wild things about a pony, that he should only lie there quietly, with his eyes closed and his face turned upwards. For a long time, the watcher by the bed looked down in the flickering half-light, and then he went downstairs to his study and shut the door. When he had read the papers, which he took from his pocket from beginning to end, he placed a clean sheet sharply on the desk before him, and with his mouth closed into a taut straight line, which relaxed into no curve of compromise as his pen marched down the sheet, Mr. Henry Tarbell wrote a letter to the ponyman. He sealed and directed it, and walked out of the house with long strides to the post-box. It was many days later that he hung over the bed where a child lay tired out with fever, and gently said something that he thought might bring a little light back into the white face. "They did send you a prize, Crosby, after all. A first-class little prize that has just come this morning. Look!" And he held up a small but crisply ticking watch upon a cheaply shining chain. Crosby reached up his hand. I don't believe it. It would keep the right time, would it? He asked slowly with a suspiciousness quite new, and his unwavering eyes sought his father's. Why did they write such a lie to me about the pony? He challenged faintly. Forget it, boy, returned his father gaily. We'll have a pony yet. We'll have to have one to get the color back into your face, I'm thinking. Say, Sonny, I'm glad you got the old stall fixed up for it, aren't you? The unwavering eyes were still upon his father, and the first entirely unresisted tears that anyone had ever seen in them since he stepped out of his baby's dresses and marched forth to life with brave but unaccustomed feet and steadying pauses slipped quietly down the white cheeks. You wouldn't talk that way unless you meant it, whispered Crosby. End of story. Biographical and interpretive notes by Charles Swain Thomas. Lucy Pratt, a frequent contributor to the magazine, lives in Cambridge, Massachusetts. So slight is the plot in Children Wanted that one might on reflection question whether there is a plot. In the actual reading, one becomes too absorbed in the very real situation that Miss Pratt presents to become coldly analytical. The vividness of Master Crosby Tarbell's particular adventure with life is reflected not only in the letter Mr. Henry Tarbell dispatches to a certain pony man, but in the reader's own warm indignation at the carelessness, the cowardice of compromising grown-ups in general. At the same time, Miss Pratt's masterly use of commonplace detail, fully as much as the poignant bits of character delineation, such as that which ends the story, makes of Children Wanted as effective a bit of narrative technique as it is a striking example of the propagandist's art. Suggested points for study and comment. 1. Is the chief interest of the story in the principal character or in the underlying theme? 2. Would the experience have meant as much to any child? 3. Why is the Lady on the Hill Road added to the list of customers? 4. What does Crosby's father add to the story that Crosby's mother could not? Would you have preferred to be told more about Mrs. Tarbell? 5. Do you find any explanations for the climax in the previous characterization of Crosby? How has the detailed description of the barn helped to reveal the lad's sensitiveness? End of Children Wanted.
Section 23 of Atlantic Narratives, Modern Short Stories, 2nd Series, published 1918 by the Atlantic Monthly Press. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Squire by Elsie Singmaster. Recording by Jordan Herron. The Squire was a bachelor and lived alone in his house. Therefore, he was able to use the parlor and dining room for offices. The parlor contained only a pine desk, a map hanging at the wall, as Millerstown would have said, and a dozen or so plain pine chairs. The law was administered with scant ceremony in Millerstown. The Squire sat now in the twilight in his back office, which was furnished with another pine table, 2 chairs, and a large, old-fashioned iron safe. He was clearly of a geographical turn of mind, for table, safe, and floor were littered with railroad maps and folders. The Squire was about 60 years old. He had all the grave beauty which the Gaumer men acquired. Their hair did not thin as it turned grey. Their smooth-shaven faces did not wrinkle. They all looked stern, but their faces brightened readily at the sight of a little child or an old friend, or with amusement over some untold thought. The Squire's face glowed. He was going, his age, his inexperience, the certain disapproval of Millerstown notwithstanding, he was going round the world. He would start in a month, and thus far he had told no one but Edwin Seam, an adventurous young Millerstonian, who was to leave that night for a ranch in Kansas, and whom the Squire was to visit on his own journey. For 30 years he had kept Millerstown straight. There was no possible case for which his substitute would not find a precedent. Fortunately, there were no trusts to be investigated and reproved, and no vote buyers or bribers to be imprisoned or fined. There were disputes of all kinds, dozens of them. There was one waiting for the Squire now in the outer office. He shook his head solemnly at the thought of it, as he gathered up his maps and thrust them back into the safe, that precious old safe which held the money for his journey. He had been 30 years gathering the money together. The law might be administered in Millerstown without formality, but it was not administered without the eager attention of the citizens. Everyone in the village was on hand when simple-minded Venus Stuber was indicted for stealing, or when the various dramatic scenes of the Miller-Weitzel feud were enacted. This evening's case, Sula Myers versus Adam Myers for non-support, might be considered part of the Miller-Weitzel feud, since the two real principals, Sula's mother and Adam's mother, had been, respectively, Sally Miller and Maria Weitzel. The air was sultry, and rain threatened. The clouds seemed to rest on the tops of the maple trees. It was only because the Millerstonians knew the rough brick pavements as they knew the palms of their hands that there were no serious falls in the darkness. They laughed as they hurried to the hearing. It was seldom that a dispute promised so richly. There was almost no one in the village who could not have been subpoenaed as a witness, so thorough was everyone's knowledge of the case. Already the real principals faced each other, glaring, under the blinding light of the squire's hanging lamp. It made no difference that Millerstown listened and chuckled, or that the squire had taken his seat behind the pine desk. "When it don't give any religion, it don't give any decent behaving, but God trieth the hearts of the righteous," said Mrs. Myers meaningly. She was a large, commanding woman, who had been converted in middle life to the fervent sect of the New Mennonites, and young Adam had been brought up in that persuasion. Except for his marriage, young Adam had been thus far his mother's creature, body and soul. Sula's mother, Mrs. Hill, was large also. She took off her sunbonnet and folded her arms as tightly as possible across her broad bosom. "There is sometimes too much religion," she said. "Not in your family, Sally," rejoined Mrs. Myers, her glance including not only Mrs. Hill and Sula, but all their sympathizers, and even Caleb Stemmel, who was supposed to be neutral. Caleb Stemmel belonged in the same generation with the squire. His interest could be only general. Caleb did not see Mrs. Myers' scornful glance. He was watching pretty Sula, who sat close by her mother's side. Sula looked at nobody, neither at her angry mother beside her, nor at her angry mother-in-law opposite, nor even at Adam, her husband, sitting close by his mother. She wore her best clothes, her pretty summer hat, the white dress in which she had been married a year before. Even her wedding handkerchief was tucked into her belt. Sula had been strangely excited when she dressed in the bedroom of her girlhood for the hearing. There was the prospect of getting even with her mother-in-law, with whom she had lived for a year and whom she hated. There was the prospect of seeing Adam's embarrassment. There was another reason, soothing to her pride, and as yet almost unacknowledged even to herself. Now, however, the glow had begun to fade, and she felt uncomfortable and distressed. She heard only dimly Mrs. Myers' attack and her mother's response. Immediately, Mrs. Myers told Mrs. Hill to be quiet, and Mrs. Hill replied with equal elegance. "You will both be quiet," said the squire sternly. "The court will come to order. Now, Sula, you are the one that complains. You will tell us what you want." Sula did not answer. She was tugging at her handkerchief. The handkerchief had been pinned fast. Its loosening took time. "It was this way," began Mrs. Myers and Mrs. Hill together. The squire lifted his hand. "We will wait for Sula." He looked sternly at Mrs. Hill. "No whispering, Sally." Sula's complaint came out with a burst of tears. "He won't support me. For 3 months already I didn't have a cent." "All this time I supported her," said her mother. "She had a good home and wouldn't stay in it," said Mrs. Myers. The squire commanded silence again. "Sula, you were willing to live with Adam's mother when you were married. Why aren't you now?" She wouldn't give me no peace. She wouldn't let him take me for a wedding trip, not even to the fair." She repeated it as though it were the worst of all her grievances. Not even a wedding trip to the fair would he dare to take. Mrs. Hill burst forth again. She would have spoken if decapitation had followed. "He gave all his money to his mom." "He is yet under age," said Mrs. Myers. Again Mrs. Hill burst forth. "She wanted that Sula should convert herself to the Mennonites." "I wanted to save her soul," declared Mrs. Myers. You needn't to worry yourself about her soul, answered Mrs. Hill. When you behave as well as Sula when you're young, you needn't to worry yourself about other people's souls when you get old. Mrs. Myers's youth had not been as straight-laced as her middle age. There was a depth of reminiscent innuendo in Mrs. Hill's remark. Millerstown laughed. It was one of the delights of these hearings that no allusion failed to be appreciated. Besides, I did give her money, Mrs. Myers hastened to say. Yes, 5 cents once in a while, and I had to ask for it every time, said Sula. I might as well stayed at home with my mom as get married like that. Sula's eyes wandered about the room, and suddenly her face brightened. Her voice hardened as though someone had waved her an encouraging sign. I want him to support me right. I must have $4 a week. I can't live off my mom. The squire turned for the first time to the defendant. Well, Adam, what have you to say? Adam had not glanced toward his wife. He sat with bent head, staring at the floor, his face crimson. He was a slender fellow. He looked even younger than his 19 years. I did my best, he said miserably. Can't you make a home for her alone, Adam? No. How much do you earn? About $7 a week, sometimes 10. Other people in Millerstown live on that. But I have nothing to start, no furniture or anything. Your mother will surely give you something, and Sula's mother. The squire looked commandingly at Mrs. Myers and Mrs. Hill. It is better for young ones to begin alone. I have nothing to spare, said Mrs. Myers stiffly. I wouldn't take any of your things, blazed Sula. I wouldn't use any of your things or have any of your things. You knew how much he had when you married him, said Mrs. Myers calmly. You needn't have run after him. Run after him, cried Sula. It was the climax of sordid insult. They had been 2 irresponsible children, mating as birds mate, with no thought for the future. It was not true that she had run after him. She burst into loud crying. If you and your son begged me on your knees to come back, I wouldn't. Run after him, echoed Sula's mother. I had almost to take the broom to him at 10 o'clock to get him to go home. Adam looked up quickly. For the moment, he was a man. He spoke as hotly as his mother. His warmth startled even his pretty wife. It isn't true. She never ran after me. He looked down again. He could not quarrel. He had heard nothing but quarreling for months. It made no difference to him what happened. A plan was slowly forming in his mind. Edwin Seam was going west. He would go too, away from mother and wife alike. She can come and live in the home I can give her, or she can stay away, he said sullenly, knowing that Sula would never enter his mother's house. The squire turned to Sula once more. He had been staring at the back of the room, where Caleb Stemmel's keen, selfish face moved now into the light, now back into the shadow. On it was a strange expression, a hungry gleam of the eyes, a tightening of the lips, an eager watching of the girlish figure in the white dress. The squire knew all the gossip of Millerstown, and he knew many things which Millerstown did not know. He had known Caleb Stemmel for 50 years, but it was incredible that Caleb Stemmel, with all his wickedness, should have any hand in this. The squire bent forward. Sula, look at me. You are Adam's wife. You must live with him. Won't you go back? Sula looked about the room once more. Sula would do nothing wrong, yet. It was with Caleb Stemmel that her mother advised. It was Caleb Stemmel who came evening after evening to sit on the porch. Caleb Stemmel was a rich man, even if he was old enough to be her father, and it was many months since anyone else had told Sula that her hat was pretty or her dress becoming. Now, with Caleb's eyes upon her, she said the little speech which had been taught her, the speech which set Millerstown gasping, and sent the squire leaping to his feet, furious anger on his face. Neither Millerstown nor the squire, English as they had become, was yet entirely of the world. I will not go back, said pretty Sula lightly. If he wants to apply for a divorce, he can. Sula, cried the squire. He looked about once more. On the faces of Sula's mother and Caleb Stemmel was complacency. On the face of Mrs. Myers, astonished approval. On the faces of the citizens of Millerstown, except the very oldest, there was amazement, but no dismay. There had never been a divorce in Millerstown. Persons quarreled. Sometimes they separated. Sometimes they lived in the same house without speaking to each other for months and years, but they were not divorced. Was this the beginning of a new order? If there were to be a new order, it would not come during the 2 months before the squire started on his long journey. He shook his fist, his eyes blazing. "There is to be no such threatening in this court," he cried, "and no talking about divorce while I am here. Sula, Maria, Sally, are you out of your heads?" "There are higher courts," said Mrs. Hill. Millerstown gasped visibly at her defiance. To its further amazement, the squire made no direct reply. Instead, he went toward the door of the back office. "Adam," he commanded, "come here." Adam rose without a word to obey. He had some respect for the majesty of the law. "Sula, you come too." For an instant, Sula held back. "Don't you do it, Sula," said her mother. "Sula," said the squire, and Sula too rose. "Don't you give up," commanded her mother. Then she got to her feet. "I'm going in there too." Again, the squire did not answer. He presented instead the effectual response of a closed and locked door. The back office was as dark as a pocket. The squire took a match from the safe and lit the lamp. Behind them, the voices of Mrs. Myers and Mrs. Hill answered each other with antiphonal regularity. Adam stood by the window. Sula advanced no farther than the door. The squire spoke sharply. "Adam!" Adam turned from the window. "Sula!" Sula looked up. She had always held the squire in awe. Now, without the support of her mother's elbow and Caleb Stemmel's eyes, she was badly frightened. Moreover, it seemed to her suddenly that the thing she had said was monstrous. The squire frightened her no further. He was now gentleness itself. "Sula," he said, "you didn't mean what you said in there, did you?" Sula burst into tears, not of anger, but of wretchedness. "You'd say anything, too, if you had to stand the things I did." "Sit down, both of you," commanded the squire. "Now, Adam, what are you going to do?" Adam hid his face in his hands. The other room had been a torture chamber. "I don't know." Then, at the squire's next question, he lifted his head suddenly. It seemed as if the squire had read his soul. "When is Edwin Seam going west?" "Tonight." "How would you like to go with him?" "He wanted me to. He could get me a place with good wages, but I couldn't save even the fare in half a year." "Suppose—" The squire hesitated, then stopped, then went on again. "Suppose I should give you the money." "Give me the money?" "Yes, lend it to you." A red glow came into Adam's face. "I would go tonight." "And Sula?" said the squire. "I would—" The boy was young, too young to have learned despair from only one bitter experience. Besides, he had not seen Caleb Stemmel's eyes. "I would send for her when I could." The squire made a rapid reckoning. He did not dare to send the boy away with less than $100, and it would take a long while to replace it. He could not send Sula, too, no matter how much he hated divorce, no matter how much he feared Caleb Stemmel's influence over her, no matter how much he loved Millerstown and every man, woman, and child in it. If he sent Sula, it would mean that he might never start on his own journey. He looked down at her as she sat, drooping in her chair. "What do you say, Sula?" Sula looked up at him. It might have been the thought of parting which terrified her, or the recollection of Caleb Stemmel. "Oh, I would try," she said faintly. "I would try to do what is right. But they are after me all the time, and—" Her voice failed, and she began to cry. The squire swung open the door of the old safe. "You have 10 minutes to catch the train," he said gruffly. "You must hurry." Adam laid a shaking hand on the girl's shoulder. It was the first time he had been near her for weeks. "Sula," he began wretchedly. The squire straightened up. He had pulled out from the safe a roll of bills. With it came a mass of brightly colored pamphlets, which drifted about on the floor. "Here," he said. "I mean both of you, of course." "I am to go too?" cried Sula. "Of course," said the squire. "Edwin will look after you." "In this dress?" said Sula. "Yes. Now run." For at least 10 minutes more, the eager company in the next room heard the squire's voice go on angrily. Each mother was complacently certain that he was having no effect on her child. "He is telling her she ought to be ashamed of herself," said Mrs. Myers. "He is telling him he is such a mother-baby," responded Mrs. Hill. "She will not go back to him while the world stands." "The righteous shall be justified, and the wicked shall be condemned," said Mrs. Myers. Suddenly, the squire's monologue ended with a louder burst of oratory. The silence which followed frightened Mrs. Hill. "Let me in," she demanded, rapping on the door. "This court shall be public, not private," cried Mrs. Myers. She thrust Mrs. Hill aside and knocked more loudly, at which imperative summons the squire appeared. He stood for an instant, with his back to the door, the bright light shining on his handsome face. Seeing him appear alone, the two women stood still and stared. "Where is he?" asked Mrs. Myers. "Where is she?" demanded Mrs. Hill. The squire's voice shook. "There is to be no divorcing in Millerstown yet awhile," he announced. "Where is he?" cried Mrs. Myers. "Where is she?" shrieked Mrs. Hill. The squire smiled. The parting blast of the train whistle, screaming as if in triumph, echoed across the little town. They had had abundance of time to get aboard. "He is with her, where he should be," he answered Mrs. Myers. "And she is with him, where she should be," he said to Mrs. Hill. "And both are together." This time it seemed that he was addressing all of Millerstown. In reality, he was looking straight at Caleb Stemmel. "You mean that—" stammered Mrs. Myers. "What do you mean?" demanded Mrs. Hill. "I mean," and now the squire was grinning broadly, "I mean they are taking a wedding trip." End of story. Biographical and Interpretive Notes by Charles Swain Thomas. The Squire. Elsie Singmaster, Mrs. H. Lewers, a Pennsylvanian by birth and residence, has been writing at more or less irregular intervals ever since her first story was published in Scribner's Magazine 12 or 13 years ago. Her reputation has been largely won by her sympathetic portrayal of the Pennsylvania Dutch character. How adequately, how finally, a person can be characterized by his own conversations, all the principles in this little Millerstown drama demonstrate. Weakness, crudeness, selfishness speak out their own existence, and to shine by contrast in the midst of all this pettiness is the figure of a man who makes the title Squire mean what it has meant to certain English townships, and whatever more comes from responsibility assumed without force of precedent or hope of recompense. Suggested points for study and comment. 1. What are the elements which produce the atmosphere of crudity that stands for Millerstown? Could any description of the town produce a like effect? 2. Would it have detracted from the story if Stemmel had been more elaborately portrayed? 3. How is the solution of the case prevented from appearing melodramatic? 4. Would the squire's sacrifice have gained or lost power if Adam and Sula were less irresponsible? 5. How do the squire's actions correspond to the tradition of his title? How different are they from what might have happened in a like situation in England? 6. Do you think Adam and Sula worthy of the squire's interest? 7. What stories growing out of this one remain to be told? Which would be the most interesting? End of The Squire.
Section 24 of Atlantic Narratives, Modern Short Stories, Second Series, published 1918 by the Atlantic Monthly Press. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gregory and the Scuttle by Charles Haskins Townsend. This is a tale of the warm sea tides that daily and nightly flood the channels among the Bermuda Islands. I had almost written it, The Scuttle and Gregory. But it was Gregory who carried on the campaign aggressively, and finally triumphed with the trap net, so that the sea monster was dragged away into captivity. At our first meeting, when I described the creature whose subjection I wished to accomplish, Gregory said, "That's the Scuttle." I suggested the word "cuttle" as perhaps more appropriate, but it was not appreciated. The Scuttle by any other name could never be satisfactory to him. Quibbling over a mere title seemed unnecessary, so I made an effort to get down to essentials and adopted Gregory's word. As a result of our conference, Gregory took certain implements of capture and sailed out of the bay, only to return after a considerable absence with an empty boat. He had, however, matured certain plans which it seemed reasonable to follow out. It appeared that a combination of forces was desirable, so I contracted for the services of both Gregory and his boat, and we set about the circumvention of the Scuttle by fair measure or foul. As we sailed away in the light morning breeze, Gregory expatiated upon the subtlety of the Scuttle and the labors of the black toilers of the sea who had sought to capture him. "How big is he?" I inquired. "Not too big, sir," said Gregory, holding up a short oar by way of suggesting dimensions. I was interested, for I had read in a book by one Hugo how a man had once entered a sea cave and had had a fearful struggle with the creature. Respecting the truth of this, however, there is reasonable doubt, although I know of the capture of an octopus of the seas about Vancouver Island, which actually measured several oars' lengths across its outspread arms. But all this is not telling the story of Gregory's search. The Scuttle eluded us for many days, artfully removing choice foods from the snares we set for him. But we sometimes caught faint glimpses of him down under the overhanging borders of coral reefs, where he sat in shadowy caverns, thrusting forth his horrifying arms to seize the unwary sea people. While Gregory with great caution moved the boat close by the rocks, I peered constantly through the water-glass into the greyish depths, where the fierce-jawed Morlae has his hunting grounds, and where the sharp-stinging Medusa drifts along, moving out of the way of no creature whatsoever. It was an enchanted world that lay beneath us, and I saw many strange things which cannot be described here. But I must explain about the water-glass, an article with which all fishermen of the Bermudas are familiar. Like many another indispensable thing, it is of simple construction, being nothing more than a wooden bucket with a bottom of glass. By placing it on the surface of the water, and inserting one's face in the open top, it is possible to see distinctly whatever may be beneath. We worked our way at times into small bays, where green sea lettuce lay in the shallow water in masses, and these we overturned with our oar and boat-hook, hoping to come upon the wily object of our pursuit. The lair of the Scuttle, according to Gregory, may be discovered by certain unmistakable signs. It is the accustomed way of the creature to drag his prey to his hiding-place, and there to devour it at leisure. Crafty in the capture of his victims, and wily in the concealment of himself from observation, he makes no attempt to hide the debris of his feasts. He thrusts his garbage forth from his stronghold, unconcerned as to where it fall, provided the entrance be clear for his own movements. If he has feasted high on lobster or oyster, crab or clam, a mountain of shells proclaims his lair. The heap may grow until it would fill a basket as large as a man could lift. Knowing his weakness for these dainties, Gregory gathered a supply, hoping to lure the Scuttle into his power. He did, in fact, nearly succeed on one occasion by lowering a tempting morsel near where the creature lay concealed. A long arm snatched and held the bait until the sharp, hidden hook tore loose, and Gregory almost fell over as he jerked the stout line. This method might have succeeded if I had not been anxious to take my departure from the islands, and so urged haste. Whereupon Gregory, who was big and powerful, and did not fear a personal encounter with the Scuttle, became more aggressive. On the following day, when the tide was motionless and the water glassy, he saw the Scuttle disappear under a narrow ledge a couple of fathoms down in the clear greenish channel. He was overboard in an instant, and with a few quick strokes reached the bottom. Looking down through the water-glass, I could see the whitish soles of his bare feet as he made tremendous upward thrusts with his legs. The Scuttle was disturbed by the suddenness of the attack, and as he had not selected a favorable place for concealment, decided to make off, and lost no time in doing so. He may have caught sight of the whites of Gregory's determined eyes. He was barely quicker, however, than the quick arm of the man, and might have been seized had he not played a scurvy trick. The water suddenly turned black as Gregory's own face. It appears that the creature always bears a sack of inky fluid, ready in an instant to darken the water all about him, and can dart away under an impenetrable cloud of his own conjuring. This characteristic, which I had hitherto read of, I now saw verified. By magic the Scuttle had disappeared, and a moment later there was a porpoise-like snort as Gregory's head popped above the surface. Later we also had proof of the Scuttle's mysterious power of suddenly changing his color. Like the chameleon, he may appear conspicuously dark at one moment, and inconspicuously pale at another against the grayish, ragged wall of the coral reef. This I made sure of as our boat came close to another of his hiding places. Although he was in full sight, it took me some minutes to realize that the ghostly outlines pointed out to me were not a part of the gray background of jagged rock. He can, moreover, instantly turn brown or become spotted, as I later saw with my own eyes after we had got him into our power. Well, it was clear that there was nothing more to be done in that locality, so Gregory clambered aboard, and we held counsel together as the boat drifted broadside up the channel with the tide, and the earnestness of the black man made so profound an impression on me that when we parted in the evening I was not without hope that my mission would eventually be crowned with success. But the next day we were again disappointed. Gregory dived and had the Scuttle in his arms almost before I could brush from my eyes the salt water his splash threw over me. As he came up alongside, however, trouble began, for the Scuttle got a grip on the bottom of the boat with his many sucker-covered arms, and while Gregory was getting his breath, his hold slipped, and again the creature was off. Just how he managed to disappear so suddenly remains a mystery. Neither Gregory, who went under again, nor I, who promptly reached for the water-glass, got the faintest glimpse of him. Doubtless he shot away body foremost, after the manner of his kind, every one of his 8 arms contributing to the haste of his departure. Failing in all these manoeuvres, I began to scout among lonely pools under the cliffs, where, if cautious, one may see strange sea-folk when the tide is out. Gregory, left alone with his stratagems, disappeared for a few days. The last glimpse I had of him was of a very black man, with a very earnest face, loading a huge wicker contrivance into a boat. I had considerable faith in his resourcefulness, for he knew the reefs and caves as well as did the Scuttle himself. But my solitary patrol of the rocky shore proved fruitless, and I was glad, 2 days later, to find Gregory sitting on a stone wall down by the little dock, swinging his bare feet and enjoying the hot sunshine, but not much inclined to talk. He told me that he had gone to a distant island village in search of a large trap device used for catching fish. This, with the help of another fisherman, he had lowered into a deep cleft among the reefs, 2 or 3 miles to the westward. I was to go with him the next day to see if by any possibility the Scuttle had been deluded into entering it, for it was baited with something which the always hungry monster was pretty sure to investigate. We were off early in the morning, but made slow progress, as there was little wind. It was fully 3 hours before we arrived at the sunken trap, which Gregory located by the bearings of certain distant cliffs, for there were few portions of the reef showing at high tide. The breeze being light, the stone killick with line attached was thrown overboard without lowering the sail. Through the water-glass we made out the framework of the big trap on the bottom. I let out more anchor line, the sloop drifting astern until we were nearly over the trap, when Gregory yelled that the scuttle was ours. He let down a grapple, and after some heaving and hauling, we dragged the cumbersome contrivance on board. The hatch over the water-filled well of the sloop was shoved back to make ready for the entrance of our captive. I kept a firm grip on the trap, while Gregory all the while shouting instructions to me and abuse at the scuttle, undid the fastenings at one corner. It took a good deal of punching with an oar to dislodge the creature, whose 8 arms were reaching in all directions. When one of them thrust through an opening and took a turn around Gregory's bare arm, the whites of the man's eyes were even more conspicuous than his white teeth. There was a ripping sound as he tore the arm away from that sucker-covered arm of the scuttle, but no harm was done to either combatant. What with the lurching of the sloop, the rocking of the big unsteady trap, the resistance of our captive, and Gregory shouting, there was considerable turmoil for so limited an area as that we occupied on our small craft. The scuttle was gradually crowded down, and was presently forced to take refuge in the well to escape the black man's oar. In the bottom of the trap lay the empty shell of the great crayfish which had tempted the creature to his undoing. With the hatch back in place and the trap lashed against the windward side of the mast, our work was done. After a pull on the sheet, I took the tiller, and my companion rested from his labours, but his tongue was loosened, and by the time we came to anchor in the twilight, he had said more about the scuttle than I have been able to recall, and a good deal that I am not hopeful of being able to verify. Nevertheless, he had earned his reward, and as the lights were beginning to glimmer around the harbour, he went to his home with a comfortable jingle of coins in his pocket. When the steamer sailed away to the north, the scuttle was a captive on board, staring with unwinking eyes at the passengers who came to gaze at him. He escaped from confinement twice during that voyage, and we had no small difficulty in getting him properly secured. We learned that a large prisoner, if he is persistent enough, may take flight through a comparatively small hole, and we were therefore unremitting in our watchfulness until the captive was landed securely within the walls of the ancient fortress at the Battery. And that is how the octopus came to the aquarium. End of story. Biographical and interpretive notes by Charles Swain Thomas. Gregory and the Scuttle. Charles Haskins Townsend is an ichthyologist of international reputation, and has been a member of many U.S. government commissions. His present address is The Aquarium, New York. Gregory and the Scuttle, translated into the literal, means how the octopus came to the aquarium. In the literal version, the account might have been buried easily and unregretfully in the dry-as-dust records of the American Aquarium Society, or some such august receptacle of information. As it is, it becomes the easy, chatty adventure of one who proves himself human as well as scientific. Moreover, it behooves the practical investigator of the educative process to note that by this sugar-coated method various capsules of information slip down without violent contraction on the part of him who will be only entertained. Suggested points for study and comment. 1. How is the title of the story indicative of its general tone? 2. Would Gregory's vision of the adventure have been an interesting one? What would it lack that the scientist's has? 3. When, if ever, does the scientist take the place of the storyteller? 4. What is the chief charm of the account? Would a series of such adventures, with all necessary variation, be altogether as delightful? End of Gregory and the Scuttle.
Section 25 of Atlantic Narratives, Modern Short Stories, 2nd Series, published 1918 by the Atlantic Monthly Press. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In November by Edith Wyatt. Recording by Piper Hale. They had pitched camp in the shelter of a great buff-colored dune with 2 upturned canoes and a small tent with a flap staked over it. Lake Michigan, all green and mist-blown, banded the whole north horizon to break along the curving beach in little hoary crowns of foam and bubbles. Southwest, southeast, and south, the broad, full contours of the dunes purled far away beneath the gray and purple sky of the late autumn. They were grown with red oak and yellow poplar brush toward the west. Toward the southeast and south, their long, pure curves, low swooping like a swallow's flight, ran nude and pale in shadows exquisitely changing in the rising afternoon. Beside a smoky fire, between the tent and the lake, a sunburned young woman with roughly blown hair in corduroy skirt and a boy's overcoat, dark and shabby, now hid her eyes from the smoke in the crook of her arm, and now rubbed Vaseline on a stiff shoe in her lap. These occupations so closely engaged her attention that she did not at first observe across the beach the approach of a little sandy woman between 50 and 60, in a short walking skirt and a felt walking hat tied down with a veil. Her shoes looked damp. She glanced rather shyly, but with a sort of liking and friendliness, at the tent and the fire. "Come and dry your shoes," said the girl hospitably, lifting her eyes. She was a rather pretty blonde girl with a good-humored, quiet expression. "Are you folks camping out here?" said the visitor, still looking with an air of satisfaction and pleasure at the camp. "You're from Chicago, relatives to Mrs. Horick in South Laketon, ain't you? So I heard. I've sewed some for her. Oh, I just wished I was you. Few cares enough for camping to do at this time of year. Your folks come here to fish?" "No," said the girl quietly. "One of my cousins was taken sick this fall, and told to live outdoors, so he decided to come out here and camp with his wife and little boy and me, for a while." "You have a nice place for it." "My cousins have gone to the station on some errands," said the girl reflectively, polishing her shoe. She could not very well say to her relative's dressmaker that the camp had feared the visit of Mrs. Horick on that very afternoon. Mrs. Horick was a pretty, competent, hard-edged young woman who enjoyed such things in life as tight face veils, high traps, and docked horses. The adult campers had drawn lots to select her victim for the afternoon. The lot had fallen to Jim Payne, but Jim took so unbridled a pleasure in displeasing Mrs. Horick that it was decided such a fate would be too cruel to her. The lots were drawn again. This time the lot fell to Alice Payne. But Mrs. Horick depressed Alice, sometimes for several hours after her departure. The lots were drawn again. This time the lot fell to Elsie Norris. With whoops it was determined Elsie must remain. She would not care a fig what Mrs. Horick said or thought, would be entirely amiable with her, and besides, had no shoes to walk to the station in. One pair was wet. The other was too stiff to put on. After dressing Elsie in the most handsome garments the camp afforded, the others had left her early in the afternoon with Shep, Rabbie's collie, wandering around within call and occasionally barking at imaginary wolves in the brush. "Perhaps you met my cousins on your way," said Elsie. "No, I didn't come from that direction. I came from Gary. It ain't much of a place to live, but I got a real good airy room with a back porch of my own and a carpenter's family there. Miss Brackett's my name. I'm about the only dressmaker in the place, so I's got plenty of custom, more'n all I can do, and well paid, too, you can say in a way," she added with a sigh. "And in a way not, because I hate sewing. But then I walk a good deal around here. There's some fine walks through the oaks and in the dunes, just as fine as anyone could wish," she said with a look of content. "It makes me just about homesick to see your camp. I was camping myself 6 years ago." "Were you? Here?" "No," said Miss Brackett with a little hesitation. In response to Elsie's invitation, she had seated herself on a log near the fire. There was evidently something very stirring in their little camp to her. For a moment she even looked as if she were going to cry. "It was on the plains," she said finally, with a certain pride. A long wagon trip, a whole year long." "How fine!" "Yes," said Miss Brackett, looking at the dunes and the surging lake. "It was, as you might say, a great experience. You would hardly believe me, but before that time, why, I hardly knew there was such a place as outdoors. Not till I was 46 years old, and that's a fact." Elsie glanced up at her inquiringly. She had heard of persons who acquired Spanish at 90, or who experienced a passionate personal infatuation for the first time at 60, but never of an adult creature, devoted to an indoor existence, who suddenly felt in middle age a real response to the great inarticulate voices of the earth. Up to then I lived on the west side in Chicago with my married sister. My father left the place to her and to me. Most of the rest of the property went to my young half-brother Kip, but when Nettie's children were nearly grown, it seemed as though there wasn't any room left in the house for me, and yet they needed me, you see, to sew for them, right straight along. I used to sew till midnight, and past often, tucking on the girls' summer dresses, especially that last spring when I was at home. And I began to cough then, and get so dreadful tired. That winter, Nettie thought each of the girls ought to have their own room. It was no more than right, either. Nettie and me, we each had our own room when we was young girls, so I used to sleep just on 2 chairs with quilts in the back parlor, and couldn't seem to rest very good, and besides had to get up and get dressed and the room fixed real early so Will could come there and read his morning paper. Well, I used to keep all my things in shoe boxes up in the attic, so they'd be out of the way. They used to laugh and laugh about those boxes, and one night we was all sitting on the steps, and they were laughing, and my youngest niece, Baby, she got real mad. She's so warm-hearted, and she never wanted to take my room, and only did because it provoked Nettie so for her not to. Babe turned real white, and she said all of a sudden, "The reason why Aunt Min hasn't anything but shoe boxes to keep her things in is because we've turned her out of everything," she said. "You ought to be ashamed of yourselves," and she jumped up and ran into the house. That night my brother Kip happened to be there. He'd been West ever since he was 15. He's a lot younger than Nettie and me, only 25 then. We thought Kip was an awful wild, queer sort of fellow then. We didn't know him at all. I felt just like the rest. He'd run through all that, was left him long ago, and he'd married an actress and was separated from her. She was a sort of a socialist, too, and even had tramped some, but he seemed to be real kind in some ways. When Babe said that, he looked at me quite hard. When he went home, he says to me, "You look sick, Min," he says, and he took hold of my hand. "You've got fever. Why don't you see a doctor?" Well, I don't know what got into me. After they was all gone that night, I just broke down and cried and cried. I did feel dreadful sick and feverish, and I hadn't no money of my own to see a doctor, and felt just all gone, really. I managed to get up and fix the room before any of them come down, but then I had to lie on the sofa, and couldn't get to breakfast. And after breakfast, would you believe it, a doctor come. Kip sent him, himself. But he frightened Nettie to death. I felt dreadful sorry for her. "He told your sister how ill you were," said Elsie gravely. "Oh, yes, but it wasn't so much that as she was so afraid some of the children might catch my trouble. She was all right, though, as soon as they got me to the hospital, though she was provoked, too, because it took so much of her time to come there to see me. She come twice before I went away. The doctor said that going away was my only chance. For all that I was up and around, he thought I couldn't live a year." Neither of them spoke for a moment, looking away at the dunes. "Then, what do you think? Kip had an intimate friend, quite a rich young man, Will Bronson, who was sick the same way I was. That's how Kip come to notice my sickness so. The doctors wanted him kept out of doors, and he and Kip was going on this wagon trip. But his mother was nearly crazy worrying over it, and worrying the young man, and crying all day and night. She thought Kip could never take care of him. Well, those boys wanted me to go off with them on the wagon trip. They said I could cook for them, and it would relieve the mother. And it did. They took me to see her, and she thought if a person like me could go on a wagon trip, it couldn't be so awful after all. Well, the short and the long of it was, we went to Fort Leavenworth, and the boys got a wagon and provisions and blankets and thick shoes and things for me, and they got 2 good mules from the government post, and we started off. Miss Brackett sat erect. A look of elation burned in her violet eyes. Elsie drew a deep breath and laughed. "Yes, I didn't like the idea at first, all the rough clothes and our being alone on the plains, and after a while going to be right in the desert. It seemed to me terrible. But it was the only thing there was for me to do. I just kept my mouth shut tight through all that time. And then, I don't know, more and more, I just come to love it." After a moment, Elsie said, "And did you really have any hardships?" "What do you call hardship? The rainy season was bad. But I've been lots wetter longer at a time, through whole winters, when I'd lend my rubbers to the children. Sometimes it was terrible cold, but then we always had a good fire. I've been lots colder in the back parlor and on crowded streetcar platforms, and lots more uncomfortable. Once we got off the trail. Once we had a bad time about finding water. One night, after the mules was hobbled, they jumped along so far, even hobbled, that we couldn't get them for hours. Kip and Will Bronson was gone 6 hours in different directions, and I was afraid they was lost. But I've had more hardship, you might say, and not that I want to complain either in 1 week on the west side at home than in a whole year of what they called roughing it. And for hard feelings and real mean bad ways of actin', I've seen more of them over getting out one shirtwaist in a dressmaker's shop than in that whole time on the wagon trip. Even though once we had a man in our camp that we heard afterwards was a criminal and fugitive from justice, she added with a laugh. What sort of man was he? A very considerate, pleasant sort of man. He was a short, thick-set fellow from Missouri with a hard sort of chin. He come riding up near the Baton Pass and asked to stay the night and get supper and breakfast with us. Well, it so happened I had caught cold and wasn't feeling extra. The boys was worried and sort of mad. That was the worst trouble we had, because I would mend and cook just the same. The boys cooked terrible, and it seemed as though I couldn't have no peace of mind unless I did it. It made me feel so as though I was no use to them, and not paying my share by what I did, you know. Well, this man from Missouri was a fine cook. He stayed with us 3 days, and by the time he went I was all right again. He was real helpful. They never got him. When we come to Trinidad, we was good and surprised to find he was a cattle thief that shot a sheriff that tried to arrest him. The lake was paler now. White clouds plumed on the horizon, and an evening glow, green and faintly flushing, was reflected delicately from the west. The dunes were browner and darker. The visitor sat thinking, evidently, of her long, free, wandering days. Elsie, putting on her shoes, sat thinking of her wayfaring companion's mean and hateful life in the very midst of what is called civilization and respectability, of her struggle for existence, a struggle in which she had been all but killed by the greedinesses around her, a struggle just as sharp as any of the nail and claw depredations commonly attributed exclusively to wildernesses. They watched the sky change in an unspoken friendliness. "And now, you are much better?" said Elsie quietly. "Yes, now I'm well, thank God. And the Bronson boy is sound as a bell. That was the most lucky illness you can imagine for me. I couldn't go back after that to the way I lived before. I always would live different, more outdoors, and just looking after myself better. Since that time I've been lots more used to myself and everybody else. After we got to California, I sewed here and there for the people where we boarded first, and they liked my sewing so much and I made so much money that when Kip got a job to Gary, engineering for the electric plant, and I come too, to keep house for him, I put up a sign, and gradually I'd worked up a good trade before he was married. Why, I'm going to be able to send Babe to Vassar, and plenty for me to take a trip west, too, next summer. Kip married such a nice girl." She rose. "I've talked you to death, but when you spoke about your cousin, it brought everything right out of my lips some way. I hope he's not so very sick." "No, he will be well again. He has a splendid constitution." Miss Brackett shook hands with her. "I wish you'd come in for a minute and see me, if you ever have time some day when you're in Gary." "I will. Good night." "Good night." As her visitor disappeared over the rounded ridge of the dune, Elsie heard the homecoming voices of the campers. They had brought peanut taffy to her, and they praised her none the less highly for her intended sacrifice to the Moloch of Mrs. Horrocks and the dullness of the world that she had not needed to make this sacrifice. For some reason she could not have explained to them about her chance guest, but she was still thinking of her as she walked from the shore a little later to gather firewood for supper. The sun dropped long-ribbed level beams over the russet oak brush and buff shadows of the dunes. Crimson rifts broke in the amber ether of the west. Rich, soft, and deep, the fragrance of some far autumnal bonfire breathed in the cool air. "Where are the songs of spring? Oh, where are they? Mourn not for them, thou hast thy music too," rang silently in the girl's fancy as she stood looking around her, and she wondered that she never till that day had realized how deeply wild creation is the birthright of every creature, not only for the power of tooth and fang, the strength of the marauder, but for the vitality of speed and sensitiveness, ground squirrel, deer, and cricket. and how nature's most profound magnificence might sing, perhaps, not in her thrilling melody to April pulses, but in her proud cadence to November hearts. End of story. Biographical and Interpretive Notes by Charles Swain Thomas. Edith Wyatt was born in Wisconsin and educated at Chicago and Bryn Mawr. She has for years been a frequent contributor to the best of our American magazines. Her present home is in Chicago. While listening to Miss Brackett's naive recital of her personal narrative, we somehow never lose consciousness of the interesting environment created in the beginning paragraphs. In most stories where the interest in surroundings is strong, we are chiefly concerned with the setting in which the incidents of the plot take place. In this instance, however, we are chiefly interested in the autumnal atmospheres in which Miss Brackett's ingenious tale is told. Here is Lake Michigan, all green and mist-blown, banding the whole horizon. There, in the broad southward, lie the full contours of the forest-covered dunes. And over all is the gray and purple sky of the late autumn. In the inner circle of all this is the camp, with Elsie Norris vividly portrayed in the center. Her isolation is broken by the chance guest, who tells the intimate personal episodes, so charmingly marked by the artless notes of unselfishness. When the guest leaves and the other campers return, and Miss Norris wanders off alone to gather firewood for supper, the brooding influence of the pervading November scene is felt to be even more profound and impressive. Suggested points for study and comment. 1. What are the 3 or 4 most graphic touches in the story? 2. What, aside from the setting, is the most impressive element in the story? 3. What comment can you make on Miss Wyatt's feeling for style? What effects does she produce? 4. Comment on the slight but suggestive glimpse of Baby's character. What other personages in the story show their sympathy for Miss Brackett? 5. Was it worthwhile to say anything about Mrs. Horrocks? Why is she mentioned? Do the slight details contribute to the interest of the story? 6. Mention 3 or 4 items which might have been elaborated into important incidents in the narrative. End of In November.